Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by author Huo Yang. Chapter 681-690. On the battlefield of the decisive battle, as the Creator fought against the God of Corruption, Roquelaire City also ushered in the second round of general attacks from the enemy. This time, Ahomatova personally led the team. Hundreds of fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky and fell. The sky was already almost completely dark, but it was lit up again by these fireballs. At the same time, the desperate expressions of the South Balam official Beyonders were also illuminated. These huge fireballs whistled like meteors, a sound that capabilities at their level could not stop. Lawrence once again put on that Sequence 0 sealed artifact. At this time, his spiritual body had already been damaged from wearing the sealed artifact for a long time. However, he had to continue fighting. Exile. More than half of the fireballs in midair were instantly pushed into illusion, but dozens of fireballs still landed, turning the entire Roquelaire city into a ruin. Fortunately, most of the city's residents had fled in the morning, otherwise this would have been an attack like a massacre. The enemy's demigods brought their Beyonders to attack, and fierce battles unfolded in the ruins. Both sides of the battle remembered that this ruin was once the location of the governor's mansion. The joint forces of the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic knew very well that as long as they captured this place, it would be equivalent to capturing Roquelaire City. The official Beyonders of South Balam also did not know why they still had to guard this ruin, but they just refused to retreat, not even a single step. It was as if a voice in their hearts said, "Hold on, as long as you hold on until the morning sun shines here, hope and victory will come." Just as Ahomatova was about to join the battle, a mysterious castle situated on 7-colored light suddenly appeared in midair. On a high-backed stone chair in the castle sat a majestic and mysterious figure. Ahomatova immediately felt the extremely high sequence of the other party, which made her wonder if the one in midair was the Creator. But it was somewhat different from the intelligence's description of the Creator. But if it wasn't the Creator, where did the other party invite this helper from? Ahomatova hesitated whether to make a move, and at the same time, she sighed, "It's just a small Roquelaire city, why is it so difficult to capture?" And full in midair, adhering to the principle of, if the enemy doesn't move, I don't move, held the Death card and the Error card, standing ready. Because he had the Error card, Klein in Saphira Castle was completely confident in stopping a weather warlock. "Look over there." Suddenly, a member of the Bach family pointed to the horizon and said. Just now, the last trace of light disappeared, and the sky completely darkened. But in the next second, the sky seemed to brighten again. Both sides stopped fighting, because the sky was getting brighter and brighter, as if it had already reached dawn. Many Beyonders even couldn't help but take out their pocket watches to check the time. Retreat. Ahomatova's pupils constricted. Quick, retreat. But she immediately found that no one seemed to hear her voice. Her Beyonders were still staring at the horizon. Ahomatova suddenly looked at the mysterious figure in the sky. The majestic figure stretched out a hand towards her, and it was he who had stolen her voice. This weather warlock did not hesitate and turned around to flee. Of course, Klein could not let her leave so easily. He pointed at Ahomatova, and this weather warlock immediately became very illusory. Above the gray fog, Klein could not utilize abilities related to spirituality threads. Fortunately, with the blasphemy card of the error pathway, he could mobilize some of the authority of full and error pathways above the gray fog. He grafted Ahomatova to the historical void, temporarily trapping her within it, and at the same time, this made her main body seem like a historical projection. At this time, other people's attacks had no effect on Ahomatova, as this was only a projection, and Ahomatova's consciousness had also temporarily detached from her main body and entered the historical void, unable to leave for a short period of time. At this time, Klein was somewhat similar to Hobert before he advanced to Sequence 2, but it was difficult to directly harm a true angel. However, it was relatively easy to just hold an angel back. The sky grew brighter and brighter, and the sunlight shone on Roquelaire City, making it look like an ancient ruin with only stone piles left. Elliot's eyes sparkled with light. "Morning sun, it's the morning sun." The members who had prayed to the Creator all came to their senses. The Creator has come. Praise the Creator. Long live the Creator. Victory belongs to us. The Temperance faction members who had not prayed to the Creator although they didn't know what was happening, also understood that the decisive battle of the South Balam civil war was over, and the Creator was rushing to support them. Amidst a surge of excitement, the teleportation array opened again, and Malva led a large force to reinforce them. Without any command, the counterattack began at that instant. The sky grew brighter and brighter, and a sun was rapidly approaching from that direction. Just moments ago it was dark, and now this place was bathed in light. The old dark age ended, and a new age of light was descending upon the earth. When the Creator appeared in the form of driving a chariot, the morale of the Duchy of South Balam reached an unprecedented climax. It wasn't a deity coming to support them in the morning sun, but a deity bringing the morning sun to support them. When Ahomatova finally escaped the historical void and her consciousness returned to the real world, she suddenly felt as if she was in the midday sun. This gave her the illusion that she hadn't returned to the real world yet. Immediately after, screams entered her ears. She fully came to her senses and saw dozens of no-dark spears shooting down from the sky and exploding. Many of her subordinates were burned to ashes. She saw the holy deity driving a golden chariot suddenly holding a silver black box. The box opened, and more than 20 Beyonders who were fleeing disappeared. She saw the deity on the golden chariot catch up, holding a porcelain doll. The Beyonders immediately coughed violently, and many low-sequence Beyonders died of illness on the spot. The fleeing Beyonders clearly slowed down, and people kept falling, killed by the official Beyonders of South Balam who caught up from behind. In Ahomatova's view, this deity did not seem to be here to fight, but rather to slaughter. At the same time, she came to her senses. Her thoughts just now had been stolen by the mysterious figure in midair, which was why she had that feeling of being unable to react for a moment. Ahomatova was covered in flames. These flames blocked the stolen thoughts and also allowed her to rush towards the Beyonders of Fursak and Intis at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Most of the Beyonder viruses were burned out in the big fire. This weather warlock used flames to open an escape route for her subordinates. But the Creator and Fool, leading the official Beyonders, immediately caught up. The two deities were responsible for dealing with Ahomatova, while the official Beyonders launched targeted hunts against the deserters. However, Hobert did not intend to kill this angel of the Fasak Empire, because her existence would keep the Rune royal family under sufficient pressure, which was beneficial for Hobert to seize benefits. In addition, this civil war made Hobert realize that his enemies were coming together. This was a result he was very unwilling to see, and he had to consider the issue of fighting some and letting some go, defining the enemies to be dealt with first. The Rose school of thought and the Demonist sect were already mortal enemies, with no possibility of negotiation, but there was still room for negotiation with the Fasak Empire, provided that Ahomatova did not die here tonight. Based on the above considerations, Hobert did not send angel-level tool men to encircle Ahomatova. This pursuit lasted for dozens of kilometers. Just when more than half of the fleeing Beyonders had suffered casualties and Ahomatova was injured, a huge wall of fire appeared in front of the official Beyonders. Alexei Einhorn, dressed in traditional Fasak Empire attire with a meticulously groomed golden beard, walked out of the wall of fire. Open black lens bracket. Note close black lens bracket. This conqueror held a blood-red knight's sword and thrust it towards the Creator. The Creator blocked it with the Sun Scepter. However, the Creator's chest was still struck, but a black crystal appeared at the struck spot, preventing the blood-red knight's sword from harming the Creator. As long as Alexei's sword was thrust out, no matter which direction it was aimed at, and no matter whether it was blocked or not, it would strike the Creator's vital point. It was just that the Creator had the protection of the country of disorder, so it could not cause substantial harm to him. But the appearance of this conqueror made the Creator and Fool stop their pursuit. They still had some self-awareness. The Creator could not temporarily utilize uniqueness, and Fool was currently an empty shell. They could certainly defeat a Sequence 1 in good condition by working together, but it would be almost impossible to kill him, and it would easily expose the true strength of these two deities. Alexei thought that they stopped pursuing to leave room for both sides. So, this first emperor of the Fasak Empire bowed slightly towards the Creator and Fool, and behind him, flames reaching into the sky ignited. The high temperature of the flames forced the pursuing South Balam Beyonders to retreat repeatedly. After 1 or 2 seconds, the roaring flames disappeared, and the two angels of the Fasak Empire, along with the Beyonders who had just been fleeing for their lives, vanished together. This decisive battle, which lasted a full day, ended with a great victory for the Duchy of South Balam. In mid-air, the creator jumped off the chariot and nodded slightly towards Fool, thanking him for his support. Fool also stood up from his seat and returned the thank you, then disappeared into the void. At this point, Klein had repaid all his favors. The help he himself provided before was to repay the demigod-level assistance he owed Hobert from a previous transaction at the Tarot Club. The help provided as Fool was to repay the favor of the creator helping Klein escape previously. Immediately, the creator nodded to the people on the ground and also disappeared from everyone's sight. The official Beyonders on the ground all understood that the creator's nod was an affirmation of their performance in this battle, and smiles bloomed on their faces. When Hobert arrived in his capacity as a duke, everyone was still immersed in joy. Hobert raised a hand and altered everyone's injuries. Whether they were fatal, serious, or minor injuries, all of them became superficial wounds. Originally, he was going to do this as the creator, but then he thought that the creator should not pay attention to such small matters, so he used his identity as a duke to help everyone alleviate their injuries. It was then that everyone came to their senses and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Grand Duke. Praise the creator. Long live victory." After a lively atmosphere, the Beyonders, who had been extremely tired, sat down on the ground and fell asleep. Malva's unit was in better condition and voluntarily took on the task of cleaning up the battlefield. Hobert also began to deal with the spoils of war on the spot. He waved his hand at Sharon, who had delicate features and a pale complexion. "Miss Sharon, thank you for your support." Sharon, as before, showed little change in expression. "This is just a transaction." Hobert nodded, understanding the implied meaning of her words. "Let's talk privately over there." As he spoke, Hobert distorted the space between himself and Sharon, arriving at an open field outside the battlefield. Furs, who witnessed this scene, was slightly stunned that Hobert didn't even greet her, but thinking that he still had important matters to attend to, she invited April to be a guest on Longtail Island and left Roquelaire City via the teleportation array. Hobert, from the country of disorder, took out the disciple of silence, Beyander characteristic that had been prepared long ago. "This is the reward I promised." Miss Sharon took the Beyander characteristic and immediately asked, "Did you win the decisive battle?" "We won, and it was a complete victory." Hobert said calmly, "According to the intelligence I've gathered, the Rose School of Thought has a total of 5 disciple of silence. After continuous battles, we have already killed 3 of them. As for Beyonders of other sequences, about half of them should have been eliminated in this Beyander war and the one last year." Miss Sharon slowly nodded. "We hope to exchange the spoils of this war for some Beyander characteristics of this pathway." "No problem," Hobert said, "we'll exchange them according to the old rules." The so-called old rules were the exchange method for Beyander characteristics after the South Colson campaign. 2 captured Beyander characteristics for 1 characteristic of the same sequence from the prisoner pathway. This was also why Hobert had the Temperance faction come to Roquelaire City for support instead of having them participate in the decisive battle on the main battlefield against the Indulgence faction. Beyander characteristics were an important means for Hobert to control the Temperance faction. Hobert further explained, "However, I must remind you that the members of Doyle's team will be able to exchange for promotion opportunities based on the merits they earn. Theoretically speaking, it's more cost-effective to exchange merits for Beyander characteristics. This Beyander war was much more intense than the South Colson campaign." Hobert estimated that after the merits were tallied, there would be a promotion surge. Miss Sharon did not respond. Hobert then said, "Our next plan is to launch a full-scale war against the Highland Kingdom after completing internal reforms of the duchy. After that, we will occupy it and become its rulers. And if the Temperance faction only maintains a cooperative relationship with us, you will only become our friendly force, gaining the right to settle there. Only members of Doyle's team can become official Beyonders and participate in the management of the duchy's Beyander affairs." Miss Sharon looked deeply at Hobert. "Our leader has already determined a new belief for us, which is Mr. Fool who just appeared. Although this matter had not yet been announced internally, it was already something tacitly agreed upon by the Temperance faction's demigods." Miss Sharon's teacher, Renee Tinakal, although not yet fully recovered, had found a way to temporarily regain her strength and had now officially returned, once again becoming the leader of the Temperance faction. Therefore, the Temperance faction ultimately sided with Mr. Fool. What Hobert had just proposed was also an issue the Temperance faction had wanted to discuss with the South Balam Duchy. They also hoped to return to the Highland Kingdom as official Beyonders, but they were afraid of being used and still had some reservations about completely pledging allegiance to the Creator. Hobert said coldly, "As a friend, I'm discussing this with you, but it still depends on your own choice." He felt that when striking at the Highland Kingdom, he could utilize the Temperance faction and at the same time strengthen his own power, which is why he proactively brought up the matter. Otherwise, according to Hobert's habit, he would patiently wait for the Temperance faction to come to him to talk. Miss Sharon looked at Hobert, always feeling that he was colder than when they last met, not giving off any friendly vibe at all. She thought for a moment before saying, "I hope to receive further assistance from you." Hobert was waiting for her to say that. What assistance? The Creator and Mr. Fool seem to be allies, so can you accept Beyonders who believe in Fool? Miss Sharon proactively brought up the solution discussed by the Temperance faction. Theoretically speaking, yes, Hobert replied, we don't care about the beliefs of official Beyonders, they only need to show complete loyalty to the Duchy. In fact, this was also Hobert's idea. Beliefs fall under Fool's purview, while work falls under the Creator's. The likelihood of them falling out is low, so this kind of cooperation can continue long-term. Miss Sharon felt a sense of oppression from Hobert for the first time. She let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Hobert said as if giving an order, the Beyonder members of Doyle's team must reach 80. Miss Sharon was slightly stunned. This meant that most of the Temperance faction members would have to join the Creator's forces. She considered it for a moment before saying, understood. Miss Sharon's teacher, Rynette, had granted her special negotiating authority, so she could fully make such a decision. For Miss Sharon, having most of the Temperance faction members join the Creator's forces was an acceptable condition, as it could ensure the integrity of their organization. Moreover, from then on, the issues of promotion and living expenses for these people could all be pushed to Hobert. Miss Sharon then said, I will be the captain. With so many Beyonders joining the Creator's forces, if there were no demigods from the Temperance faction involved in their management, they would find it difficult to feel at ease. Hobert extended his hand, happy to cooperate. After they formally discussed their future cooperation, they each departed. Miss Sharon had to report the negotiation results to the Temperance faction, while Hobert still had many things to attend to. In this war, the Bach family suffered heavy casualties, with 2 demigods dying, requiring him to personally appease them. On the other side, in the eastern part of the duchy, the pursuit of the rebels continued. Because a very detailed investigation had been conducted beforehand, the rebel leaders and their Beyonders were captured with great precision. The day after the decisive battle ended, all 30,000 plus rebels, except for the more than 3,000 who died in battle, became prisoners of the duchy. Because there were too many prisoners and not enough manpower on the South Continent side, some were escorted to the South Colson region and Longtail Island region, to be brought back when manpower was sufficient. To prevent the prisoners from having the energy to cause trouble, the prisoners remaining on the South Continent were immediately put to work on the construction of Anjou City and the reconstruction of Crowley City. It was at this point that the immigration initiative, which had been brewing for over a month, was immediately launched. At the same time, grassroots officials, under the protection of soldiers, began to take over local governance. Half of the duchy's town governments and county governments were established on this day. Also, starting from that evening, the statistics for military merits and merits were fully compiled. Hobert used these post-war rewards to further dilute the influence of several Beyonder families. Of course, all his actions were carried out subtly. Regarding the Bach family's heroic performance in this battle, Hobert immediately provided an Beyonder characteristic of a frenzied mage, and one of a Earl of the Fallen. The Beyonder characteristic of the Earl of the Fallen was given to Elliot, while the Beyonder characteristic of the frenzied mage was given to the surviving Earl of the Fallen. At the same time, the Beyonder characteristics of the 2 Earl of the Fallens who died in battle still belonged to the Bach family, making it an Beyonder family with 5 demigods. Especially Lawrence, who, by virtue of the merits accumulated in this battle, had earned half the merits needed to become an angel and could prepare for the ritual early. As for Beander characteristics below the demigod level, they were all distributed according to merits. Even those who had already digested the potion but were still a bit short on merits could be promoted first and then make up the merits. The Bach family seemed very prestigious, but it transitioned from having only one frenzied mage to having two frenzied mages. For members of the Bach family, having only one frenzied mage before meant there was no room for doubt. Following the orders of the patriarch, Lawrence was definitely correct. Now with a new frenzied mage, some power will naturally gather around this new sequence 3. This change may not be apparent in the short term, but over time, it will certainly lead to some divisions. Additionally, the Bach family currently has two leaders, Lawrence and Eliot. This was also Hobert's early strategic move. Initially, Eliot's power was not strong, but after several personnel supplements, the number of his subordinates is now similar to Lawrence's. Moreover, Eliot is a god blessed, and becoming his subordinate makes it easier to get promotion opportunities. Eliot's promotion from Sequence 8 to demigod in a year and a half is the best advertisement. Hobert used a similar strategy for the Tudor family. Angus gained the opportunity to become a chaos hunter in this battle. As long as he digested the potion, he could immediately be promoted. At that time, the Tudor family will also have two Sequence 3s. This was the first step, mainly targeting the Bach family and the Tudor family. The second action was Hobert granting new designations to 4 Beander units, also in the form of rewards. Angus's unit, having completed all-weather operations and demonstrating strong command, always executed Hobert's orders at the fastest speed. Therefore, Hobert gave them the title of Gale Army. Helen's unit brilliantly completed multiple cover and penetration missions in battle, and Hobert granted them the title of Poisonthorn Army. Eliot's unit had the greatest merit. They held Roclair City, preserving the territory of 2 duchy states. Hobert initially planned to give them the title of Bulwark Army. This was to liken them to the Dawn Bulwark ability of the warrior pathway, commemorating the fierce defensive battle. But Eliot hoped to utilize Dawn, the prefix of that ability, as his designation. This was because they received a response from the creators, Morning Sun, when praying on the battlefield. Later, the creator even came to support them with the Morning Sun. Compared to this defensive battle where too many comrades died, they wanted to commemorate this point more. Hobert readily agreed and gave Eliot's unit the designation of Morning Dawn Army. The 4th Beander unit to receive a designation was Malva's unit from the Tony family. In this war, they also played a huge role. Because the Hunter Pathway Beyonders in this Beander unit took on the role of main attackers, Hobert gave them the title of Flame Army. When the designation was announced for Malva's unit, Danitz, who was contacting the Sea God Church on Blue Mountain Island, inexplicably sneezed several times. The designation not only represented the characteristics of different Beander units but was also an honorary title. Hobert planned that for any future combat missions, these 4 designated units would be prioritized. Gradually, they would gain more merits and their promotion speed would also increase. Meanwhile, the Temperance faction, Lawrence's unit, the newly incorporated Council of Knowledge, and the semi-incorporated members of Barnett's unit, who did not have designations, would all develop the idea of joining a designated Beander unit or striving for a designation for their own unit. This way, a sense of honor would be fostered. When members of the Tudor family could proudly say they were part of the Gale Army, when members of the Council of Knowledge could proudly say they were part of the Poisonthorn Army, when members of the Bach family were more willing to admit they were members of the Morning Dawn Army, and when members of the Tony family were more willing to admit they were members of the Flame Army, Hobert's action would be successful. At that time, the concept of family would be further diluted. Hobert's actions did not end there. Having recovered all his memories, he also fully recalled the power struggles of that Eastern civilization over 2 millennia. Such cases of concept alteration were abundant in his mind. Therefore, Hobert's series of measures were very mature, making everyone very happy. Some people had thought that doing this seemed a bit off, but they couldn't resist the fact that these measures were implemented in the form of post-war rewards. People enjoyed the practical benefits and sense of honor, and their few doubts were dispelled. With the groundwork laid by the first 2 actions, the third action seemed perfectly reasonable. Hobert's third action was to standardize the recruitment and promotion systems for Beander units. In this Beander War, all departments suffered considerable losses. According to previous practice, Angus's department would recruit from the Tudor family, Helen's department would supplement personnel from the Council of Knowledge, and Eliot's department would recruit from the Bach family. But now it's different. Hobert, on the grounds that Beyonders of various pathways should have effective cooperation, ordered all numbered departments to recruit according to pathways, and no longer according to families. This way, people from the Council of Knowledge are more likely to enter the Gale Army or the Morning Dawn Army, people from the Bach family are more likely to enter the Poison Thorn Army or the Gale Army, and people from the Tudor family are more likely to go to the Poison Thorn Army and the Morning Dawn Army. After this war, the commanders of the various Beander units gained a deeper understanding of the cooperation between Beyonders of different pathways, and in order to improve the combat effectiveness of their Beander units, they all strongly supported this system. In addition, low-sequence Beyonders can also be recruited from the Demoness Research Society and the Traveler Research Society. In short, Hobert is doing everything possible to reshuffle the Beander forces in his hands, and every time a large-scale Beander war occurs in the future, it will be equivalent to a major reshuffle. Currently, the Tony family and the Temperance faction, which have relatively complete structures, escaped the first reshuffle, but they will never escape the second or third. Once the various departments of the Beander army are no longer primarily composed of members of a single Beander family, Hobert's goal will be largely achieved. Complementing the personnel recruitment system is also a personnel promotion system. Before this, the promotion of personnel in all departments basically required Hobert's approval, but except for Angus's department, Helen's department, and Eliot's department, Hobert fully respected the opinions of the patriarchs, namely Lawrence, Barnett, and others, regarding the promotion of personnel in other Beander units. Now, unified requirements are implemented, which seems like a decentralization of power, giving the commanders of various departments the power to decide Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 promotions. However, this further diluted the power of the patriarchs. In the future, even if Beander characteristics from within the family are used, who gets promoted to Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 will no longer be decided by the Patriarch, but by the newly formed Promotion Committee. The 5 members of the committee are Angus, Helen, Eliot, Osman, and Sharon. Only promotion proposals approved by 3 or more members can be granted. Angus comes from the Tudor family, Helen comes from the Council of Knowledge, Eliot comes from the Bach family, Osman is the nominal patriarch of the Tony family, and Sharon comes from the Temperance faction. This arrangement seems to take into account the interests of all parties, but 3 of the 5 committee members are Hobert's confidants. Osman was the first member to come into contact with Hobert's family. Due to his status as patriarch, he knew Prince Raymond's attitude towards Hobert all along, so he also leaned towards supporting Hobert. Only Sharon's stance is unclear. Therefore, it is self-evident who ultimately decides the promotions for Sequence 6 and Sequence 5. As for the promotion of demigods, it is decided by Hobert, Lawrence, and Malva. Malva's ritual to become a war bishop was orchestrated by Hobert, and after the Tony family was fully incorporated, he has always considered himself Hobert's confidant. In addition, because Hobert basically provides the characteristics of demigods, Lawrence is very clear that he just needs to listen to Hobert. The promotion of angels, of course, is decided by the Creator, and no one has any objection to this. After this regulation began to be implemented, Hobert and his confidants actually gained control over the promotion rights of middle sequence and above within the entire organization. This move is truly a fundamental change. Before long, the core power of all patriarchs and leaders will be transferred into the hands of Hobert and his close confidants. Yet, Lawrence, Barnett, and Jonathan can't say anything, as they all represent their own interests, and this power structure appears to be very balanced. There is also the issue of the ownership of Beander characteristics. For example, if a Beander's Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 Beander characteristics came from an Beander family or organization, and he was promoted to Sequence 7 because he earned enough merit, then whose should the Beander characteristics formed after his sacrifice be considered? Regarding this point, Hobert also made a regulation. The Beander characteristics of the deceased are uniformly pulverized by him. The portion belonging to the Beander family is returned to the Beander family, and the portion belonging to the Creator's faction is returned to Hobert. With a series of measures, Hobert believes that in at most 1 year, or possibly only half a year if Beander wars occur frequently, he will be able to fully control the Beander forces in his hands. By then, there will be no need to rack his brains balancing the interests and powers between families. He just needs to provide a relatively fair competitive environment for the numbered departments, ensuring that no one or two departments become overly powerful. After distributing rewards and confiscating spoils of war, the aftermath of this war was largely concluded. But the standoff between the Beander forces continues. Lawrence's department still needs to guard Rocklear City to prevent another sneak attack by the Fasak Empire. Rocklear City is currently undergoing comprehensive reconstruction. The city is still a camp composed of tents. In the northern Forsake colony, a large number of Beander forces are also confronting Lawrence's department. In addition, Malva's department, the Flame Army, is stationed at Dundror Pass, confronting the Highland Kingdom, which is the Rose School of Thought. The Rose School of Thought also has a large number of Beyonders garrisoned at Dundror Pass in the direction of the Star Plateau. Helen's Poison Thorn Army, commanded by the newly promoted demigod, and Angus's Gale Army are stationed in Cordoba State in the southwest of the duchy, ready to strike at the Intis Republic's southern colonies at any time. Elliot's Morning Dawn Army and Sharon's department, which is being incorporated, are stationed in Anjou, responsible for the post-war reconstruction of Beander order and ready to support other departments at any time. Jonathan's newly incorporated department and Barnett's semi-incorporated department are responsible for Beander affairs and corresponding defense work in the Longtail Island and South Colson areas. With such a deployment of forces, the strategic intent of the South Balam Duchy is already very clear. While stabilizing domestic order, it is constantly preparing to seize the Intis Republic's southern colonies. It was not until this time that the news of the end of the civil war in the South Balam Duchy was gradually announced in various countries, shocking the entire North Continent at once. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the various countries in the North Continent, the Beander forces of the South Balam Duchy actually single-handedly blocked the invasion of the Beander forces led by the Highland Kingdom and the Fasak Empire. Everyone knew that the Creator's Beander power was a rising star, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. In the eyes of the people of various countries, the newly established South Balam Duchy actually single-handedly blocked tens of thousands of rebels supported by the Highland Kingdom. At the same time, it also repelled the combined forces of the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic, who were preparing to militarily intervene in the civil war. Such a victory was a complete, black swan event, and the public talked about it with great relish. The happiest of all was the Rune royal family. The newly enthroned Gowinton II could wake up laughing in his dreams. It is said that 7 demigods and over 100 Beyonders of various sequences from the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic died in this battle. Currently, both countries also need to dispatch 3 demigods each to guard the South Continent. Not only that, but an angel must also confront the South Balam Duchy in the South Continent, which greatly relieved the pressure on the Rune royal family. Therefore, major newspapers throughout LotM vied to report this victory. After all, legally speaking, the South Balam Duchy belongs to the Rune Kingdom, and the duchy's victory in the South Continent is LotM's victory. Such reports indeed had a certain morale-boosting effect. After basically dealing with the post-war issues of the South Balam Duchy, Hobert returned to LotM to prepare for the engagement ceremony the next day. Returning to the study in the Duke's mansion, Hobert first entered the country of disorder to inventory the spoils of war from this battle. The recently concluded post-war reward process of exchanging merit for promotion opportunities once again basically depleted Hobert's accumulation of Black Emperor and Justiciar pathway Beander characteristics. But this should be the last time it's emptied so severely, because Hobert had already made large investments in various departments before. If there were another Beander war like this, with a large number of Beyonders sacrificing, Hobert would be able to recover a portion of them. At the same time, he also acquired a large number of Beander characteristics from other pathways, mainly concentrated in the prisoner, hunter, pharmacist, and bard pathways. The sheer number of Beander characteristics harvested even made Hobert consider whether he should establish a prisoner research association and a hunter research association. However, after a second thought, Hobert realized the purpose of these two pathways' Beander characteristics. A portion of the hunter pathway would be used as reserve Beander characteristics to reward Malva's Flame Army in the next Beander war. The others can be largely rewarded to the soldiers, continuing to improve the military's Beander development. In addition, Hobert plans to establish a werewolf legion within the military to cultivate a group of prisoners loyal to the creator. Beyonders of this pathway are actually also very suitable for utilize as Beander warriors, especially after becoming werewolves, possessing excellent speed, attack, and defense. The only thing that needs to be overcome is the irrationality and pain brought by the potion. Through acting and taking some tranquilizing drugs, only a part of the potion's influence can be reduced. It is still necessary to utilize the temperance faction's theory to resist the potion. Hobert did not plan to immediately trade the pharmacist pathway's Beander characteristics with the Blood Clan, intending to keep them for later utilize, perhaps they would be useful in the future. As for the Bard pathway's Beander characteristics, Hobert plans to utilize them as bargaining chips in negotiations with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The Archbishop of Trier has already spoken with Apton, who is responsible for opening up overseas markets for the Earl of Light. Next month, the Beander forces of both sides will hold high-level talks. Hobert speculates that the main topic of discussion will be the issue of continued cooperation in the future. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church is a church and cannot be confused with the Intis Republic. Finally, Hobert's gaze fell on the sealed artifacts captured in this battle. Level 2 and Level 3 sealed artifacts were then piled by him on the corresponding stone platforms. The 4 Level 1 sealed artifacts were only named 1 to 115, 2, 1 to 118, and he did not examine them closely. What Hobert was more concerned about was the staff captured from Kleist of the Rose School of Thought, and a grey mask with a large patch of dark red blood, captured from a Fasak Empire demigod. Hobert had already learned from Eliot's report that a Level 0 sealed artifact had appeared on the battlefield of Rocklear City, so when he went to support, he paid special attention to it. After locating the demigod holding the Level 0 sealed artifact, Hobert first killed the demigod with the Sun Scepter, and then used the 0 to 70 box of the old days to put more than 20 Beyonders, including the dead demigod, into the box. 24 hours later, all the Beyonders inside were dead. Hobert then poured them out of the box of the old days and collected their Beander characteristics and sealed artifacts. After checking the abilities of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, Hobert named them 0 to 73, Death Domain and 0 to 74, Fallen Mask respectively. Looking at the fact that Grade 0 sealed artifacts had reached as many as 5, Hobert took a deep breath, and a smile unconsciously bloomed on his face. But then he noticed that these 5 Grade 0 sealed artifacts all corresponded to Sequence 2 characteristics of different pathways. Currently, the sealed artifact at the Sequence 1 level that Hobert had seen was only the gavel integrated by Truncest. Hobert thought along this line of reasoning. Now that I think about it, sealed artifacts at the Sequence 1 level are either wild sealed artifacts, hiding somewhere, which are difficult for the church to seal without a deity intervening. Or they were used for transactions at the deity level, then shattered and used, or simply held by a deity. Then he thought again. In fact, the Sequence 1 characteristics of each pathway are limited. The 7 gods have already occupied all Sequence 1s of 7 pathways, and there are also the demon monarch Farbati, the true creator, the primordial demoness, as well as Dor, Mr. and Adam. Regardless of their state, they all possess 3 copies of their respective pathways Sequence 1. The remaining 10 pathways have some that are relatively obvious, such as the Sequence 1 characteristics of the Error pathway, 2 of which are with Aemon, and 1 with Pales, the old man within Leonard. Another example is the Monster pathway, where 2 Sequence 1s are with Ouroboros, and 1 is with Will Anseton, the president of the Life School of Thought. Some other Sequence 1s can also be deduced, such as the Sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the Prisoner pathway, 1 of which is with Farbati, 1 with the Bound God, and 1 with Sua, the God of Abomination. Only a few pathways Sequence 1 characteristics are unknown, such as the Mystery Prior pathway. Rosal once became the Knowledge Emperor. After his fall, 1 Sequence 1 characteristic of the Mystery Prior pathway should be in the hands of the Church of Steam and Machinery or the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The whereabouts of the remaining 2 are unknown, perhaps with the Hidden Sage, or perhaps they are wild sealed artifacts. After pondering this question briefly, Hobert stretched, returned to the real world to rest for a while, had a serious lunch, and went back to his bedroom for a nap. In reality, eating and sleeping held little significance for Hobert now, but recently there had been too many things, and he felt mentally fatigued, which was why he used eating and sleeping to give himself a certain psychological suggestion, thereby recovering his mental state. As soon as he lay down on the bed, Hobert noticed some disturbance in the power of the country of disorder around him. He quickly entered the country of disorder, but found no problems there. Just as he was about to leave the country of disorder, Hobert suddenly realized something. He immediately unsealed the uniqueness and placed the crown on his head. Then Hobert used association to find the source of the disturbance in the power of the country of disorder. Sure enough, in the pond in front of the Iron Throne, he saw Erebus conducting a grand sacrificial ritual on an island in the Fog Sea. The reason Hobert considered it grand was because there were large numbers of cruelly slaughtered slaves, pirates, and ordinary people captured from unknown places around the altar. Blood formed a red stream, and the excavated hearts piled up into a small hill. With so many lives as the price, it was only to establish some connection with uncertain mist in the starry sky, and then sacrifice the small ball of light on the altar. That was a copy of the Order Usurping Prince's Beander characteristic, the one Hobert had marked earlier. Clearly, Erebus couldn't handle it himself, so he had to sacrifice it to his main body, Uncertain Mist. Hobert sneered, picked up the newly acquired 0 to 73 Death Domain, and projected a surging power towards that island. Tens of thousands of corpses around the altar, as if receiving a unified command, suddenly sat up. They scrambled to the altar to retrieve their hearts. The ritual was interfered with by the zombie, and the channel that had been so painstakingly established became very unstable. Erebus, who was reciting the sacrificial text, looked up at the sky and immediately showed a strange smile. I knew you would notice this sacrifice, so I was prepared. Sorry, you're one step too late. At this moment, the Beander characteristic on the altar suddenly floated up, slowly rising. Hobert mobilized surging power, forming a black cube around the Beander characteristic, temporarily imprisoning it. Then Hobert waved his hand at Erebus, using the ability to distortion space, and threw him into the magma deep underground. At the same time, the strange pulling force on the Order Usurping Prince's characteristic still existed. The cube Hobert created, along with the characteristic, floated upwards. Hobert immediately realized that with his control over the country of disorder, it was difficult to contend with Uncertain Mist. He immediately got up, came to the adjacent bell tower, and pushed the clapper to strike the bronze bell fiercely. Dong! The dull bell chime made the Order Usurping Prince's characteristic pause. For the real world, the power of an outer god is the root of chaos. The chime of the order clock can flatten the outer god's power in the real world. But in the starry sky, this move was not very effective, because coldness, chaos, and distortion are the order of the starry sky, and the power of the order clock is easily diluted by the vast space. As the bell chimed, a hand covered in magma suddenly emerged from the ground in front of the altar, and Erebus crawled out from underground. PFF'd, he first spat out the mouthful of magma onto the ground. The magma immediately cooled, turning into a soft stone. He looked up at the sky, where there was an ancient and sacred bronze bell, and a figure wearing a magnificent crown was pushing the clapper. Dong! The prolonged bell chime echoed across the island. The corpses scrambling for hearts all fell down. The order of corpses was to lose all vitality, not to scramble for hearts that had already stopped beating. The air on the island seemed to be filled with the scent of order. Erebus felt the real world's rejection of him, because his existence deviated from the order of the real world. Hand of order. Erebus looked up at the sky with some longing. At this time, the power of Uncertain Mist in the real world was flattened, and the Beander characteristic fell back onto the altar. Hobert beckoned to the characteristic, and the power of the country of disorder within it seemed to be summoned, floating towards the order clock. Erebus immediately jumped up to grab it, but no matter how hard he tried, he was always that little bit away from the Beander characteristic. Come back quickly! Erebus shouted helplessly. The next second, the Order Usurping Prince's Beander characteristic appeared in Hobert's hand. Then, Hobert looked at Erebus and made a fist gesture. Whoosh! A sinister gale swept across this small island far from the mainland. The wind's speed was so fast that it even made a rumbling sound. Erebus showed a pained expression, standing still and unable to move. That gust of wind was actually Hobert instantly compressing all the air on the entire island around Erebus, forming a dense, air cage. Erebus wanted to escape using his Beyonder power, but found that all the laws and order around him seemed to be shouting, "Compress! Compress!" His distortion and alter were instantly replaced by compression. This made Erebus's eyes narrow, and he thought of the crown Hobert was wearing. This was the power of uniqueness. At the same time, he was very curious, what exactly was Hobert trying to do? Was he trying to crush him to death? Then this sanctimonious the creator would be too naive. He now had the status of an angel, would he be crushed to death? At this moment, a layer of somewhat illusory transparent gas appeared around Erebus. That was not some Beyonder effect, but the reaction of oxygen and hydrogen molecules under immense pressure. From being completely transparent before, it had gained a slight texture. Crack! Erebus heard the sound of his sternum breaking. His chest and abdominal cavities were immediately crushed, all his internal organs were squeezed out, and quickly turned into small stones under immense pressure. Erebus sneered inwardly. Not breathing, blood not circulating, could not kill an angel. Crack! Erebus heard the sound of his cranial cavity being crushed. As the pressure grew, Erebus was rapidly flattened. At this time, the physical pain did not have much impact on Erebus. His consciousness was still very clear. But Erebus, still unable to escape, began to feel a little fear, because he didn't know what Hobert was going to do. As Erebus was rapidly compressed to the size of a fingernail, his exterior was completely covered by a layer of gas that now had a texture. Until the gas was compressed to the size of a basketball, it became transparent again, but its volume was still rapidly shrinking. So hot, even the remaining consciousness felt hot, felt like it couldn't breathe. Ah, I can't stand it, so hot. So hot. At this moment, Erebus's position began to glow and heat up. The temperature instantly became so high that it ignited the surrounding trees and turned rocks into lime. Erebus and those gases had already become a point. Under sufficient high pressure and high temperature, finally, the process of nuclear fusion began. At this time, Erebus, tormented by high temperature and high pressure, felt countless light points passing through him. Those light points were like tiny knives, constantly cutting his spirit body. For a moment, Erebus felt the entire universe go silent. But in the next moment, high temperature and unprecedented bright light covered all his spiritual senses. Hobert, in mid-air, saw the intense light and high temperature of the nuclear explosion ignite most of the vegetation on the island, followed by a huge shockwave accompanied by a violent explosion sweeping across the entire island. The explosion made the entire island tremble. The subsequent shockwave's impact on the surrounding air caused the dust and smoke raised during the explosion to form a giant mushroom cloud above the island. Hobert curled his lips, revealing a smile. He took off his uniqueness and resealed it, while sighing, "It took about 15 seconds just now. I used the uniqueness to create a small nuclear bomb. If I completely assimilated the uniqueness in the future, I estimate I could create a nuclear bomb of the same yield in 8 or 9 seconds. But at the sequence 2 level, it would take at least 1 or 2 minutes to accomplish something similar." At the same time, Hobert covered the entire island with his spirituality, searching for Erebus. Finally, amidst the dust and smoke, Hobert found Erebus in a very strange state. After confirming that the opponent could not escape, Hobert returned to the real world and came to this island, which had just experienced a nuclear explosion, through the spiritual world. At this time, the entire island was still completely covered by dust and smoke. The tall mushroom cloud had disappeared, but the resulting smoke shot straight into the sky. Hobert raised his hand and used the ability of alter. The dust and smoke in front of him parted on their own, forming a cave in the dust that obscured his vision. All the plants on the island had turned into charcoal and dust, with some still burning, providing a continuous source of heat for the nuclear dust to drift upwards. Finally, Hobert found Erebus, whose head was suspended in midair. His body below the neck was struggling to form, but as soon as a new body was about to take shape, it became ethereal again and vanished into the void. Seeing Hobert, Erebus asked, "What exactly did you do?" His entire head vibrated continuously with every word he spoke, scattering wisps of dust. This made his head appear to be composed of a pile of dust, ready to disperse in all directions at any moment. Hobert pondered for a moment, pinching his chin, before saying, although I'm not a physicist, I can probably give you an explanation. Among the atoms that make up your body, many atomic nuclei aggregated during the nuclear reaction just now, forming heavier elements. This led to the collapse of the atoms, making them unable to exert electromagnetic and strong nuclear forces at the microscopic level. Those are the forces that bind microscopic particles like neutrons, protons, and electrons, so your body disintegrated, and it was a microscopic disintegration. Hobert looked at Erebus before him as if he were observing a fascinating experiment. Look, this is the product of the combination of the Beander and science. If you were an ordinary person, you would have been crushed to death at the very beginning, but because you possess the angel level, both your spirit body and physical body have undergone qualitative changes, which is why you can still converse with me here. Erebus pondered for a moment before asking, so, my physical body cannot be reassembled, right? Hobert smiled. Some of my previous experiments show that Beander power must also obey the rules of this universe. Unless you are a true god, you cannot reassemble. Then he asked, how is your spirit body now? Did your spirit body react at the moment of the explosion? Erebus glanced at Hobert and replied, I felt very hot, like being cut by thousands of small knives. My spirit body is quite special, so it reassembled afterward. If it were an ordinary angel, their spirit body would probably also be severely damaged. Hobert pondered for a moment, as if explaining to Erebus, yet also speaking to himself. The nuclear explosion process will generate high-intensity nuclear electromagnetic pulses, which will have a huge impact on most signals. And I heard a hypothesis that the spirit body is actually a complex signal source, and it's very likely that electromagnetic pulses were impacting your spirit body. Erebus didn't understand what electromagnetic pulses were at all, and he simply couldn't be bothered to understand. Let's cooperate. Hobert thought he had misheard. Cooperate. Yes, I will help you capture Truncest and Tamara, so you will have no competitors. Hobert chuckled. Truncest is indeed a bit of a headache, but Tamara no longer poses any danger to me. Erebus grinned. Actually, I had another purpose for seeking power from my main body this time, to utilize the main body's authority to help Tamara advance. Hobert was stunned, immediately realizing, has Tamara advanced to Order Usurping Prince? When George III had just fallen, Erebus had seized a portion of the Order Usurping Prince, Beander characteristic, and Hobert hadn't expected Erebus to give that characteristic to Tamara. Immediately after, Hobert vaguely guessed that Erebus might have been unable to continue advancing after swallowing the Duke of Entropy characteristic earlier. Yes, Erebus revealed a successful conspiratorial smile. Because there was no time to prepare the ritual, I thought of using this method to advance. The blessings and help of the Old Ones can replace angel-level rituals. You can also utilize this method. You are always welcome to pray to my main body for help. Hobert almost gave him the middle finger. That's the most malicious curse I've heard this year. Erebus ignored Hobert's teasing and continued the previous topic. How about it? Are you interested in our cooperation? Without waiting for Hobert to answer, he continued, Sequence 2 level enemies indeed pose no threat to you, but Sequence 1 level enemies are different. Even if you obtain the uniqueness and 2 Sequence 1 characteristics, it's very difficult to capture a Sequence 1 of the same path. If Tamara cooperates with Truncest, you will be in great danger before you become an King of Angels. Hobert looked at the head before him, furrowed his brow, and asked, what are your conditions? When you become an Old One, give Truncest's Hand of Order, Beander characteristic and Tamara's Order Usurping Prince, Beander characteristic to my main body. Hobert smiled. Forget it, I don't think Truncest will cooperate with Tamara. Erebus quickly said, just give me the Order Usurping Prince characteristic, but you have to help me get back the glass bottle that Aemon took. Hobert was about to refuse again, but the words on his lips changed, and he asked, why did Aemon snatch that thin-necked glass bottle? I don't know what he's specifically doing, but my spirituality tells me that the research he's conducting is extremely, extremely dangerous. Erebus said solemnly. Hobert smiled. Then you still informed Amon's avatar about my advancement. Erebus was instantly a little exasperated. Of course I wouldn't tell him. I won't trust any error, pathway, or beyonders from 2 adjacent pathways. Who knows where this guy heard about it? He just snatched my glass bottle as soon as he showed up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to risk swallowing a sequence 2-level Beander characteristic, and even if Hobert had used the power of the country of disorder to contaminate the order usurping prince characteristic snatched back from Ansett City, he could still have used the power of his main body stored in the glass bottle to eliminate the characteristic's contamination. Hobert nodded slightly. Research that is very dangerous for outer gods. Then I should support it. Sorry, I can't cooperate with you. You. Erebus was speechless for a moment. He paused for a few seconds before saying again, it's dangerous even for outer gods, so wouldn't it be even more dangerous for you guys? Hobert also suddenly became serious and said, when we first met, it was destined that we could not cooperate. He suddenly raised a hand, altering the microscopic strong nuclear force on Erebus's head, which made Erebus's head solidify again. Immediately after, Hobert used the utilize ability to accelerate the condensation of Erebus's Beander characteristic. As he had envisioned, the Beander characteristic began to condense from Erebus's shattered body, quickly taking shape. Hobert looked at this Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic, thoughtfully saying in his heart, originally, I had imagined that the essence of an Beander characteristic was a substance with special radiation. So it caused certain mutations in the human body, thereby allowing it to utilize the essence of the universe to a certain extent and utilize Beander abilities. Now it seems that this substance is very special and can violate many physical laws. This line of thinking was fundamentally wrong. Perhaps this is a substance that humans cannot comprehend, or a substance beyond human imagination. After all, human perception of the outside world is very limited, and those physical laws are summarized from a human perspective, and simply cannot explain Beander characteristics. Finally, he spoke as if concluding a phrase, this is mysticism. Then Hobert looked at Erebus again. Old ones are indeed lives difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. Just an avatar, even without any Beander characteristics, still hasn't died. Erebus's mouth twitched. He felt like he was transforming into a malevolent spirit, but because of his unique nature, this process was indeed much slower than for a normal angel. Hobert put away the Beander characteristic, grabbed Erebus's head, and distorted space to enter the spirit world. When he returned to the real world, Hobert arrived at a cemetery in the suburbs of Tingen City. Guided by his spirituality, he found Serena's tombstone. There were 2 withered bouquets of flowers in front of the tombstone, and some weeds had already grown around the tombstone and grave. Hobert waved his hand, and these weeds were pulled out by an illusory, distorted force, floating away into the distance. Then he placed Erebus's head squarely in front of Serena's tombstone. Teacher said he'd do it, and he brought this guy's head. Erebus had already seen the name on the tombstone. He asked somewhat uncertainly, does Serena have an unknown identity? No. Erebus asked again, is she your lover? No. Then why? Erebus asked, utterly confused, why would you refuse to cooperate with me for an ordinary person? Hobert looked at the head before him with a cold expression, the warmth between people, you will never learn it. This is your most pathetic aspect. As he said this, Hobert suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, and a muffled thunderous roar seemed to suddenly appear in his mind. At this instant, Hobert underwent a clear change. His expression became more nuanced, his body movements less stiff, as if he had suddenly become a different person. The next moment, Hobert understood. Just now, his humanity had triumphed over his divinity, allowing him to truly find himself again, no longer a cold soul merely playing the role of Hobert. Hobert showed a relieved expression and said to Serena's tombstone, thank you. Erebus was about to say something else, but Hobert stomped his head, crushing it, and simultaneously stopped maintaining the forces at its microscopic level. The head disintegrated into a pile of flesh-colored dust on the ground. Oh, right. Hobert seemed to suddenly remember something and took out 0 to 73, Death Domain from the country of disorder. The surrounding space immediately darkened, placing Hobert at the boundary between the real world and the underworld. He indeed saw that Erebus's spirit body already had some characteristics of a malevolent spirit, resisting the power of the underworld, wanting to remain in the real world and completely become a malevolent spirit. Hobert used 0 to 73 to open a large door in the underworld. Erebus no longer struggled, because after entering the spirit world, he could still become a malevolent spirit, but the probability of re-devouring an Beander characteristic was very, very small. But to Erebus's surprise, several powerful malevolent spirits emerged from the spirit world, tearing at Erebus's spirit body. No. Erebus's spirit body was quickly torn apart and devoured by several malevolent spirits, completely dissipating at the boundary between the underworld and the real world. Hobert drove those malevolent spirits back into the underworld, closed the underworld gate, and looked at Serena's tombstone, pursing his lips. There's a saying in my hometown, help someone all the way, see them off to the west. When it comes to sending someone to the afterlife, you must do it thoroughly. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. After completely eliminating Erebus, Hobert lingered by Serena's grave for a while before entering the spirit world again. Hobert did not return to Backland, but went to Longtail Island. Furs and April were having afternoon tea, and Hobert smiled. It seems I've come at just the right time. Furs, wearing a light, long dress, was slightly startled to see Hobert, who was all smiles. You. Hobert sat opposite them. What about me? Nothing. Furs felt Hobert's warmth again. April said with a hint of criticism, you should have come sooner. He should have come sooner to comfort Furs. After all, she contributed a lot in the previous war. I've been a bit busy lately, Hobert lied casually, took a sip of the tea a servant handed him, and then asked Furs, have the Earl's mansion and Governor's mansion rehired the servants? Furs smiled, they've all signed new contracts. April, however, said, in my opinion, what Longtail Island is doing makes no difference at all. Although employment contracts have been signed, some ill-behaved employers still won't respect their servants. Do you expect servants to accuse their own employers? Hobert patiently explained, Mother, some things are difficult to change all at once. Moreover, the role of law is inherently slow, it only functions by imposing punishment after someone commits a crime. But this step must be taken. Only with corresponding laws can servants have a basis when suing employers. As long as there is a first case, such cases will gradually increase, and servants will gradually learn how to protect themselves. At this point, he leaned back in his chair and said, what the government needs to do is give them basic fairness, not decide their lives. April thought for a moment before taking a sip of tea and saying, fortunately, I didn't enter politics, otherwise it would likely be a disaster. She did not continue the topic, but said, I am preparing for my sequence to advancement. There might be some danger during the advancement, so you need to help alter my state and grant some negative states away. No problem. Hobert first agreed, then asked, you're going to advance without fully digesting the potion? April replied, no, the summoning master potion was digested very quickly. To be precise, it was digested almost without any active acting. Hobert was slightly startled, then asked, your advancement ritual isn't well prepared. The ritual is also ready. April explained, the reason there will be danger is due to my own reasons, and the Beander characteristic I'm using for advancement is a bit special. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, I can help you obtain a life giver characteristic without too many mental residues. Shattering, 0 to 70, the creation bracelet would provide one. April, however, shook her head, currently, the Beander characteristic I'm using for advancement is the best choice. Hobert knew his mother had some unique traits, so he nodded, all right, I'll be there whenever you call. April finished the tea in her cup and stood up, saying, I've been here for several days, it's time for me to go back. She took Furs's hand and said, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. The two exchanged a few polite words, and April opened two hazy doors, entering the spirit world to leave. Hobert and Furs chatted over tea for half the afternoon, and a smile constantly graced Furs's face because Hobert had explained to her in detail about the curse on him, the process of his advancement, and the challenges he currently faced. Furs had been waiting for Hobert to voluntarily bring up these matters, and now she finally heard Hobert's description. In the evening, the two enjoyed dinner together and took a walk on the beach. That night, after some intimacy, they habitually began discussing serious matters. Furs told Hobert about the recent changes on Longtail Island. The factories in the industrial zone were fully operational, and industrial products from South Colson and Longtail Island had begun to be sold in large quantities to the South Continent. The South Balam Duchy was a huge market that could absorb the excess production capacity. Additionally, with the onset of the war, merchant and passenger ships had greatly decreased, and Longtail Island's trade with pirates had significantly reduced. However, Tutuja Harbor's income had not decreased, because the pirates who had previously made money were mostly living in this port, waiting for the war to end so they could continue their work. There was also something Furs found quite peculiar. Manager Todd of Earl's Light and Mr. Doffus both came to see me, saying that a group of LotM Air Force officers wanted to visit Longtail Island. "Let them come," Hobert said, stroking Furs's smooth back, "and treat them well." He took a deep breath. It's time to show the world the results of the reforms in Longtail Island and South Colson. This made Hobert think. The day after tomorrow, have the kitchen prepare in advance. I want to host Gairman Sparrow again. Furs agreed. Okay. As they chatted, Furs fell into a deep sleep. Hobert quietly gazed at the ceiling, habitually contemplating his next plan. For him, the most important matters currently were digesting the potion, preparing for the Sequence 1 ritual, and secretly constructing 9 secret mausoleums. In recent days, the potion had been showing signs of digestion, and Hobert planned to focus on the next steps of land reform and institutional reform in the South Balam Duchy for a period. Once the economic and political models of the South Balam Duchy began to operate normally, he estimated that most of the potion would be digested. Therefore, there was no need to actively create opportunities to digest the potion for now. As for the Sequence 1 ritual, it was not very difficult for Hobert. The ritual to advance to order usurping prince was to overthrow the rule of a country, or to establish a nation through rebellion. Within the established nation, create a system that goes against the common sense of this world, and establish a culture and order that are difficult for all people in the territory to accept. The point of overthrowing the rule of a country could be achieved by launching a full-scale attack on the Highland Kingdom after completing the internal reforms of the South Balam Duchy. Given the current circumstances, Hobert was confident he could destroy this country before the World War ended. This would be overthrowing the rule of a country through force. Even if he couldn't destroy the Highland Kingdom, Hobert could immediately declare the South Balam Duchy independent, thereby establishing a nation through rebellion. As for creating a system that goes against the common sense of the world, and establishing a culture and order that are difficult to accept, the process of digesting the Duke of Entropy potion would be equivalent to completing this part of the ritual. To be safe, Hobert would also, like with the residents of Longtail Island, forcibly make the local indigenous people and aboriginals of the South Balam Duchy abandon their primitive way of life and prohibit the worship of the bound god or certain wild gods. This would certainly cause immense chaos, and at this point, Hobert would need to step forward, create some miracles, and consolidate the faith in evil gods and wild gods onto himself. There were many benefits to this approach. He could utilize direct influence on their spiritual bodies and souls to help them quickly master the rune language and rune script, as well as the unique values of the South Balam Duchy. Additionally, this could let them know who their king was, which was equivalent to preparing in advance for the Black Emperor's advancement ritual. Finally, Hobert began to consider the construction of the mausoleums. This sounded difficult, but the ritual did not specify the size of the mausoleums. They didn't necessarily have to be built like pyramids or imperial tombs on that scale. This made Hobert recall what he had seen and heard during his previous work and the information he had read. He still had some experience with building mausoleums, as he had often dug them before. The difficulty of those 9 mausoleums was actually the point of secret construction. First, there needed to be anti-divination arrangements, and Klein could be asked for help with this. Secondly, it should not be visually detected, as it would be a large construction site, easily discovered. Regarding this, Hobert had 2 ideas. One was to utilize some abilities from the door pathway to hide the construction site in a secret realm. The second idea was to utilize the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway to forcibly alter and distortion the space around the construction site to achieve a hidden effect. Currently, Hobert could do both of these. The first idea could be achieved by using the power of 0 to 71, the box of the old days. However, Hobert ultimately decided to utilize the second idea, as it would be more secure. As he thought, Hobert remained sleepless until the latter half of the night. Listening to Furz's steady breathing, Hobert kissed her forehead, distorting the air and blanket, making them continue to embrace Furz as he did. Hobert then took the opportunity to slip away, and then altered the position and form of his clothes, instantly altering their position from the hanger and clothing stool, and their piled-up state, to being worn on him. Then, Hobert distorted space to enter the spirit world, arriving in the South Balam Duchy. Under the cover of night, he freely traversed his kingdom, searching for a location to build the mausoleums. He searched until dawn, when Hobert arrived in Anjou City to rest. As soon as he entered the command room, he found Archibald waiting for him, drinking tea. Hobert unconsciously smiled. Dealing with a seer saves a lot of time. I was just about to send guards to find you, but I didn't expect you to have already divined my actions. Archibald stood up and said, my spirituality just suddenly told me that coming to the command room at this time would lead to good things. Your spiritual perception is very accurate. Hobert sat down. I'm going to talk to you about your advancement. Archibald first poured Hobert a cup of tea before returning to his original seat. Hobert asked, do you know the ritual for advancing to Scholar of Yore? I've heard of it. What are your thoughts? Hobert took a sip of tea. After all, one has to be detached from reality for at least 300 years, making oneself a part of history. That's too troublesome. Archibald, I hope you can help me pray to the Creator for assistance. He then explained, first, for someone like me, who has been a half-sequence 3 for over 100 years, the Scholar of Yore ritual is not as important as it is for human beyonders. It can be completed through some clever methods. My idea is to ask the Creator to distortion and alter the information corresponding to me in the spirit world, thereby deceiving my own spirituality and the potion. Once the promotion is complete and the relevant information in the spirit world recovers, I will only be in a bad state for a few days at most. I just need to carefully get through those days. Based on Archibald's perception and observation of the Creator during the previous decisive battle, he believed that the Creator, with his current strength, could fully achieve this. Hobert slowly nodded. Having a smart subordinate was a very good experience. There was no need to help him solve difficult problems, he just needed to help him with his own ideas and provide assistance when necessary. Then he pondered for a moment. Currently, the Creator could fully achieve this while wearing the uniqueness. At the same time, he thought Archibald's idea was excellent. In many cases, a person's information in mysticism almost entirely came from the feedback of the spirit world. This was the theoretical basis of seer. For example, to seer a person's location, one would utilize relevant Beander power to query that person's relevant information in the spirit world, thereby obtaining that person's location. However, because the spirit world had no normal concept of time and space, sometimes one might seer that person's future location, or former location. The higher the seer's sequence, the stronger their ability to avoid such information interference, and the more accurate the seer result. Using this theory, when Archibald was promoting, he was only over 100 years old and had not detached from the real world. After he consumed the potion, the relevant information in the spirit world could not produce the correct feedback with the potion, so the promotion was likely to fail. However, if the information about him in the spirit world was altered, it could form the correct feedback with the potion. After the promotion was completed, such correct feedback would immediately collapse, but Archibald was naturally half in Scholar of Yore, as if he had already digested half of the Scholar of Yore potion. He could utilize this to offset most of the damage the potion brought to him after the promotion. These thoughts instantly appeared in Hobert's mind. He only considered it for a moment before saying, I can help you pray for the power of the Creator. You can start making preparations for your promotion. The implication was that he had a good chance of inviting the Creator to help. Archibald immediately stood up to thank Hobert. Hobert drank the tea in his cup and then got up and left. Back at the governor's mansion on Longtail Island, Furz had indeed not yet woken up. Hobert lay back down in his original position, rested for a while longer, and then woke Furz up. After confirming that she wanted to sleep a little longer, Hobert went to eat breakfast alone and returned to Backland. He did not return to the Earl's mansion but went directly to the Chief Financial Officer's office of Earl's Light. Audrey, wearing a simple long dress that still highlighted her good figure, had just arrived at the office and was about to hand a document to Susie when Hobert knocked and entered. Susie immediately retracted her paw that was reaching for the document. Audrey also casually put the document back on the desk. "Hobert, why are you here?" Hobert smiled and said, "I'll trouble our beautiful chief financial officer for a moment. Let's go out together." Audrey looked Hobert up and down. "All right." She stepped forward, took Hobert's arm, and the next second, both of them entered the spirit world. In the office, Susie looked at the spot where the two had disappeared. "They're out playing again, leaving me here to work." As it spoke, it stood up, took the document with its paw, and went to the small desk Audrey had specially prepared for it to work. The relevant content on this document was precisely the part of the work it had been responsible for. If an employee were to enter at this moment, they would only see this golden retriever sitting there in a daze, completely ignoring the documents in front of it and what it was doing. At this moment in the spirit world, Hobert said to Audrey, "Close your eyes, I have a surprise for you." "What surprise?" Audrey asked while obediently closing her eyes. The next second, the two left the spirit world. Hobert smiled and said, "The surprise is right in front of you. Open your eyes, ta-da." Audrey opened her eyes and found herself in a sea of flowers, surrounded by the chirping of birds and the fragrant scent of blossoms, with bees buzzing industriously. Because it was already winter on the North Continent at this time, and Audrey didn't particularly like going to greenhouses, it had been some time since she had seen so many vibrant flowers. She exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Hobert took her hand and led her to the end of this flower-lined corridor. Here, there was a not very tall pavilion. After climbing a dozen steps, Audrey's entire view was completely dominated by the sea. In the distance, the horizon merged with the sky, and she could see ships entering the port, as well as many seabirds hunting. Outside the stone pavilion was a wide beach, with waves gently lapping against the shore, allowing one's emotions to slow down and experience the beautiful side of the sea. "I really like the design of this pavilion," Hobert smiled. "You can't see the sea from the garden, but once you come to this pavilion, the view suddenly opens up." Audrey sat on the stone bench and looked towards the sea, saying, "I feel like I could sit here all day." Hobert sat next to her. "Then sit here all day." For the next 2 or 3 minutes, Audrey enjoyed the tranquility within her. She took a deep breath and asked with a smile, "Is this my seaside villa?" Because on the other side of the garden, there was also a 3-story villa, as well as a huge front yard and some accompanying bungalows. "Yes," Hobert smiled. "This is a spoils of war." This place was located in Lanagua Port, the capital of Milher Province. A warlord had spent 8 years building this villa. In the capital of another state, a large number of villas and mansions were also seized. Hobert selected 2 seaside villas from the spoils of war and gave them to Audrey and Furs respectively. All others were confiscated and became office locations for government functional departments. Audrey did not refuse. "This is the most delightful gift I have ever received." Hobert pointed ahead, briefly introduced the villa, and then accompanied Audrey in gazing for a while. He then proactively brought up another topic: "You should form your own work team." Currently, Furs already had her own team, whose members were either recruited from the territory or came from the Traveler Research Society. Some team members helped her observe the implementation of government policies, some were responsible for the finances of Longtail Island and South Colson, some were responsible for material allocation, some for agriculture and industry, and some helped her manage the Green Hill estate and other private properties Hobert had previously given her. They had no administrative power whatsoever. However, when Furs encountered problems in certain areas, she would consult relevant people for the information she needed. When working, Furs already had quite the demeanor of a queen. It was just that this queen started work a bit late. Hobert continued, "After we get engaged, you will, as my fiancé, help me manage some of the duchy's affairs, and at the same time, you will continue to be the chief financial officer of Earl's Light." Such a request made Audrey extremely happy internally. Managing some of the duchy's affairs meant that Hobert was actively binding himself to her politically and in terms of interests. She herself didn't care much about these things, but it would make her parents and family members feel Hobert's sincerity. Audrey asked curiously, "Which part of the work do you plan to have me responsible for? That way, I'll have a direction when forming my team." Under the influence of her upbringing in a noble family, She was well aware that it didn't matter if she lacked understanding in a certain field, she could consult relevant experts and hire professionals in that field to provide her with advice. Diplomacy. Hobert had long planned this. In the future, you will be the duchy's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I will provide you with a capable assistant, and you can recruit the other members yourself. In his vision, one queen would handle internal affairs, and the other would handle external affairs. Because Furs did not have many relatives, letting her help observe the domestic governance situation meant there was no need to worry about the power of maternal relatives growing. Audrey, on the other hand, had too many noble relatives. To prevent these nobles from influencing the South Balam Duchy, and to avoid making things too difficult for Audrey, she was made responsible for external affairs. Audrey did not think as deeply as Hobert. She smiled and said, I can already imagine myself easily guessing the true intentions of representatives from other countries when negotiating with them. Hobert followed Audrey's words, that's what I thought too. This job will allow you to maximize your abilities. Then he added, after our engagement, you will need to prepare to enter work mode. The South Balam Duchy will soon negotiate with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Helen will be responsible for this negotiation. You can go with her then to get a feel for the work environment. Audrey nodded, all right. She planned to ask her father, Earl Hall, this afternoon about what issues she should pay attention to when forming her team. Next, Hobert and Audrey discussed the course of the Civil War and the appearance of Beyonders from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church on the battlefield in Roquelier City. Hobert guessed that this was probably the Eternal Blazing Sun Church testing his bottom line, but overall, with the interests of Earl's Light as a bond, the two sides would cooperate around the principle of contending without breaking. After chatting for over an hour, the two returned to Backland to prepare for the engagement ceremony to be held at noon. Because this engagement ceremony was taking place during wartime, everything was kept simple to show solidarity with the kingdom, only adhering to the specifications of a normal ducal-level reception. Hobert was already eager to discuss the topic of the South Balam Duchy's civil war with the nobles. Although Hobert and Audrey's engagement ceremony was simplified, all the guests who were supposed to come were present. From the royal family, the Queen and the Queen Mother both attended the reception, giving ample face to Duke Christine and Earl Hall. If it weren't for the hindrance of aristocratic etiquette, Gowinton too would have wanted to attend and loudly praise Hobert's victory in the South Continent at the reception. The nobles attending the reception were mainly relatives of Earl Hall, or relatives of the Hall family. Basically, half of the nobles in the Lowen Kingdom were present. Christine's guests were simpler. He had few relatives in Backland and didn't want to contact the Tudor family, so he invited some comrades and colleagues. As for Hobert, his only noble relative was Christine, so he mainly invited the managers and shareholders of Earl's Light. As a result, those shareholders had already received invitations from Earl Hall or Christine, so in the end, Hobert only invited his confidant Lord Bradley, whom he had placed in the House of Representatives. Because it was a reception, there was no need for an opening dance. People immediately began socializing with their wine glasses. Hobert and Audrey didn't need much preparation, so they arrived around 10:30, simply changing into more formal attire. Today, they were definitely the protagonists of this reception, and as soon as they appeared, many nobles surrounded them. So Hobert began to boast. The Chief of Staff of the South Balam Duchy is very competent. At the beginning of the Civil War, he keenly realized that although the rebels outnumbered our army by 20 times, their combat effectiveness was not strong. The decisive battle plan made by the General Staff made me very satisfied. Hey, Earl Taylor, don't leave. At the previous ball, weren't you very keen to talk to me about the Civil War in the South Balam Duchy? Cough, 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 I'll continue to describe the excitement of this war. The battlefield we set was in a hilly area, which made it difficult for the enemy's numerical advantage to be displayed. On the day the war began, I personally led the soldiers to launch charge after charge. Hey, gentlemen, are you leaving too? I haven't even gotten to the exciting part yet. Those agents were chased by me, fleeing in disarray. Audrey smiled helplessly from the side, watching the nobles leave one by one with displeased expressions. Ultimately, during the latter half of the reception, not a single noble came to chat with them again. Earl Hall in the distance was also a bit helpless. If he hadn't known Hobert's capabilities so well, he would never have allowed his daughter to marry such a vengeful young man. For young people, seeking revenge shows their character, which is a sign of youth. But for nobles, it's not appropriate. Often, one must show their magnanimity. Towards the end of the reception, Archbishop Anthony personally officiated a brief engagement ceremony for Hobert and Audrey. Besides exchanging rings, Hobert also gave Audrey the prepared seal of the South Balam Duchy's Minister of Foreign Affairs. The nobles, of course, understood that this seal signified a political binding. In the future, Audrey would not only be the Grand Duchess but also possess real power in a certain field. However, seasoned politicians like Earl Hall had already keenly perceived that Hobert had no intention of allowing the nobles of Backland to influence the internal affairs of the South Balam Duchy. This made Earl Hall sigh inwardly. I have seen many people with talent in certain fields, but rarely those with talent in politics and governance. Often, this field requires continuous practice to find its tricks, but Hobert possessed a very high level without much practice. After the ceremony, the reception basically concluded. Although it followed the principle of simplicity, the status of the engaged parties meant it couldn't be too modest. Therefore, to celebrate the successful conclusion of the ceremony, there was also a banquet and a ball in the evening, officially ending the day's social activities. After 10 in the evening, Hobert was the last to leave Christine's residence, returning alone to the Duke's mansion by carriage. Although after becoming an angel, he wouldn't feel tired unless his spirituality was exhausted, he wasn't particularly keen on attending such boring events anymore. It wasn't that Hobert disliked receptions or balls, but rather that he couldn't connect with the nobles. Upon returning to the Duke's mansion, Hobert called Dophis to join him in the study. I have already sent a request to the Creator, and the Creator has agreed to help you digest the potion as quickly as possible, Hobert said to the stoic Dophis, habitually getting straight to the point. Dophis replied expressionlessly, "Thank you. The undying potion requires dying 3 times and resurrecting 3 times to be basically digested. Calculating based on 60 years from each resurrection to death, it would take 180 years to fully digest the potion. However, there are some tricky ways to speed up this process, such as altering the year of resurrection to bring about death earlier. This is similar to Archibald's alteration of the Scholar of Your Advancement ritual, and the effect is almost the same. Both involve altering one's age." Dophis had previously mentioned that his family's records stated that to digest the potion early, one either needed the blessing of the Pale Emperor or the help of the Order-killing prince. And Dophis apparently did not belong to the faction supporting the Pale Empress of the South Continent, so he preferred to wait for Hobert to advance before helping him digest the potion. Currently, if the Creator wears the uniqueness, he can perform more thorough distortion and alteration than the Order-killing prince. Each time, only 6 days of resurrection are needed to experience a death and resurrection. In other words, Dophis's undying potion could be basically digested in just 18 days. If not, then just do it again, it's only an additional 6 days. Hobert then asked, "How are your preparations for the ferryman advancement ritual coming along?" "When I became an undying, I already asked my family to help build the mausoleum," Dophis replied. "Currently, only the corresponding Beander arrangements need to be completed." Hobert nodded. "The merits you earned guarding Anjou previously are not enough to exchange for the ferryman's Beander characteristic, but I will help you apply for the characteristic in advance, and you can make up the merits after you advance." Dophis said dryly, "Good." Hobert was already accustomed to Dophis's way of speaking, and he continued, "After you become Sequence 3, you can go to work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Dophis was the helper Hobert arranged for Audrey. This arrangement was based on Dophis being a descendant of the Underworld Emperor and a member of the Aegis family, making him very knowledgeable about the various factions in the South Continent. In the future, when the South Balam Duchy's influence expands further north, it will inevitably deal with the remaining Balam Empire forces, and Dophis is the perfect candidate to interact with them. Dophis was very surprised by this arrangement. "I am not good with words." Hobert smiled. "Who says you have to be good with words to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? You will primarily be responsible for foreign policy strategy." Dophis considered for a moment before saying, "All right." Hobert then said, "Before you go to digest the potion, help me find a competent housekeeper." The next morning, Hobert went to Longtail Island again, having his servants retidy the pavilion where he had entertained Klein before. Once everything was ready, Hobert had the servants leave the governor's mansion's backyard, then took out LotM's magic book, and used its ability to summon historical projection, successfully summoning a bewildered Gehrman sparrow in one go. At the same time, lightning continuously snaked through the air in the forsaken land of the gods, dominated by black and dead silence. In the darkness, a solitary light moved unhurriedly. That was Klein. He was walking alone, as if he were the only one left in this world. However, it was best not to run into anyone. In the wilderness of the forsaken land of the gods, one would either encounter people from the true Creator Church or Amon's avatars. Suddenly, Klein felt something. He realized that the time he had agreed upon with Hobert had arrived, so he immediately entered the historical void. The moment Klein disappeared, Gehrman Sparrow's eyes on Longtail Island immediately lit up. "Please sit," Hobert said, knowing that Klein's consciousness had arrived. "I just altered and used your historical projection. If no combat occurs, this historical projection can last for 3 hours." He waved LotM's magic book in his hand. "It still has 2 more historical projection summoning abilities, enough for you to stay here for a day." Klein sat opposite Hobert. "It shouldn't take that long." Hobert poured him a cup of tea. "What did you want to talk to me about at the Tarot Club previously?" Klein's hand, reaching for the teacup, paused. He suddenly didn't know how to begin. After a full 4 or 5 seconds, he asked, Have you ever thought about going back after coming to this world?" Hobert thought to himself, "It really is about this." He replied, "Of course I have. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" After organizing his words, Klein asked again, "Then have you ever thought about why this world is so similar to the world before we transmigrated? For example, a year is also 365 days, a day is 24 hours. Hobert sighed theatrically. "You know the truth." Klein was a bit surprised. You realized this problem a long time ago." "No," Hobert said truthfully, "I only learned this fact after I advanced to an angel, and it was thanks to your help." "My help?" "Yes, you will know about this later," Hobert continued. "So what you wanted to tell me is that this place is Earth." Klein wanted to say something, but in the end, only a sigh remained. "It seems you don't really want to go back." Otherwise, he wouldn't have stated this matter so calmly. The disappointment in Klein's heart had always been hidden, never shown to anyone, but he had no concealment from Hobert. Hobert smiled. "I know that feeling. It's like a wanderer who has been away from home for a long time, always missing their hometown, and finally one day they can go back, but the hometown has changed. The green mountains and clear waters in memory are gone, the neighbor's little dog in the impression is gone, and the villagers have all become strangers." Klein took a sip of tea, leaned back in his chair, and said very calmly, "How did you get through that period of mental torment?" All along, Klein not showing these negative emotions didn't mean he didn't care about the matter. Hobert was his only confidant, so only when he met Hobert would he express his disappointment and helplessness. Every description from Hobert struck Klein's heart, making him think that Hobert had also been very disappointed about not being able to return home. Hobert didn't answer Klein's question, but instead said, "Let's go for a walk." Klein was momentarily stunned, not knowing what Hobert meant, but out of trust in Hobert, he immediately got up and followed. Arriving at Longtail Port, the port had become very lively, with bustling pedestrians greeting Hobert, some even offering their recent gains to Hobert. It was the kind of offering where they knelt on the ground, presenting it with both hands. Hobert ordered them to stand up before accepting their offerings. After a trip down the main street, Hobert and Klein were both carrying a large pile of tropical fruits like coconuts, as well as seafood like sea fish, shrimp, and crabs. Hobert led the way, and the two of them arrived under a deserted tree. Hobert handed Klein a mango. "Try this. This is a mango that has been improved by the Earth Mother Church. It doesn't have many fibers and is very sweet." Klein held it in his hand but didn't eat it. He watched Hobert wave his hand, and a gust of wind blew, bringing all the dry firewood around them to their side. Hobert built a fire pit on the beach, then lit the dry firewood and started to grill fish. He reached out towards the sea, grabbed a handful of salt from the seawater, and sprinkled it on the fish while asking, "Don't you think the people here are a bit too enthusiastic?" Klein took a deep breath. "That's because you govern well and protect their rights." Then he asked, "Is it because of the people's love for you that you came out of your despair?" "You misunderstood me," Hobert said with a smile. "Most of the people in Longtail Port have only recently moved here. They have one thing in common: someone in their family works as a streetwalker in Tutuja Harbor." Klein was stunned. This was indeed something he hadn't expected. "You should have heard that I recruited a group of streetwalkers in Backland. Because of this, I endured a lot of insults and criticism. At one point, even my butler, Doffus, stopped subscribing to the Backland Daily and the LotM Evening News." Hobert picked up a coconut and twisted it open easily. He took a sip of coconut water and said, "But every streetwalker here is grateful to me. It's said that they no longer believe in gods, but instead want to erect statues of me and worship me as a god. I rarely go to Tutuja Harbor, but Furs often tells me that she's been stopped by streetwalkers there, who express their gratitude while tearfully recounting their past tragic experiences, and finally offer their sincere blessings. Starting about 2 months ago, the streetwalkers used the money they earned to buy houses on Longtail Island and brought their families over. Compared to the east end of Backland, Longtail Port is paradise." Klein smiled with some relief. "You are the god who can help these poor people. The god of poverty." The two first looked at each other and smiled, then burst into laughter. After a few laughs, Hobert said, "Don't feel that you don't belong to this world. We have brought many, many positive things to this world. For example, your judgment of Capum, and your help to Fry's family. You have come to this world, and you have done something for this world, so your existence is meaningful to this world." Klein was stunned for a few seconds before silently peeling the mango in his hand and taking a bite. "It's so sweet." Hobert smiled and patted his shoulder. "Friend, that's because you've been bitter for too long." Klein suddenly stopped chewing, took a deep breath, and then said, "Thank you." Hobert said nothing, but pulled the roasted fish from around the fire pit. "Eat." Klein tasted it. "It's very delicious." "What's that saying again?" "Oh, right, the highest quality ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods." The two looked at each other and smiled again. Klein ate 3 roasted fish with excellent appetite. Hobert extinguished the fire pit, then used distortion to send the remaining fruit and seafood back to the governor's mansion, and then took Klein for a stroll in the fields, telling him about the current policies on Longtail Island. Many farmers working in the fields greeted Hobert in Rune language. Thanks to the continuous influence of the new mountain god, they have now basically learned some daily LotM phrases and more modern living habits. Klein exclaimed, "So, you've moved the Eastern system here." "Almost, but the situation is a bit different." Hobert explained, "Back then, New China was poor and blank, and it was constantly blockaded and sanctioned, making the process of primitive accumulation very difficult. But I took advantage of the capitalists not yet reacting, harvested a good sum from them, and then used the harvested wealth to quickly complete primitive accumulation." Klein smiled sincerely. This is the legendary god's perspective of a transmigrator. He asked again, "What do you plan to do after completing the primitive accumulation? Continue to develop in isolation, or implement a 5-year plan? In my opinion, capital is a force that can be utilized." Hobert also spoke for the first time about some of his future plans and policies. "Capital is more like an invisible potion. It looks glamorous, it seems to make people rich, and it can make civilization prosperous. But its essence is distorted and crazy. The human world needs it, but it also needs to control it. The problem with the North Continent countries now is that they let capital develop wildly, so their societies look very deformed. However, it's unrealistic to completely do without capital. This balance is very difficult to control. Regarding this, our country has made some attempts before, some succeeded, some failed. We have all been harmed by capital, but capital has not completely lost control. Those attempts are very valuable to me. In addition, from the perspective of the situation, the current situation is also very favorable to me. I can make a fortune across the raging sea, just like the United States during World War I. And artificially create a southward migration of talent and skilled workers, taking the opportunity to complete industrialization." Klein sighed. "Indeed, everything has two sides. War is an opportunity for many people." At this moment, a group of LotM gentlemen walked towards them on the field path. They raised their hands to greet Hobert from a distance. Through their polite exchange with Hobert, Klein learned that these people were LotM Air Force officers, invited to visit Longtail Island. One of them, a lord named Locker, said, "Grand Duke, this place is simply the divine kingdom described in The Revelation of Night. There are no counselors who only accumulate wealth, no arrogant nobles, and no rich people here. There are only farmers, workers, and soldiers. But there is still good order, and the people here can still become prosperous. Most of the officials here are sons of farmers and workers, with only a few noble children, but they are also approachable, and even explain to farmers how to dry manure. No, they are no longer nobles, they have integrated with this world and are competent officials." Hobert smiled and said, "Yes, nobles are dispensable here, but once this place becomes rich enough, there will certainly be some wealthy people, but they won't be able to do as they please." The other officers were also very excited, as if they had seen the ideal country they had always dreamed of. Currently, the northern continent countries are facing a conflict between the military and the nobility. The nobles need soldiers to maintain their status, but they do not want to share too many benefits with the soldiers. Locker and the others were the same. They hated the nobles very much, but they had to support them so that they could be a legitimate armed force. The relationship between the military and civilians and between the government and the military on Longtail Island opened their eyes. It turned out that soldiers, when they put down their guns, could help farmers harvest crops. To express their gratitude, the people would also send some agricultural products to the soldiers, but the officers had orders not to take anything from the people. Upon closer inquiry, they learned that the officers were all sons of farmers, shoemakers, and carpenters. It was said that their commander-in-chief, Seal, was once a cargo ship crew member. The soldiers were basically the sons of miners and farmers, mostly from Longtail Island, and a year ago, they were still slaves treated like livestock. The concept of soldier sons shocked Locker and his companions. The officers who came to Longtail Island were mostly from middle-class or slightly affluent families. In the surprise attack on St. Millen, they were sent to their deaths by the Air Force precisely because they had no noble backing. Now, the nobles of LotM no longer had fiefs or their own armies, but their influence was reflected in all aspects of the LotM countries. Previously, Locker and his companions had always complained that high-ranking military officials were hereditary, but they had never considered that there was actually another path. The military-civilian relationship on Longtail Island showed them another way out. After receiving permission to return to LotM to publicize what they had seen and heard on Longtail Island, Locker and others happily bid farewell to Hobert and continued their tour of Longtail Island under the guidance of the governor's mansion's foreign affairs staff. After they had gone far, Klein smiled and said, "This reminds me of public intellectuals and leading parties." Hobert also smiled. "I remember one of my teachers once said that the earliest leading parties appeared in the Han dynasty. At that time, the guides in the Han army were all Huns, and they were Huns who greatly yearned for Han culture. As you said, things generally have two sides. Since leading parties are so useful, why can't I utilize them?" Chatting and laughing, the two continued to stroll through the fields, discussing topics that only they could understand. After Hobert summoned Klein's historical projection for the second time, he took Klein to Anjou. It seemed a bit noisy here. Newly arrived immigrants needed to be settled, and many grassroots officials had lost their voices from shouting. Anjou's city walls had been dismantled, and the area around the fortress resembled a large construction site, with construction and repairs happening everywhere. Hobert, distorted, space and took Klein to a high mountain west of the St. Nose Basin. From here, Anjou was just a tiny dot. In the future, this basin, which currently seems to have little population, will be home to 800,000 farmers who immigrated from LotM, and about 300,000 urban residents. Hobert sketched out the future blueprint for Klein. Recently, food prices in Backland have risen again. With the development of the war, this international metropolis will certainly experience a significant food shortage. I have already arranged for people to buy food in the Rorsted Archipelago and the South Continent, and then I can utilize food to attract another group of immigrants. For LotM, they welcome my current immigration policy very much. These poor people are a huge burden in their eyes. And as the LotM Kingdom's front line on the Janai Southern Bank tightens, I have recruited a large number of skilled workers in industrial cities like Constance who are willing to bring their families to work in the South Continent. Hobert sighed. This is the advantage of having immigration space. It allows me to quickly supplement the population I need. Klein, on the other hand, exclaimed, 800,000. In that case, Backland will have no homeless people. No, there definitely still will be. Hobert said decisively, it's just that there won't be as many as there are now. Klein took a deep breath. I overlooked Lowen's system. Hobert then brought up another topic. What gives me the biggest headache now is the problem of transforming the local indigenous people. This place is rich in natural resources and suitable for crop growth, but like our era, it doesn't have a decent country. The people here are very short-sighted, which reminds me of the Mongolian princes in the early 20th century. Oh, sorry, when I recall some memories, I always like to utilize historical events as analogies. It's all right, Klein said with a smile. I'd love to hear about those past events. Okay, Hobert said. At that time, the Mongolian princes invited the Tsarist White Army to help drive out the Chinese army. As a result, the Tsarist White Army exploited Mongolia too much, so the Mongolian princes invited the Soviet Red Army again. Yes, you heard right. A group of nobles invited the Red Army, and after the White Army was driven out, the Red Army tried and eliminated all the nobles in Mongolia. Klein chuckled, there's such a thing. I can only say that the world is full of wonders. Then, Hobert put away his smile. The short-sightedness of a nation is a very terrifying thing. The people here are very short-sighted. They are heavily exploited and live very hard lives, but no one stands up and says, we cannot go on like this, otherwise we will perish. Hobert said seriously, since they have no plans for the future, I will help them plan. Spread our culture here, spread our values, and build this place to look like our hometown. In the future, when you miss home, come here and take a look. Klein trembled slightly with excitement. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down, and finally, with a slight tremor in his voice, said, I also want to join your plan. Hobert looked at the vast plains below. I hope that in the future, a large number of full church cathedrals will be built on the territory of the Highland Kingdom. No problem. Klein realized his slip of the tongue and explained, I mean, I will definitely report this matter seriously to Mr. Fool. Hobert then said, this is also the creator's idea, hoping to have deeper cooperation with Mr. Fool. Klein slowly nodded, also greatly agreeing with such cooperation. Hobert took a deep breath. How about it? Feeling better. Much better. Klein felt like he had a new goal, to build a red utopia with Hobert. It's time for us to eat. Hobert smiled. I had the kitchen make a few, Intis-style, dishes that I've modified. Klein understood instantly. How exciting. The two returned to the pavilion in the backyard of the governor's mansion on Longtail Island, where Furs was already instructing the servants to serve the dishes. The so-called Intis-style dishes included salads with scallions, ginger, garlic, and hot oil, though they also had another name, cold dishes. On the hot Longtail Island, drinking beer and eating a few cold dishes was very pleasant. The second dish was a meat soup with chili, Sichuan peppercorns, and other seasonings, topped with hot oil poured over minced garlic. Of course, it also had another name, boiled sliced meat. The next dish was fish that had been fried, then had a sauce made with sugar and vinegar poured over it. Its other name was sweet and sour fish. The fourth dish was tender chicken, boiled and cut into long strips, then dipped in a sauce made with vinegar, garlic, and other seasonings. Its other name was white-cut chicken. Hobert and Klein drank beer, ate these familiar yet strange delicacies, and chatted casually. After all the dishes were served, Hobert again had the servants leave the backyard. Furs knew they were about to discuss some secret topics. She had been internally lamenting the strange dining style of serving all dishes at once, but now she perked up, straightened her back, and listened intently. Hobert first, altered the propagation path of the surrounding sound waves, and then said, yesterday, I received an important piece of intelligence about the forsaken land of the gods from the Creator. Eamon is in a place called Chernobyl, searching for clues about his father. Chernobyl. Klein couldn't help but glance at Furs, but then remembered that even if he said the place name, she wouldn't know what it meant. This reminded Klein of a time he had courted death, when he used dream divination to see a scene where the ancient sun god seemed to awaken from underground. So he confirmed again, is it that place where the leak happened? Furs was originally very surprised that this conversation involved Eamon and the ancient sun god. Hearing Mr. World's question, she was a bit puzzled. Leak. Leak what? Hearing Klein's question, Hobert was slightly stunned at first, then immediately realized that because the creator had rescued Klein from Eamon so quickly, Eamon hadn't had time to tell him about Chernobyl. He first nodded and said, "It is that place." Then he added, "According to the creator, the ancient sun god awakened in that place." Furs instantly felt a tingling sensation in the back of her head, such high-level intelligence. Is it appropriate for me to still be sitting here? But having heard this much, she was unwilling to leave just like that, so she pushed her recent self-questioning to the back of her mind and continued to listen to their conversation. Klein was also very surprised. This matched his divination vision. After a moment of thought, he said, "I will go explore there." "You must be careful," Hobert warned. "There must be Amon's avatar there, and perhaps his true body is there as well." Klein nodded. "I will be careful." He planned that once he arrived in Chernobyl, he would first utilize his method of praying to himself to check with true sight. If Amon's true body was there, he would definitely be able to sense it. Then Klein asked, "When did the ancient sun god fall into slumber?" "I don't know," Hobert replied. "This is also what I find very strange. Waking up from such a place, could he have fallen into slumber a very, very long time ago?" Klein pinched his chin. "A very, very long time ago, the AD era. This coincides with my previous conjecture. Previously, when Eamon said that the ancient sun god described his ability as a bug, he had guessed that the ancient sun god might be a fellow countryman." Originally, Hobert wanted to discuss the topic of the ancient sun god with Klein, but it was clear that Klein did not know much related information, so he changed the topic. Klein also did not continue discussing this issue, only keeping it in mind to talk about it again after investigating Chernobyl. They chatted until past 2 in the afternoon. As the time for Klein's second historical projection summon was about to end, he was full and had regained his confidence, so he bid farewell to Hobert. The two shook hands, wished each other well, and the next second Klein disappeared, leaving only a wisp of air in Hobert's hand. This made Hobert suddenly feel a sense of loss. At the same time, in the forsaken land of the gods, Klein emerged from the historical void. He still held the summoned lantern, its light now shining on the surrounding ground, bringing a glimmer of brightness to this dim world. Looking at the dark space before him, Klein suddenly smiled faintly. He continued forward, but now his back was much straighter, and he looked much more resolute. December 1st, the southwest end of the Minsk Mountains. This place is located on the Janai southern bank, within LotM territory. At least for now, it still belongs to LotM territory. In the foothills of the Minsk Mountains, there is a peak called Mount Pendle, home to a famous winter resort hotel. The hotel boasts a huge ski resort and offers seal fishing, though that requires a more than hour-long sleigh ride north. In previous years, this hotel would have been fully booked with tourists by this time, and carriages going up and down the mountain would be coming and going, making it very lively. However, this year it was somewhat deserted, with only a few guests who were extremely fond of skiing staying there as in previous years. This was because the sounds of gunfire from the front lines could already be faintly heard at the hotel. The manager and staff, while marveling at how much those guests must love skiing, coming to ski even with war almost at their doorstep, were also somewhat anxious, wondering what to do if the war spread to the hotel. There were over 20 of these tourists in total. Some were very familiar with each other, chatting together at breakfast, while others ate alone in the corner. Around 8:30 a.m., after breakfast, they successively headed to the ski resort. However, the ski resort did not receive a single tourist. If one were to follow their footprints, they would find that all of them, in a tacit understanding, entered a small path midway and, in front of a rock formation, took out a stone key, pressed it against the mountain, and twisted. The cliff immediately became illusory, allowing one to step into the interior of the mountain. Inside the mountain was a considerable space with stone chairs and tables. The ceiling of the space was made of crystals emitting a soft glow, making it look like a large stone conference room. After the 20-odd tourists arrived, they greeted each other, revealing that they all knew one another. This was because they shared a commonality: they all had the surname Solomon. This was the annual gathering of the Solomon family. In previous years, they blended in with the skiing crowd and were inconspicuous, but this year they were somewhat noticeable. After half an hour of pleasantries, the conference room gradually quieted down, and everyone turned their gaze to Bunye, a family member seated at the head of the long table. He was the only demigod present. In previous years, Lien Solomon, the nominal head of the family, would appear once everyone had basically arrived, and sometimes Nastor, the king of the 5 seas, would also attend the gathering, but this year they were long overdue. Bunye, who looked about 50 and was dressed as a gentleman, said with some helplessness, "Last year after our gathering, the patriarch said he was going to Backland, and I haven't heard from him all year." Thinking of the widely rumored news of Nastor's death, everyone had a somewhat bad premonition. Thud. At this moment, a dull thud suddenly came from the direction of the stone door. Everyone immediately stood up. Bunye was just about to tell everyone to hide in the inner stone chamber. Crash! The stone door had already been forced open. Flying stones smashed towards the crowd, and 2 sequence members, who were too slow to dodge, were instantly crushed to death by the stones. Standing at the entrance was a middle-aged man whose body was perfectly symmetrical on both sides and whose skin was waxy yellow, looking like a wax figure. It was Tamara, who had already advanced to order killing Prince. The members of the Solomon family were about to flee, but they were deterred by the immense pressure from an angel of the same pathway, and one by one, they knelt before Tamara. Tamara said emotionlessly, "Nastor has been killed by me. Now I have come to take over the members of the Solomon family. You can either voluntarily join the Tamara family, or join as an Beander characteristic. Choose for yourselves." The Solomon family members' faces were ashen, and they all remained silent. "It seems I'll have to choose for you." Tamara suddenly raised a hand, and the air transformed into a sharp longsword, stabbing a family member to death. He chose to join as an Beander characteristic. Just as several Solomon family members were about to succumb to the pressure and join the Tamara family. Tamara suddenly looked towards the entrance. At the shattered stone door, a handsome and vibrant young man in a black trench coat suddenly appeared. With one hand, he tossed and caught a stone key identical to those used by the Solomon family members. "Looks like this key won't be needed." A cold sneer flashed across Tamara's face. This young man was Hobert. Duke Hobert's spirituality, of course, had already detected Tamara's presence there, and he wasn't surprised that Tamara knew about the Solomon family's gathering. After all, the king of 5 seas, Nastor, was killed by Erebus, and it wasn't difficult to tell from some of Erebus's actions that he had obtained a portion of Nastor's memories. Tamara must have learned about the Solomon family's gathering from Erebus and was preparing to come here to receive the Beander characteristic. Although Tamara had already advanced to sequence 1, Duke Hobert was not afraid of her. And Tamara was also very clear that Duke Hobert could utilize the power of the country of disorder. She had no confidence in killing Duke Hobert, so even after advancing, she had never gone to trouble Duke Hobert. At this sudden encounter, Tamara hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to make a move. Duke Hobert knew he couldn't keep Tamara and had no intention of making the first move. So, the two confronted each other for a few seconds, until finally, Tamara's eyes narrowed, and she slightly raised a hand, preparing to launch a probing attack. Duke Hobert immediately reacted. He tossed up the stone key, then grabbed left and right with both hands, summoning the Monarch of 100 Eyes, and the Holy Infant King, from the Nation of Disorder. At the same time, the space around Duke Hobert immediately fell into a vortex of chaos. He felt as if his spirit body and physical body were being torn apart by the chaotic vortex. All the eyes on the white of the Monarch of 100 Eyes, eyes widened, reproducing, a tall figure wearing dilapidated armor, holding a greatsword, and radiating the light of dusk. That giant figure raised its greatsword and thrust forward. A silvery white light flashed, piercing through the chaotic vortex in front of it. The infant in the Holy Infant King's womb suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Tamara. Tamara's shadow immediately rose from the ground, holding a black greatsword, and slashed at Tamara. Duke Hobert, meanwhile, hid behind these two angel-level tool men, extending the reproduction ability to let the aura of dusk and decay affect Tamara. At the same time, Duke Hobert amplified the attack power of Tamara's shadow. Clatter. The stone key that Duke Hobert had just tossed finally landed at this moment. Tamara grabbed the black greatsword that was slashing at her, and her shadow returned to its original state, lying obediently on the ground. She used the utilize ability to prematurely end the Holy Infant King's ability, allowing her shadow to return to normal. Immediately after, Tamara extended a hand towards the Monarch of 100 Eyes. The Monarch of 100 Eyes immediately fell into a state of rampage, slowly turning its head to look at Duke Hobert. Duke Hobert immediately realized that this guy was going to attack him. He quickly amplified his control over the power of the Country of Disorder. This tool man slowly turned back, and although it didn't intend to attack Duke Hobert, it also passively resisted, unwilling to continue fighting. This made Duke Hobert realize that rampage at the sequence 1 level would not only cause the target to fall into a state where it was difficult to form coherent thoughts but also lead to reactions like betrayal and passive resistance. Duke Hobert extended a hand and retrieved 073 Death Domain from the Nation of Disorder. Tamara's spirit body detected a hint of coldness, and the next instant, the surrounding scene abruptly changed. The original stone table and stone benches transformed into piles of skeletons and numerous wraiths. They launched wave after wave of attacks at Tamara's spirit body. For Tamara, this level of attack was akin to a tickle, but being in such an environment still made her feel somewhat stiff in her movements. At the same time, the Holy Infant King also launched a fallen attack on Tamara, which immediately made Tamara feel some very fallen thoughts, contrary to her own ideology, arising in her body. Tamara immediately raised a hand, altering the surrounding environment in the Holy Infant King's hostile target, making these two abilities temporarily treat Duke Hobert as an enemy. Duke Hobert immediately distorted the attacks of the Holy Infant King and the undead, sending these attacks back onto Tamara. The clashes between high-sequence beyonders of the lawyer pathway were like playing tennis, able to hit beyonder attacks back and forth. At the same time, Duke Hobert took out the Sun Scepter from the Country of Disorder. A sacred golden yellow light shone on Tamara, and the surrounding Death Domain trembled, causing Tamara's spirit body to be simultaneously subjected to scorching and chilling. Tamara gazed at Duke Hobert, then suddenly altered her position, leaving the battlefield. The brief exchange between the two angels allowed them to gain some understanding of each other. Tamara realized that even though Duke Hobert was a sequence 2 of the same pathway, he had the protection of the Nation of Disorder, making it impossible to suppress him on a conceptual level, and Duke Hobert could also summon at least 2 angel-level helpers at any time. Even without these 2 helpers, Duke Hobert possessed at least 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, so Tamara couldn't hope to harm him. And for Duke Hobert, even if he wore the uniqueness within the Nation of Disorder, he couldn't kill Tamara. In the real world, even if he could summon angel-level tool men, and even if he could utilize several Grade 0 sealed artifacts, he was still on the defensive in the fight against Tamara. After all, the helpers he summoned were at the Sequence 2 level, and the sealed artifacts in his hands were also at the Sequence 2 level. If the Monarch of 100 Eyes and the Holy Infant King were normal Sequence 2s, they might have been able to injure Tamara. But they were perfectly capable of tying down a Sequence 2, yet when facing a Sequence 1, their application of Beyonder abilities and reaction speed were insufficient. Their greatest utilize was probably as human shields. Immediately, Duke Hobert sent the sealed artifacts and tool men back to the Nation of Disorder, then looked into the stone chamber. By now, half of the Solomon family members had died or were injured. Aside from the 2 who were crushed by stones and the 1 killed by Tamara, everyone else died from the aftermath of the battle between the 2 angels. Some died from the attacks of the undead in the Death Domain. Just now, some died from the decay influence, reproduced by the Monarch of 100 Eyes, and some died from the scorching and purification of their spirit bodies by the sacred light. When the battle ended, they were about to flee, but Duke Hobert exuded angel-level pressure again, forcing them to kneel on the ground once more. Duke Hobert used distortion of space to make the stone key appear in his palm, and he smiled at the crowd, saying, "Lien Solomon has been killed by me. Now I will take over the Solomon family members. You can either pledge allegiance to me willingly, or pledge allegiance in the form of extraordinary characteristics. Choose for yourselves." Bounier and the others didn't react for a long time. Why did these words sound so familiar? But very quickly, they all expressed their willingness to pledge allegiance to Duke Hobert. After all, the battle just now had made them realize that this Duke Hobert was an angel. Many of them had seen Duke Hobert's portrait in newspapers, so they recognized this lone Duke. If it were just a sequence 3, they might have chosen to fight, but against an angel, no matter how they fought, they had no chance of winning. Duke Hobert swept his gaze over the dozen or so Solomon family members. You are quite sensible. In fact, he preferred to turn these people into Beander characteristics, which would be easier for him to control. However, out of respect for Lien Solomon, Duke Hobert decided to give them another chance. Although he hadn't dealt with Lien many times, Duke Hobert still greatly respected opponents who had their own convictions. Duke Hobert grabbed at Bounier and the others, extracting a trace of spirituality from each of them. You have half a month to bring all the Solomon family members to report to the Duke's mansion in Backland. My subordinates include Beyonders of the Seer pathway, who can easily divine whether all of your people have arrived. If one person is missing, I will kill one of you. Others might be able to escape, but I have already preserved your spirituality. You dozen or so cannot run away. Bounier paused before saying, many family members, we have already lost contact with them. That's your problem, Duke Hobert said. Why didn't you contact them earlier? He didn't give Bounier and the others a chance to bargain. Today counts as one day. If I were you, I wouldn't be bargaining here, but rather quickly figuring out how to contact your family members. With that, Duke Hobert vanished from the stone chamber. After a few seconds, the Solomon family members seemed to finally react, falling into deep despair. They had only attended a family gathering, so why would it bring such a great disaster upon their family? Bounier sighed deeply, recalling something that Patriarch Lien had said. We are in a very cruel Beander world. Seeking comfort now will surely lead to utter destruction in the future. South Balam, Rockley City. Today, the Bach family held a grand sacrificial ceremony in the wilderness. The altar was large and solemn. The tall Lawrence presided over the sacrifice. They first washed their hands with clean water, then placed the offerings on the altar, which was the blood-stained crown. The other family members knelt beneath the altar, praying devoutly. Lawrence first sat cross-legged beneath the altar, meditating to clear his mind, then, under the gaze of his clansmen, went to the altar to light candles, first chanting the honorific name of the Creator, then beginning to recite the prayer. Great, the Creator, thank you for lifting the Bach family's curse. You are our Savior, we worship you. We praise you. Upon uttering the honorific name of the Creator, everyone immediately felt the gaze of a deity. The people beneath the altar bowed their heads even lower, loudly following in praise. You are our Savior. We worship you. We praise you. After the prayer was finished, amidst sounds of gratitude, Lawrence began to offer sacrifices to the Creator. In midair, the bronze-shaped sacrificial gate opened, and the Creator took the offerings. Amidst everyone's gratitude and reverence, the Creator withdrew his gaze. Led by Lawrence, further acts of thanksgiving and prayer were performed, and the main part of the ceremony concluded. Next was to slaughter an ox, sprinkle its blood on the altar, and cut the raw beef to distribute among everyone. This was a gift from the deity. Everyone would usually carefully cook the beef they received and then share it with their families. After the beef was distributed, the sacrificial ceremony officially ended. One inconspicuous female family member, Stephanie, waited for her father to get the beef before returning to the tent together. She thought to herself, the current sacrifice is too simple. If we ignore that sequence 0 sealed artifact, they only killed a cow. Not to mention the second epic, even the third epic's sacrifices required killing 100 spiritual creatures at the beginning of the ritual. Just as Stephanie was thinking this, she suddenly saw a young man in Lowen-style formal wear appear on the road ahead. Stephanie, or rather Olnia, noticed that the young man's face resembled her own in the past, which immediately made her realize that he was a Truncest. The surrounding people immediately stepped forward to salute, some calling him God blessed, others addressing him as Duke. Duke Hobert glanced at Stephanie out of the corner of his eye. While politely greeting everyone, he found Lawrence, spoke a few words to him in a low voice, and then disappeared. Olnia had a bad premonition, and sure enough, that afternoon Lawrence found her and took her to the command center in Anjou City. Coming out of Anjou's teleportation array, she was startled by the mountains of supplies piled outside. Everywhere was busy, everywhere were chaotic crowds. She felt as if she had entered a noisy market, and it wasn't until she entered the command center that it became less chaotic. Arriving at the general command room, she saw Duke Hobert discussing something with several subordinates. When someone entered, they immediately stopped their discussion. Lawrence said, "Duke, this is Stephanie." Duke Hobert glanced at the plain-looking Stephanie. "You all go out first. I have some things to discuss with this lady." After only the two of them were left in the general command room, Duke Hobert poured her a cup of tea, then got straight to the point. "Is there any way to easily kill Truncest?" Olnia did not show any surprise. When she participated in today's sacrifice, she had already guessed that she might be noticed by the Creator. On the contrary, she would have found it strange if she hadn't been noticed. Before the ritual, Olnia had tried many methods but failed to avoid this sacrifice. If she further expressed unwillingness to participate in the sacrifice, it would also arouse suspicion. So Olnia simply stopped avoiding it. According to the information she had recently gathered, the blood race had cooperated with the Creator's forces. She believed that the Creator would not casually kill her. Olnia sat down gracefully, without any sophistry. The simplest way is to ask a true God for help. They can kill him very easily. Duke Hobert smiled. "Perhaps I should ask, do you possess a method to kill Truncest?" Olnia said, "No." Duke Hobert pressed on. "How can Truncest's summoning of the Justiciar pathway's uniqueness and sequence one characteristic be eliminated? Unless Truncest dies completely, there is no way to completely eliminate it. One can only utilize some methods to weaken Truncest's influence over the Beander characteristic, such as crushing the Beander characteristic, or having a true god seal the uniqueness." Duke Hobert slowly nodded, pondering for a moment before asking again, "Can the power of the Nation of Disorder corrupt the resurrected Truncest?" Olnia retorted, "Was he resurrected in the body of a Trensust family descendant?" "No, he was resurrected in the avatar of an outer god." Duke Hobert did not hide anything about this. "It's the same outer god who corrupted Truncest." Olnia replied, "It will have an effect, but not a significant one." Duke Hobert sat opposite Olnia, staring at her and finally asked, "If I threaten Truncest with your life, will he make some compromises or concessions?" "That depends on what kind of compromises and concessions they are." Olnia seemed not to perceive the threat in Duke Hobert's tone, still smiling. "If it's something other than life and Beander characteristics, he might make some compromises. But if it involves life and his return to godhood, then don't expect him." "Well, I think anyone facing a similar choice wouldn't compromise." Duke Hobert crossed his arms and considered Olnia's answer for a moment, then said, "Thank you for your answer." Then he said, "Next, you will be subject to the judgment and punishment of the South Balam Duchy." "Please wait a moment." Olnia thought she had misheard. "You want to justiciar me? And punish me? Do you even know who I am?" Duke Hobert pointed at Olnia. "No matter who you are, in my opinion, you killed a member of the Bach family, so you must receive the punishment you deserve." Olnia was stunned on the spot. How had the world changed so much now? Even if she didn't consider that she was once the Night Emperor's empress, just considering her cooperation with the blood race, she shouldn't be punished so harshly, should she? She thought for a moment before asking, "Is this the Creator's intention?" "You can think so." Olnia still couldn't quite believe it. Just because a member of the Bach family died. "Is that not enough reason to justiciar you?" Duke Hobert asked. "I don't care whether you resurrect or not. But resurrecting by killing others, specifically, by killing your own descendants, did you not consider that such an act would be judged?" Olnia took a deep breath. "Young man, you are too naive. This is the Beander world. Many gods' resurrection methods are far beyond your imagination. Are you going to justiciar all of them?" Duke Hobert said seriously, "If I possessed the corresponding power, and if they were not my allies or close to me, I would justiciar them one by one. Your judgment is clearly very unfair. This is the Beander world." Duke Hobert reminded her with her own words, "This world is inherently full of unfairness. Why should I provide fairness to this world? Lawyers are just that double standard." Olnia suddenly smiled. "The world has truly changed." She asked, "After you justiciar and punish me, what then?" "If you die, I will bury you with the rights of an ordinary Bach family member. If you don't die, I will consider handing you over to the blood race," Duke Hobert said calmly. This once again exceeded Olnia's expectations. "You actually plan to hand me over to the blood race?" She was a bit confused now. Was the creator in a cooperative relationship with the blood race, or were they enemies? If she returned to the blood race, wouldn't it cause conflict between the two sides? Duke Hobert did not answer Olnia's question. Instead, after lifting the alteration on the surrounding environment, he called Angus in to take Olnia for judgment. He also told Angus that he could apply to utilize the 0 to 73 death domain to punish the target. Helen completely lost her temper after seeing Audrey. Initially, Helen thought she couldn't arouse the Lord's desire because of Furza's good figure, but after seeing Audrey, Helen realized that Duke Hobert was immune to beauty because he had known Audrey for a long time. Audrey was clearly wearing just a simple formal dress, but her temperament and beauty made the outfit appear very valuable, making Helen and the other demonesses feel a bit insecure. Especially after learning that Audrey was not a Beander of the demoness pathway, Helen was completely convinced. After Audrey took her place, the negotiation team officially departed. The negotiation location between the South Balam Duchy and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was finally chosen to be Fenaport City. This was Apton's suggestion. Currently, the Earl of Light is expanding its business in the Fenaport Kingdom. For now, only Fenaport can be considered a neutral country. Audrey, accompanied by Helen and other Poison Thorn Army members, arrived at a summer resort in the northern part of Fenaport City using travel. Since it was winter, the summer resort had no other guests besides the two negotiating parties. After the previous defense battle of Roquelaire City ended, Duke Hobert ordered the Intis Republic's Earl of Light to suspend all sales to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church then initiated this negotiation, hoping to resume cooperation. Considering that most of the business clients in the Intis Republic were followers of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and that the church had always provided a certain degree of protection to the Earl of Light, to some extent preventing the Intis Republic's liquidation of the Earl of Light. Therefore, Duke Hobert agreed to this negotiation. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church also sent a demigod, but Audrey, who had already advanced to Sequence 5, easily deciphered from the expressions and body language of this unshadowed that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had other objectives besides hoping to continue cooperation with the Earl of Light. Audrey immediately recalled Duke Hobert's speculation, believing that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's other objective should be to retrieve the Beander characteristics, including one unshadowed. After Helen clarified the other party's intentions with Audrey's reminder, she very strongly stated that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church must publicly apologize to the victims of the Roquelaire City battle. It was difficult for a true God church to issue such a statement. After 3 days of negotiations, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church finally made some concessions, stating that they would publicly express their apology and continue cooperation with the Earl of Light. Duke Hobert agreed to return the obtained Beander characteristics of the Bard pathway, but the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had to exchange them for twice the amount of Beander characteristics of the same sequence from the Lawyer or Justiciar pathways, or sealed artifacts. After Helen and the Unshadowed reported to their respective angels, the relevant agreement was immediately signed, and the negotiation concluded successfully. As soon as Audrey returned to Backland, Duke Hobert paid a visit to congratulate Audrey on successfully completing her first diplomatic mission for the South Balam Duchy. The two of them chatted about the negotiation process while drinking afternoon tea. Audrey asked somewhat strangely, "Hobert, why didn't both sides tacitly agree not to attack each other in the future?" This is both sides' consideration of the current situation. Duke Hobert explained with a smile, "The South Balam Duchy will definitely expand south in the near future, and conflicts with the Intis Republic will be unavoidable then. At the same time, conflicts with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church are inevitable, and cooperation between the two sides in the North Continent must continue. The lack of any agreement regarding the future indicates that both sides tacitly accept the South Continent conflict, North Continent cooperation model." Hobert came to Audrey today to discuss the precautions of diplomatic work. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued to Audrey, "Don't be fooled by the international relations in the newspapers. The real cooperation models and interest transactions will not be published in newspapers, and very few people even know about them. For example, this negotiation with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, which seems to be an ice-breaking negotiation, is actually standardizing the routine negotiations that will follow. After conflicts between the two sides in the future, it will no longer affect the cooperation in the North Continent, but there must be a convention for exchanging Beander characteristics to prevent the Beander characteristics of both sides from flowing out. Audrey, having been immersed in a noble family since childhood, immediately understood, if both sides want to reclaim their own Beander characteristics, they will exchange them one. But like this war, the South Balam Duchy achieved victory and captured many Beander characteristics from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, while in the case of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's defeat, they need to exchange double the Beander characteristics. Hobert smiled and nodded, that's roughly the idea. But Audrey still had some questions, but I still find it a bit hard to accept a model of fighting and cooperating at the same time. Wouldn't it feel very disjointed? All relationships between organizations, to put it plainly, are about the struggle and distribution of interests, Hobert further explained. Negotiation, war, confrontation, and cooperation are all means to compete for or divide interests. Just like in the Intis Republic, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Earl's Light have common interests, so they can cooperate. And in the South Continent, because there are conflicts, there is fighting. But the conflict in the South Continent is not so great that it requires sacrificing relevant interests in the North Continent, so it's very simple, fight and cooperate at the same time. Hobert said seriously, never polarize diplomatic negotiations into peace or war. Neither peace nor war is the main battlefield of diplomatic negotiations, your main battlefield is between peace and war. And the core of your work is actually the division of interests. Audrey felt greatly inspired, and immediately had a very clear understanding of her upcoming work. 3 hours later, at the Earl Hall's family dinner table. After listening to Audrey's description, Earl Hall was surprised at first, but then quickly felt it seemed very reasonable. Hobert has a very clear understanding of the purpose of diplomacy. Audrey held a spoon and asked, but father, I have consulted many experts in the field of diplomacy during this time, why has no one described my work as clearly as Hobert? Earl Hall first took a sip of wine before smiling. Currently, only 2 diplomats in the entire North Continent are recognized as true diplomats. Audrey was very happy. Clearly, Hobert had received high praise from her father. Just then, Earl Hall's secretary, led by the butler, entered the dining room. Excuse me, everyone, for interrupting your meal. Then the secretary added, Mr. Earl, the Prime Minister just called and asked you to come over immediately. Earl Hall wiped his hands with a napkin as he stood up. All right. After leaving the dining room, he asked the secretary, is there something urgent? The secretary took a deep breath. The defense line on the Janai southern bank has fallen. The northern part of the Rune Kingdom was hit by a blizzard, and the industrial city of Constance seemed to turn into a white city overnight. As the sound of gunfire got closer and closer to the city, it was now in chaos, with refugees everywhere on the streets, and the thick snow was compacted and became very slippery. Accidents and arguments often occurred due to slipping or uncontrollable sliding. At the same time, the entire city had almost no public order, with thieves and robbers rampant. On the noisy and crowded street, a young man in a suit, dressed as a manager, suddenly stood on a barrel and shouted, "Are there any steelworkers? Our factory is recruiting steelworkers, and workers who can operate the Connecticut 15 steel production line are preferred. As long as you complete the application, we will send you and your family directly by carriage to the new factory in southern Backland. And we provide work meals, staff dormitories, and families can also live in the dormitories, with a weekly salary of 1 gold pounds and 8 sous. Before the manager could finish shouting, he was already surrounded by applicants. This recruiting manager was, of course, from the Earl's Light, and the heavy industrial center built in the South Continent encountered an awkward problem. The equipment purchased earlier was too advanced, and many workers were not very familiar with how to utilize it. Just as the manager mentioned, the Connecticut 15 steel production line is currently the most advanced steel production line in the Rune Kingdom and even the entire world. Only a few large steel mills in Constance City have a large number of skilled workers who can operate this production line. If it weren't for the fall of the front line on the Janai southern bank, the Earl's Light would have difficulty recruiting such skilled workers. Now it's good. With a shout on the street, the salary is not very high, but in just about 3 minutes, more than 100 qualified workers came to apply. Because the conditions offered by the Earl's Light, or rather, the South Balam Duchy, seemed to be prepared for these fleeing workers. Carriage transport to the new factory, and also including food and accommodation. You should know that the price of renting a carriage in the city is ridiculously high now. Just leaving the city costs 10 gold pounds. Train tickets and carriage tickets have been scalped to exorbitant prices, and even if ordinary workers spend all their savings, it is difficult for their entire families to leave the city by these means of transport. Workers could only flee with their families carrying luggage, but due to the congestion on the roads, they were already exhausted before even leaving the city. In addition, it is said that some bandits are already waiting outside the city, just waiting for people who cannot afford tickets to deliver themselves. At this time, the manager was shouting again, "Are there any workers who can operate various machine tools produced by Box Company?" Just being able to operate any one of lathes, milling machines, boring machines, drilling machines, or grinding machines is fine. Across the street, in the Haston Grand Hotel, Hobert sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the manager shout energetically, watching the workers eagerly sign up, watching the confusion and helplessness on people's faces, and watching the children's innocence or loud crying. Today, on every street in Constance City, there was a manager recruiting people. Those who successfully applied would be immediately taken to a large, under-construction power plant in the suburbs. There, bread, hot soup, and hot water would be provided. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, people from the South Balam Duchy government would utilize the newly built teleportation array there to directly send the workers to the South Continent. Upon arriving in Crowley City, after showing them the working environment, they would then be told that they were already in the South Balam Duchy, which was indeed south of Backland, just a bit too far south. If they had directly mentioned job opportunities in the South Continent, the workers would probably have mistaken the recruiting managers for human traffickers. Hobert smiled. This can be considered a benevolent lie. At this moment, Todd, looking somewhat tired, knocked and entered. "Grand Duke, it's settled. It cost 13,000 gold pounds. Very good." Hobert poured him a glass of red wine. "Take a break, there's another negotiation in a while." With the fall of the front line in the southern Intersea, Hobert seized the opportunity to extensively recruit various skilled workers in the industrial zone of the southern Intersea. This even created a very peculiar phenomenon. In the major industrial zones and urban areas of several industrial cities, people were bustling, while at train stations, long-distance carriage stations, and on roads leading to major southern cities, there were no signs of congestion. At the same time, Hobert led the management team of Earl's Light, carrying large amounts of cash, to acquire factories, land, real estate, and so on, several days in advance. For example, a certain energy magnate had planned to build a huge power plant in Constance, along with supporting light bulb factories and wire factories, etc. The initial investment exceeded 200,000 gold pounds, but Todd acquired it for 12,000 gold pounds. Although the power plant and various factories were not yet completed, they were almost built. Hobert only spent about 1/15 of the price during peacetime to complete the acquisition. In recent days, Hobert's team spent around 3 million gold pounds, almost buying half of Constance. It's not that no one saw through Hobert's trick. Those who sold land and factories knew that Earl's Light was taking advantage of the situation, but they were still willing to sell their properties. Because in such chaotic times of war, only having gold pounds in hand brings peace of mind. In times of crisis, a stack of gold pounds might save one's life, while a land deed would be useless. Additionally, the speed of the Rune defense line's collapse exceeded people's expectations, coupled with the Intis Republic's declaration of war on Rune. Wealthy individuals generally lost confidence in the Rune Kingdom, feeling that it would be difficult to return to Constance to manage their properties, so they simply sold these properties. Of course, there were also some venture capital firms that, like Hobert, came to acquire real estate, but they did not dare to acquire as much as Hobert, nor would they pay as readily as Hobert. The reason is simple. Rune soldiers have already begun organizing defense lines in industrial cities, reportedly to continue resisting in these cities and engage in street fighting with the enemy. Then, in the upcoming war, the acquired factories are very likely to become ruins. For them, even if the Rune army could fight back, such ruins would be difficult to sell. Back in the Haston Grand Hotel room, Todd drank the red wine in one gulp. He smiled and said, "As of now, our total investment in power in the Janai Southern Bank Industrial Zone has only cost 120,000 gold pounds. If it were peacetime, it would cost at least 2 million gold pounds to complete an investment of this scale. It's as if someone helped us choose the factory site and plan the production scale. When the factory was almost completed, it was delivered to us at an extremely low price. Of course, the premise of all this is that the Rune Kingdom can fight back in the future, otherwise these lands and factories will all be spoils of war for the Faesak Empire, and, Earl's Light, would be like acquiring a stack of waste paper." But Todd had great confidence in Hobert's judgment, because it had been proven more than once that Hobert's judgment was very accurate. Earlier, when those energy magnates bought the technology to build power plants from Earl's Light at high prices, and when they built factories on a large scale in northern and western Rune, Todd had been worried about it. Now it seems that the ultimate winner is Earl's Light, first making a hefty profit from patent fees, and then acquiring power plants and supporting factories at low prices. Now, they are just waiting for the war to end, to rebuild the factories, and once they are operational, Earl's Light will have no rivals in the entire North Continent. It is highly likely that Earl's Light will immediately become a billion gold pounds level super large enterprise after the war. Hobert smiled when he heard Todd's compliment and said, "We also have to take great risks and draw cash from Earl's Light." Todd could tell that Hobert's words were purely polite. This Grand Duke was very confident that he would gain 10 or even dozens of times the profit in the future. So Todd said, "That won't happen. Duke Grain Store provides a lot of cash to Earl's Light every day." Duke Grain Store was a grain company just established in Backland at the beginning of December. On its first day of selling grain, its stores were packed with bakeries and food processing workshops. Because the grain price at Duke Grain Store was only half of the current grain price in Backland, these food-selling workshops and many ordinary citizens used all their gold pounds to hoard grain. Currently, the grain price in Backland has quadrupled compared to before the war, which means that even half of the current grain price is still twice the pre-war price, which is definitely a huge profit for Hobert. After all, these grains came from the Rorstad archipelago, from the South Continent, and were very cheap. They were also transported to Backland via a teleportation array, so the transportation cost was not high. On the first day of business, it was mostly small workshops buying grain, and on the second day, some food companies and noble housekeepers came to discuss large transactions. On the third day, several major grain merchants, introduced by Lord Bradley, found the Duke's mansion, hoping that Duke Grain Store could respect the current state of the grain market and asked Hobert not to disrupt the grain market any further. Hobert replied, "You are very right. We should indeed respect the grain industry. Tomorrow, I will have the grain store lower prices." The grain merchants were all dumbfounded. Didn't they express themselves clearly? Why would he lower the price even more? On the fourth day of business, Duke Grain Store did not lower its prices, but several major grain merchants also joined the ranks of buying grain. Their intention was simple: buy all the cheap grain from Duke Grain Store, and then only high-priced grain would be left on the market. The commercial war between Earl of Light and the gas industry had only ended a few months ago, and these grain merchants originally wanted to continue discussions with Hobert. However, Hobert's engagement to Audrey made many nobles secretly resent Hobert. So they secretly contacted the grain merchants, offering to fund them and making some political promises, just hoping they would make Hobert bleed. Thus, these grain merchants prepared to fight a grain war with Hobert, almost buying up as much grain as the grain store released. However, Duke Grain Store has been open for more than 10 days, and currently, the grain supply still seems very abundant. It was precisely because of the strong support from these grain merchants and nobles that Todd had the confidence to acquire real estate on a large scale. Otherwise, with only the previously prepared 10 million gold pounds, Todd would have reserved a large portion of the funds to acquire power plants, wire factories, and other factories under construction in northern and western Loan, in order to complete the power layout for Loan. He would never be as extravagant as he is now, having spent 3 million gold pounds in Connaught alone. Hobert stayed on the Janai southern bank for about a week until the Fursak army reached the outskirts of Constance before he returned to the South Continent to continue overseeing the land reform and institutional reform of the South Balam Duchy. These two reform measures have currently allowed Hobert to digest half of the potion. As the reforms enter their final stage, he can only wait for the next opportunity to digest the potion. However, with the wave of immigration and the large-scale construction starting in various places, Hobert believes that the potion will continue to be digested. In addition, new policies will be continuously introduced in the future, which will serve as Hobert's acting and also help him consolidate his state, killing two birds with one stone. Currently, Hobert's focus has been placed on building his first mausoleum. He plans to utilize a natural cave for this tomb, building it inside the mountain. And the people building the mausoleum are the rebel prisoners from the previous civil war. Hobert had Angus interrogate them. Those who had killed people outside the battlefield or committed extremely heinous crimes were all sent to build the mausoleum. Because Hobert did not intend for these people to live after the mausoleum was built, he interrogated them first but did not pass judgment. Once the mausoleum was completed, he would immediately execute them. After the interrogation, the team building the mausoleum immediately gained more than 20,000 laborers. Among them were many Beyonders, but they did not receive special care or amnesty and still had to do hard labor. In fact, their workload was even greater. And on the outside of the construction site, Hobert directly wore the uniqueness in the country of disorder, and created a layer of chaos, state, wall. Because the wall is of a very high rank, it would be difficult to discover this place unless one is at the level of a true god. But very quickly, the construction of the mausoleum encountered a very awkward problem. The construction site simply couldn't utilize that many people. So Hobert immediately began to look for the location of the second mausoleum. Just then, he received a report from his subordinates that the special envoy of the LotM royal family was coming to visit the South Balam Duchy. Princess Alice of the LotM royal family was appointed as a special envoy by her brother, Gowinton II, to visit the South Balam Duchy. Accompanying this distinguished princess was Georgina, the Director General of Military Intelligence Section 9. This delegation also included many diplomats, a team of guards, and reporters from various newspapers. When departing from Backland, reporters from various newspapers were informed by diplomatic personnel from the South Balam Duchy that they could not report or disclose the method of travel to the South Continent. They also had to sign a confidentiality agreement, only being allowed to report content approved by the South Balam Duchy. Of course, the reporters were very resistant to such demands, but at the request of Princess Alice, these reporters reluctantly signed the agreement. After the delegation departed, when these reporters saw the magical teleportation array, all their dissatisfaction was appeased. How to report about the teleportation array? Would anyone believe it if they reported it? So when the diplomatic personnel of the South Balam Duchy asked them to write in their reports that they arrived in the South Balam Duchy by airship, the reporters smilingly agreed wholeheartedly. The person receiving this high-level delegation was the newly appointed Foreign Minister, Audrey. Currently, with the help of Earl Hall and Hobert, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs already has a framework, and receiving foreign guests and holding talks are no longer a problem. Audrey did not arrange for Alice and her group to stay in Anjou. Although it was the capital of the South Balam Duchy, it was currently a large construction site and immigrant transit center, looking very chaotic. She arranged the delegation in Lanagua Port, the capital of Milher province, where there were several villas left by the former colonial army or local nobles. Audrey arranged them in one of these villas and held a grand welcome banquet that evening. Among those attending the banquet were dignitaries such as Conrad and Donna, as well as several military officers like Seal. Because the Civil War had just ended not long ago, many members of the Rose School of Thought were still lurking in various parts of the South Balam Duchy, so Eliot's Morning Dawn Army was brought in to ensure the safety of the delegation. Although most of the main figures of the South Balam Duchy were present, Hobert was conspicuously absent. Audrey's reason was, the Grand Duke went out for an inspection. But Alice and Georgina both knew that even if Hobert was inspecting far away in the Rorstad archipelago, he could still return before the banquet began if he wanted to. However, neither of these special envoys felt slighted. After the victory of the Civil War in the South Balam Duchy, Hobert's political status in LotM was second only to King Gowinton II, and he was fully qualified not to attend the reception banquet. The next day, the activity Audrey arranged for the delegation was a visit to Longtail Island. The two ladies had a tacit understanding, Furs, yawning, came to the villa to pick them up, and Audrey did not show up. When they saw the bustling crowds at Longtail Port, the neat wheat fields and rice paddies, and the endless rubber trees, the officials and reporters of the delegation were somewhat shocked. Because according to the descriptions of some Loan people who had lived there, this island was wild and backward, and the natives didn't even wear clothes. However, the brick and tile houses scattered in the fields, and the sleeveless shirts and shorts worn by the natives, all proved that those descriptions were completely rumors. At this time, Furs personally explained to Alice and her group, "The dam you are standing on is called Earl's Dam, by the locals and was built when Hobert was still an earl. Don't be fooled by the small size of this river. During the rainy season, the river will overflow its banks, and the surrounding villages will be submerged." At that time, the natives on both sides of the river didn't build houses, only straw huts, because even if houses were built, they would be washed away during the rainy season. Then Furs introduced the main and branch canals built along the dam, forming a very scientific irrigation system. After Furs finished her eloquent introduction, Alice smiled and said, "You seem to know a lot about this irrigation project." "Yes," Furs said proudly, "this project was supervised by me. After completing one project, I'm already half a hydrologist." Alice was slightly stunned, feeling as if something was not quite right. After visiting the irrigation system, Furs accompanied Alice to meet the local town mayor. The mayor was a thin, dark-skinned young man, wearing the uniform semi-sleeved shirt and trousers of a civil servant. He looked energetic, especially his eyes. Everyone could even see the light in his eyes. The mayor smiled gracefully and said to Alice, "Your Royal Highness, I didn't expect to see you here." While Alice was in a daze, Georgina had already recognized him. "Adrian, are you Adrian?" "Yes, Your Grace." Alice recalled that the person in front of her indeed resembled a distant relative of the royal family, but in Alice's impression, that was a fat man, always timid and with a tiresome blank look in his eyes. The next moment, Alice finally realized what was wrong with this island. The people here all had excellent mental well-being. There were farmers laughing loudly on the field ridges, the Duchess herself participated in a small irrigation project, and a self-abasing fat man had transformed into a confident and sunny young man. Alice suddenly said, "This is truly a wonderful place." The luncheon took place at the governor's mansion. At the beginning of the banquet, Furs talked about Longtail Island's unique fruits with the special envoy and main officials of the delegation. However, the special envoy, Alice, hadn't quite recovered yet. She was still thinking about her earlier meeting with Adrian. At that time, the mayor spoke eloquently about how to prevent wheat diseases, which left everyone stunned because they only learned today that wheat could also get sick. Alice couldn't understand what Adrian had gone through. Why had such a big change occurred? Lost in thought, she casually ate a piece of pineapple. The reaction of her taste buds made Alice pause slightly. The flesh was plump and the aroma was rich, very different from the pineapples she usually ate. Alice glanced at the fruit platter in front of her. Golden pineapples, bright red watermelons, white bananas, and vibrant red lychees formed a colorful display on the plate. There were also a few other fruits that she had never seen before. It was then that she seemed to come back to her senses, hearing Furs explain to everyone. "This is called dragon fruit, and there are also durian and several other fruits. They are new fruits that we have grafted and cultivated ourselves." New fruits. Everyone was a bit unfamiliar with this term. After the initial colonial era ended, what they heard more often were new opportunities and new products. The term new fruits seemed to be very far removed from them now. In fact, these weren't really new fruits, it was just that they were mostly wild before, and because of their taste or difficulty in long-distance transportation, they didn't appear on the tables of nobles. Then Furs began to introduce those improved fruits. Everyone tasted them, and the flavor was indeed different. After lunch, Furs took them to the mountainous area to visit the fruit cultivation base. When everyone saw the large-scale cultivation of tropical fruits, their inner shock was beyond words. On such a remote island, there was actually such an advanced agricultural system. As they were leaving, Furs gave each of them a fruit gift package, and told them that they were welcome to order delicious and sweet specialty fruits from Longtail Island. Her ultimate goal in warmly hosting the visiting delegation today was to promote Longtail Island's fruits to them. Ever since they started planting vegetables and fruits in the mountainous areas of Longtail Island, all of Duke Hobert's territories had achieved fruit freedom. Except for the residents in the South Balam region who were relatively poor and didn't have much money to spend on fruit. In the South Kholson region and the Earl's Light factories, tropical fruits had become a daily food item for people. The market was only so big, but fruit production was gradually increasing. Currently, there was already a large surplus, and the countries of the North Continent were in a state of war, so people's money was used to buy grain, with no extra money to spend on fruit. So Furs planned to expand her potential customer base. The first people she thought of were the Loan nobles and Fenaport nobles. Even during wartime, the living standards of nobles had not declined at all. It was very easy to open up the market for the Fenaport kingdom's nobles because many nobles regularly attended Beander auctions held in the South Kholson region. Currently, the upper class of the Fenaport kingdom had already been enjoying fruits from Longtail Island. It was said that the royal family had even used them to entertain foreign guests. Just as Furs was pondering how to open up the Loan noble market, an opportunity presented itself. The king's special envoy was visiting the South Balam Duchy. Of course, she wouldn't miss such a good promotional opportunity. The members of the delegation felt that they had gained a lot today. They seemed to have seen a different world, and many of them planned to send people to order fruits from the South Balam Duchy after returning to Backland. The accompanying journalists also planned to report in detail on what they saw and heard on Longtail Island. In the public's perception, this was a backward and wild island, but the reality was not so. This island had an astonishing agricultural system. The public liked this kind of news that was somewhat subversive to their understanding but also seemed reasonable. Audrey arranged the delegation's activities for the second day, taking them to visit the city of Anju, which was under construction. She led everyone up the remaining section of the city wall used for sightseeing. Previously, Anju was just a fortress-level city. Duke Hobert chose to make it the capital because this city can connect the east and west sides of the entire country. Everyone should have heard that we took 2 states from the Fasak Empire in West Baland and 1 state from the Fenaport Kingdom. However, the king's fiefs are all in East Balam. For more than 100 years, the division between East and West Balam has also caused the severe fragmentation of the current territory of South Balam. In the central part of the entire country, there is an underdeveloped area. To fill this blank, and to connect the coastal cities on both sides, the capital was established here. Alice and others looked at everything before them, somewhat lost in thought. As far as the eye could see, there were construction sites, and carriages galloped between the sites, dumping loads of building materials. Although everyone knew that this city was much smaller than Backland, for some reason, they always felt that a city undergoing such massive construction was magnificent. Audrey continued to explain, "I participated in the battle to defend Anju City and have a special affection for this city. The enemy launched an attack from that direction, and one section of the city wall was instantly blown down. We engaged in street fighting with the enemy, and the front line once retreated to the General Command Post. Just as the General Command Post was about to fall, reinforcements finally arrived, and we, working together from inside and out, annihilated all the enemies." This prompted the journalists to immediately open their sketchbooks and quickly record Audrey's words. It was hard to imagine that Backland's most dazzling jewel had actually participated in that civil war, and just listening to it, one could feel that the battle must have been extremely fierce. To date, the people of the North Continent were unaware of the details of the South Balam Duchy's civil war, so journalists eagerly asked questions. This was first-hand information about that civil war. After this topic concluded, Alice pointed to the busy construction site and asked, "Where did you find so many workers?" "Some of them are prisoners of war and immigrants." Audrey understood this very well. Most of them are gang members and very poor people from within the South Balam Duchy. At this point, the beautiful young lady took a deep breath. "Ladies and gentlemen, we in Backland cannot fully imagine how poor the colonies are. Many people have no home at all, living in caves, and even fighting fiercely over a single cave. Because if they can't live in a cave, they have to sleep in the wild, which makes them very susceptible to illness and death. Many people in their 20s have never even tasted bread or what baked grain tastes like. Especially some teenagers, sold by their parents to slave owners, engaged in dangerous and heavy labor. Most of them don't live to be 20. Because life is so difficult, gangs run rampant here. They commit all kinds of evil, often killing an entire family for a bit of food. Alice and the others said nothing, just listened quietly, because Audrey's description was very unfamiliar to them, as if it were something happening in another world. Finally, Audrey said, "So, after the Civil War ended, our grassroots officials realized that to carry out a series of reforms, the local gangs had to be cleared out. After identifying the various gang organizations, the Dutchy government began to arrest them on a large scale and escort them to the construction site. This group of people does not receive wages, they are only provided with food and lodging. Only after this city is built will these gang members be tried." She paused and then added, "There is also a group of people who are so poor that if we don't help them, they might starve to death in a few days. To alleviate the pressure on the grassroots, they were also collectively sent here, provided with food and lodging, given clothes, and even some wages. After this city is completed, the wages they receive will be enough for them to live for a period of time. At that point, they will be sent back to their original homes, given land, and allowed to survive." Alice and Georgina exchanged glances, then both slowly nodded. A journalist curiously asked, "Excuse me, how is agricultural tax collected here? What percentage of the people's harvest needs to be submitted?" "There is no agricultural tax," Audrey said. "Duke Hobert once said that farmers provide food for the entire country's people, but they themselves are very poor and always hungry. This is a very strange phenomenon." The questioning journalist was stunned. No agricultural tax. Not only this journalist, but other diplomats and journalists were also very surprised. In their impression, the plunder of colonies first involved the plunder of local farmers. But the South Balam Duchy didn't do that. So where did their income come from? Would this country collapse very quickly? Lunch was served at the General Command Post in Anju City. It was very simple, as maintaining such a large construction site required a massive amount of food daily. And all this food had to be allocated from other places, so the officials in this city currently ate very simply. Even Prime Minister Conrad had only one dish and a large piece of bread for each meal. This reminded the delegation members of a rumor about Duke Hobert. It was said that when he first became an earl, his life was also very simple. In the afternoon, Audrey took the delegation to visit the indigenous settlement in the southern part of the Saint Noce region. Currently, this area had grown quite large. Swamps had been transformed into vast fish ponds, pastures had been built with ranches, and forests had been divided and cut down in batches. Upon learning that it was an indigenous settlement, the delegation's guards were very nervous. In their impression, indigenous people were similar to barbarians. It was hard to say what provoked them, or what happened. In any case, these barbarians would inexplicably brandish their primitive weapons and attack every civilized person from the North Continent. But the indigenous settlement in the South Balam Duchy seemed somewhat different. They were actually smiling at Audrey, and not only smiling, but also greeting Audrey in their local language or in less proficient Rune language, and showing their respect with their customs. Audrey also returned their greetings with indigenous customs and communicated with them in the local language. Although Alice and the others didn't know what they were saying, it seemed that both sides were getting along very well. Next, Audrey proudly showed the delegation the achievements of the indigenous settlement. Although Audrey was not in charge of this plan, she participated in it throughout. She personally saw this place transform from a rarely visited swamp into a prosperous settlement. She personally saw the struggling indigenous people, after living here, earn money from the fish they raised, the sheep they sold, and the timber they cut, and then utilize that money to buy the food and various daily necessities they needed to survive. Although at first, the residents here came at her persuasion, they quickly truly made this place their home. Currently, this year's target has been met, with nearly 10,000 indigenous people already settled here. The plan is to settle a total of 30,000 indigenous people by the first half of next year, to alleviate the survival pressure faced by the local people due to the previous coercion by the Loan colonial army. Through this action, Audrey also grew to like governing. If public resources and public power could be used in the right places, many people's livelihoods could be resolved. When they returned, Alice asked Audrey, "You actually learned their etiquette and language to resettle the barbarians?" Audrey was a true Loan noble, how could she put aside her dignity to learn some barbarian language and etiquette? Just by glancing at the expressions of Alice and the others, Audrey understood their thoughts. She smiled and said, Duke Hobert once said that the barbarians don't ask for much. They only want space to live in the most basic respect. No one stipulated that everything about LotM is supreme, nor did anyone stipulate that barbarians must learn LotM's way of life. Alice paused before asking, is this Duke Hobert's national policy for the barbarians? Or rather, his governing principle? No, this is just the most basic respect. Audrey said earnestly, based on my observations, just as Duke Hobert said, as long as you give them the conditions to survive and the most basic respect, they are all law-abiding citizens. Of course, there will still be many conflicts and contradictions between us and them, but everyone can now sit down and talk, without resorting to bloodshed. Finally, she hinted, people from the North Continent are not that noble, and people from the South Continent are at least not humble in terms of their personality. Alice was somewhat surprised and wanted to remind Audrey, you are a noble. That night, Alice couldn't sleep and knocked on Georgina's door, finding that the Director General of Military Intelligence Section 9 was also awake. The two looked at each other and exchanged a helpless smile. After inviting Alice in, Georgina brewed a pot of tea, and the two talked about their experiences over the past 2 days. This is a very frightening place. Alice said, didn't you notice? There are no nobles here. Georgina replied, not only are there no nobles, but in my opinion, the most frightening thing here is that even nobles can be assimilated. It's not surprising that Duchess Furs can get along with the natives of Longtail Island. After all, she was originally an ordinary person, at most a middle-class one. It's hard to imagine that Audrey could say something like, respect the barbarians, she must have been influenced by Duke Hobert. Alice nodded in agreement, this guy had some strange ideas very early on. Georgina took a deep breath and said, this country feels very dangerous. The North Continent should immediately cease hostilities. Our 4 countries should concentrate their forces to eliminate the South Balam Duchy. Alice looked at her teacup, lost in thought. From a personal emotional standpoint, she believed what Duke Hobert was currently doing was great. But from a practical perspective, she found such greatness terrifying. Soon, the 3rd day arrived, and the visiting delegation finally met Duke Hobert. The young Duke still looked as sunny and confident as ever, treating people with great kindness, not at all like a Duke ruling 2 counties. That morning, the two sides held high-level talks, reiterating the subordinate relationship between the South Balam Duchy and the LotM Kingdom. As the Duke of LotM, Duke Hobert also promised that as soon as the internal issues of the duchy were resolved, he would immediately declare war on the colonies of the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic, to tie down more of the enemy's forces. In the afternoon, Duke Hobert led the delegation to visit Rocklear City, which had been reduced to ruins during the Civil War. Within these ruins, the former site of the governor's mansion was preserved, and a memorial hall for the South Balam Duchy Civil War was currently being built there. In these ruins, bloodstains were visible everywhere, and if one was lucky enough, small pieces of severed limbs could even be found under the rubble. Everyone gained a new understanding of the brutality of the duchy's civil war. On the ruins, Duke Hobert cursed the armed intervention of the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic, as well as the opportunistic actions of the Highland Kingdom. He declared that he would make them pay a bloody price. After these political theatrics ended, that evening, Duke Hobert invited Alice and Georgina for tea. The two sides met in a spacious living room. Only Duke Hobert, Audrey, Alice, and Georgina were present at this meeting. They first chatted briefly about the recent situation in Backland, then Georgina brought up the main topic of their visit. We didn't expect the Intis people to be so despicable, declaring war on us when we had already gained a certain advantage in our war with the Fasak Empire. Duke Hobert thought to himself, even if there was an advantage, with George III's death, all advantages were gone. Georgina continued, the LotM Kingdom is currently facing enemies from 2 directions, and it's somewhat overwhelmed, especially the Navy. We just had a fierce naval battle with the Intis Republic's Navy in the Rorstad Archipelago. Although we ultimately achieved victory, we also paid a heavy price. Duke Hobert nodded. He had heard about this naval battle. Indeed, as Georgina said, it was extremely fierce, and both sides suffered considerable losses. But he still said nothing, as if continuing to listen. We need the South Balam Duchy to fulfill its obligations as a vassal state and send a certain amount of force to participate in the war on the North Continent. Georgina had no choice but to state the purpose of their visit. Duke Hobert was slightly taken aback by this request. As you can see, the recently concluded civil war has cost us dearly. Currently, the South Balam Duchy's army is even unable to launch attacks on enemy colonies. It was then that Alice said, "We also know that the South Balam Duchy cannot dispatch soldiers at the moment, but can you provide us with some Beander power?" Duke Hobert took a deep breath. "Princess, you have helped the South Balam Duchy, and we will take your request very seriously. But as it stands, the South Balam Duchy is tying down one angel, at least 6 demigods, and over 200 Beyonders of various sequences from the enemy. I think this should greatly alleviate the pressure on the Loan Kingdom. If our Beander power is transferred to the North Continent, this balance will be broken, and the enemy is very likely to launch new attacks. At that time, we would have to quickly recall our Beander power. Not only would it provide no substantial help, but it would also cause our Beander forces, which are currently recuperating, to pay a heavy price." For a moment, the living room fell silent. Alice and Georgina both knew that Duke Hobert was telling the truth. The fact that the South Balam Duchy could tie down so many enemies already far exceeded the Loan royal family's expectations. Audrey sat quietly observing both sides. True negotiations don't involve so many frills, it's about presenting facts and demonstrating strength. Of course, timing is also crucial, just like now. Although the Loan Kingdom's power is clearly greater than the South Balam Duchy's, the Intis Republic's declaration of war forced the Loan Kingdom to seek help from the South Balam Duchy. After about half a minute of silence, Alice said, "Can you ask your forces at sea to provide some assistance?" Duke Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "Tell me what kind of help you need." He guessed that the so-called forces at sea likely referred to the Transmigration Empire. Alice finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Duke Hobert didn't flat out refuse, there was a possibility of achieving their goal for this trip. Georgina began to state Loan's needs. The main force of the Fasak Empire's fleet, taking advantage of our fleet's main force being engaged in a decisive battle with the Intis Republic in the Rorstad archipelago, began to sneak attack Loan's ports to the south. Before we arrived, the Loan Kingdom's coastal defense army and the Eastern Fleet had already engaged in fierce combat with the Fasak Empire's fleet in Enmad Port. Although several enemy ships were sunk, Enmad Port was largely paralyzed. The Ministry of Defense believes that after recuperating, the Forsake fleet will definitely head south again to attack Pritz Harbor. Once this port is also paralyzed. Georgina didn't continue, because Enmad Port and Pritz Harbor handled 80% of Loan's maritime transport. If both ports fell, it would mean Loan would have great difficulty receiving supplies and support from the Rorstad archipelago and the South Continent. Duke Hobert didn't immediately give an answer but instead asked, "What about the Storm Church? Did they not have the power to participate in the war?" Georgina replied, "Their main forces are in the Rorstad archipelago." Duke Hobert slowly nodded. The Storm Church would certainly prioritize dealing with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, otherwise, the Forsake fleet would not be able to move freely along the Loan Kingdom's coastline. After about another minute of thought, Duke Hobert smiled helplessly and said, "I really want to help, but the South Balam Duchy has no navy." Georgina had no choice but to take the initiative. Royal Navy officers at Tutuja Harbor saw a giant ship, suspected to be the Transmigration Empire, protecting the port. Duke Hobert feigned difficulty. "That is indeed the Transmigration Empire, but do you expect members of the Trensust family to help the Augustus family?" Audrey recalled the relevant intelligence exchange. The Augustus family, Kastja family, and the other 4 great nobles of the Transmigration Empire were the current royal or imperial families of the 4 countries in the North Continent. To put it nicely, these 4 families, with the support of the gods, divided the spoils of victory that the Transmigration Empire had gained in the early stages of the Four Emperors' War. To put it bluntly, the Transmigration Empire was dismembered by them. Alice took a deep breath and said, "I believe there hasn't been a direct conflict between us, so there should be room for cooperation." She paused and then added, "You can help persuade the crew of the Transmigration Empire. We can provide the South Balam Duchy with whatever help we can." The living room fell silent for the 3rd time. Alice and Georgina were both a bit anxious at this point, as the initiative in this negotiation was entirely in Duke Hobert's hands. Fortunately, this time it only lasted about 10 seconds before Duke Hobert asked again, "What is the approximate strength of the Forsake fleet's main force?" Georgina quickly replied, there are usually 8 demigods, commanded by Yegor Einhorn. The fleet typically consists of 30 to 40 battleships, 50 to 60 cruisers, 120 to 140 destroyers and frigates, as well as about 30 submarines and corresponding supply ships. She took a deep breath and added, additionally, Yegor can at any time invite Ahomatova, the supreme commander of the Sonia Sea Theater, to participate in the battle. Duke Hobert couldn't help but frown and ask, can the Coastal Defense Army of Pritz Harbor also summon Duke Southwell to participate in the battle at any time? No. Alice replied, not long ago, a member of the Einhorn family successfully advanced to Weather Warlock. It was precisely because of her sudden appearance that the front line on the Janai southern bank was quickly breached. Duke Hobert smiled helplessly. This was the combat power of a hunter. As the war continued, their sequence became higher and higher. Now, the Fasak Empire currently had 3 angels. LotM didn't lack warships at sea, it lacked an angel to deal with the enemy's new angel. Thinking of this, he shook his head. I'm sorry, we really can't provide enough help. Although the Trenserost Empire is powerful, it can at most contend with the Forsake fleet, but it is not a match for an angel. Alice immediately said, we only need you to hold out for 1 month. Duke Hobert was slightly taken aback. Within a month, does the LotM royal family have the confidence to advance a new balancer? Alice took a deep breath and said, yes. Duke Hobert pondered for a moment. The South Balam Duchy also needs some help from the LotM kingdom. Tell us. The entire South Balam Duchy currently doesn't even have a single university. We hope to borrow some professors and students from the Rune royal family to quickly establish a university, Duke Hobert said. Now, the entire LotM kingdom is suffering from the ravages of war, so it's a good opportunity to send these professors and students to the South Continent for refuge. Alice and Georgina were stunned. Such a request was unexpected. But if a few professors and a group of students could be exchanged for the Trenserost Empire, and the help of an angel, it would be a very cost-effective deal. However, based on their previous negotiation experience with Duke Hobert, they believed that the South Balam Duchy's demands couldn't be that simple. So Alice asked again, which professors do you need? Not too many, Duke Hobert said seriously, all the faculty and students of Backland University, all the faculty and students of Backland Technical University, all the faculty and students of Ahawa University, all the faculty and students of Roll of Light University, and all the faculty and students of Harald's Ocean University. That's all. Universities in this era were not just places of learning, almost all cutting-edge technologies were found on university campuses. This was an era where universities led the most advanced technologies. After completing the industrial zone, Duke Hobert had already started building university campuses. He had long planned to seize professors from well-known LotM universities, and now a ready-made opportunity had presented itself, which he naturally wouldn't let go of. The 5 universities Duke Hobert mentioned in one breath were either strong in overall strength, possessed technology, or had the most advanced theories. In short, they were the top 5 universities in Backland. These universities' specializations covered fields such as economics, industry, physics, chemistry, and medicine, almost encompassing all the basic disciplines that make up a modern country. Audrey immediately realized that if these universities could truly be moved to the South Balam Duchy, it wouldn't be long before South Balam genuinely became a modern country. Alice and Georgina, however, were somewhat dumbfounded. Of course, they knew that these universities were the foundation of a country. But they couldn't directly refuse, because if they did, they might not even have a country left, so what good would these foundations be? After a while, Alice said, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Duke Hobert nodded, no problem. After seeing off the 2 guests, Audrey asked, will the royal family agree? The probability of them agreeing is very high, Duke Hobert smiled. Because at this time, besides us, no one will help LotM. The Rune royal family would very likely overdraft their future to overcome the current difficulties first. The next morning, Alice and Georgina haggled with Duke Hobert again, but this time Duke Hobert was very firm. Because if the Rune royal family didn't agree now, he could still coax and trick this group of faculty and students into the South Balam Duchy when Backland was besieged. Ultimately, the LotM kingdom had no choice but to agree to Duke Hobert's terms, and only then did the 2 sides continue to discuss the specific cooperation plan. In the Fog Sea, the Trenserost Empire sailed as usual on the vast ocean. The crew members drank wine, basked in the sun, and chatted about aimless topics. Because of the curse, they couldn't leave this ship, and all the wine and food were provided by Duke Hobert. The crew members were very grateful to Duke Hobert for the food and drink, but Duke Hobert consistently refused to provide them with women, so they had to pursue an imprisonment some ganas. In the captain's cabin, the pale-faced Serbia stared blankly at the wine glass on the table, lost in thought. The delicious wine in front of him had been on the table for over an hour, but he hadn't taken a single sip. At this moment, the space in the captain's cabin suddenly became illusory, and Duke Hobert emerged from the spirit world. Serbia was momentarily stunned, then immediately yielded the captain's seat. "Please sit." Duke Hobert sat in the captain's chair, looking at Serbia with a smile. "You should have noticed that I've advanced to sequence 2. "Yes," Serbia said respectfully, "congratulations to you." Duke Hobert crossed his legs. "Aren't you very surprised why Truncest didn't resurrect in my body?" He smiled. "Do you think I don't know? The reason you pledged allegiance to me so readily was precisely because you perceived that Truncest was very likely to resurrect in my body, wasn't it?" Serbia was briefly surprised but didn't say anything. "What I want to tell you is that Truncest did indeed resurrect," Duke Hobert continued, "just in another body." He stared at Serbia playfully. "Are you very disappointed? The object of your continuous allegiance has been resurrected for so long, yet has never come to rescue you." Serbia still said nothing, but his face had already become very ugly. Duke Hobert, however, didn't intend to let him off the hook. "But what might truly make you despair is that due to the torment of the curse, none of the crew members are willing to pledge allegiance to Truncest anymore. Ultimately, you find that this giant ship of the Empire will truly pledge allegiance to me, becoming a part of the Creator's power." Serbia asked coldly, "Are you truly a member of the Trentsust family?" Duke Hobert spread his hands and retorted, "Does that still matter now?" "Of course it matters," Serbia shouted. "For the glory of the family, every Truncest must be ready to sacrifice his life at any time. Yet you treat the great Knight Emperor as an enemy." Duke Hobert smiled. "Sorry, that era is over." Then he immediately changed his expression, saying very sternly, "Serbia, your words just now were very impolite. Are you going to betray your former oath?" Serbia opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to kneel on one knee. "I never intended to betray my oath." "Kneeling so quickly, you must have something to hide." Duke Hobert said coldly again, "Are you planning to stabilize me first, and then lead the crew to mutiny as soon as I leave the Transmigration Empire?" Only then did Serbia realize that Duke Hobert was here to punish him today. "Did I guess your plan?" Duke Hobert stood up and said, "I knew it, you never intended to truly pledge allegiance to me." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Serbia, who wanted to utilize his identity as captain to escape, immediately floated in midair, pressed by the surrounding air and unable to move. "Given that your actions severely violated the spirit of chivalry, I now stripping you of your position as captain of the Transmigration Empire." Duke Hobert waved his hand again, altering the crystal key that controlled the Transmigration Empire from Serbia's hand into his own. Serbia looked at Duke Hobert coldly. He knew very well that even an angel couldn't kill him, so he wanted to see how Duke Hobert planned to end this. After all, on the current Transmigration Empire, he was the only Sequence 3. If Duke Hobert appointed a Sequence 3 from outside the Transmigration Empire crew as captain, it would only push the crew towards him. But if another demigod on the ship were appointed captain, as the only Sequence 3 on board, he would still be the true captain of this ship. Unexpectedly, Duke Hobert then said, "And I stripping your Beander characteristic of Chaos Hunter. From today onwards, your curse will be reinstated, and you will suffer the torment of death. Every day." Serbia's mouth dropped open. You. After Duke Hobert pronounced the judgment, he didn't give Serbia any chance. First, he used Mr. Azek's mark to lift the exemption from his curse, making him die once a day again. Immediately after, Duke Hobert reached out and squeezed hard, and the immense pressure of the air crushed Serbia's head, causing him to die tragically in the captain's cabin. At this moment, Duke Hobert immediately entered the country of disorder, put on a magnificent crown, and through his stars, projected surging power, amplifying Serbia's state of death, temporarily altering the curse's effect on Serbia's physical body. This made Serbia appear more like he had truly died. Both the real world and the spirit world temporarily ignored the Nether Emperor curse, confirming that Serbia had truly died. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duke Hobert immediately used the utilize ability to instantly condense the Beander characteristic on Serbia's body. Duke Hobert, sitting on the Iron Throne, took off his crown and breathed a sigh of relief. Before this, he wasn't sure if this method would work. After all, he hadn't yet accommodated the uniqueness, so he couldn't directly manipulate the Nether Emperor's former curse. Therefore, he could only utilize this clever method to take out the Beander characteristic from Serbia's body. If this method didn't work, Duke Hobert could only utilize the power of the Country of Disorder to impose a certain seal on Serbia's Beander power, making him lose his Sequence 3 level and Beander abilities most of the time. However, such a punishment was clearly less effective in deterring the crew than directly stripping the Beander characteristic. Returning to the real world, Duke Hobert first picked up the Chaos Hunter Beander characteristic, then called in several officers, read out Serbia's crimes, and announced his punishment. Upon learning that Serbia had been stripping of his Beander characteristic, the officers were indeed very shocked. In the officers' minds, due to the curse, even if Serbia were killed, he would not truly die, so his Beander characteristic would not precipitate. Since Duke Hobert had obtained Serbia's Beander characteristic, it meant that he had just invoked power on a similar level to the Nether Emperor. The officers looked at Serbia, whose head had been crushed, with many emotions. It was imaginable that when he resurrected tomorrow, he would immediately lose control and die again due to the sudden loss of his Beander characteristic. Only the day after tomorrow would Serbia be able to resurrect as a normal person, suffering the fear and pain brought by death. Every day, Duke Hobert gave everyone enough time to be shocked, and then had them gather all the crew members on the deck to elect a new captain. Ultimately, Officer Ivry was elected as the new captain. Duke Hobert publicly bestowed upon him the crystal key symbolizing the captain's authority. Then, Duke Hobert told everyone to be ready for attack at any time. The crew dispersed with cheers. Engaging in battle meant they could leave the fog sea again and see the outside world. They had no fear of dying in battle, because no matter how terribly they died in the war, they would revive on the deck the next day. Duke Hobert spoke with Ivry alone for a few moments, then asked casually, "I hear there are still many unused spaces on the Trenserost Empire." Ivry replied very respectfully, "Yes, this ship was never fully completed back then. Moreover, this giant ship could accommodate 10,000 crew members without issue, but currently there were fewer than 600. Duke Hobert ordered, "Take me to see it." After seeing the interior space of this giant ship, he immediately decided that his third mausoleum would be built on this ship. Although the entire North Continent was in a state of war, as the new year approached, except for a few cities where the two armies were engaged in a seesaw battle, there was still a festive atmosphere. The war on the front lines seemed to have eased slightly, and there were even rumors that countries would temporarily cease hostilities during the new year. In Empress Borough, Backland, there was hardly any sign of the war's impact, or rather, the lives of the nobility had never changed due to the war. Hobert looked at the Duke's mansion, adorned with lanterns and streamers, but felt no sense of the new year. Glancing at the grandfather clock, it was already 2:50 p.m. Hobert told the servants outside not to disturb him. After locking the door, he lay on the bed, preparing to attend the tarot club. Looking at the ceiling, Hobert quickly recalled what had happened last week. First, Furs had advanced to Sequence 5 Traveler, and since she had been recording unique customs everywhere, some of the Traveler potion had already been digested. Secondly, Hobert had completely taken control of the Truncest Empire, and now even if Truncest himself appeared, he would not be able to approach this ship. Additionally, South Balam had completed its land revolution, and the farmers who received land could plant another season of crops. Many of them were now highly motivated to farm. However, many still remained as passive as before, not yet fully trusting the ducal government, and were still observing. Furthermore, Hobert received confirmed intelligence that Truncest had appeared in Gulain, a northern city on the south continent, and attacked a Beander stronghold of the Loan Kingdom. His intentions were still unknown. Hobert guessed that Truncest was probably preparing to seize some benefits during the war, but his specific goal remained unknown. Finally, the several thousand warriors recruited on Longtail Island had completed all their training, and 5,000 of them had already been transferred to South Balam. At the same time, conscription had begun in South Balam, with the ducal government recruiting 50,000 soldiers in one go, though they would not complete their training and join the combat sequence until March of next year. This country's financial budget never seemed to be tight. This was because all the funds for developing this country came from Longtail Island, South Colson, and Earl of Light. Otherwise, where would such a poor and blank duchy get so much money for infrastructure and national defense? Just as he was thinking this, his vision was covered by gray fog, and he appeared in the giant's hall, beside the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The greeting from Justice Audrey sounded, and this tarot club officially began. After the greeting session ended, everyone remained silent, because a question session had been added to the recent tarot club meetings. The Fool, Klein looked at Hermit, Catalia. "You still have 2 questions left." Catalia asked respectfully, "Respected Mr. Fool, why can't the outer god who corrupted Emperor Rosal project too much power into the real world?" The Hanged Man, Alger shifted his sitting posture slightly. This was precisely his long-standing question. Why did the outer god's status seem higher than that of the 7 deities, yet their influence on the real world was very weak, and their power seemed even less than that of the primordial demoness and the true creator? Also, why could the 7 deities, whose status was clearly lower than theirs, block their invasion of the real world in the astral world? Other members had more or less thought about such questions before, but most of them hadn't thought deeply about them. It was only with the Hermit's question that they realized this strange phenomenon. Klein breathed a slight sigh of relief inwardly. This question was not difficult for him to answer. Then, he said in a calm tone, "The barrier formed by the original creator blocks the outer gods." He had heard Aemon mention this before, and after a period of contemplation and verification through some special channels, he was certain that the original creator had formed a barrier after his fall, and this barrier had been protecting the earth. But why did the original creator fall? Why were the outer gods so covetous of the real world? Klein only had some uncertain guesses about these questions, so to avoid revealing his lack of knowledge, he simply gave a brief answer. Catalia was first stunned by the answer, then asked, "Does original creator refer to the original creator?" Klein did not answer, but rather showed a hint of a smile and retorted, "Is that your second question?" "No, no, no." Catalia then realized how foolish her question was. Who else could original creator refer to if not the original creator? Because the answer given by Mr. Fool was too astonishing, Catalia made such a low-level mistake. The reactions of the other members were similar to Catlia's first shock. Then they began to ponder the information contained in the answer. In the North-South continent, the first half of all creation myths are almost identical, all stating that a creator created this world. The difference lies in the latter part, where different religions assign different roles and positions to their deities. For example, in the Book of Night Revelations, it states that the Evernight goddess is one of the creator's eyes, representing the night. And if one possesses some knowledge of mysticism, one would know that the deity who created everything is called the original creator. This is the beginning of everything, so stories about the original creator are very widespread. It was precisely because this story was so widespread that everyone was so shocked. In everyone's view, this was a deity like a background wall of the Beyonder world. Although everyone knew of his existence, they had never heard him display power or respond to anyone's prayers. With the 7 deities frequently responding to believers or Beyonders, everyone subconsciously felt that this deity might have been fabricated to explain the origin of everything. Suddenly, today, Mr. Fool mentioned him and his influence on the real world, and everyone suddenly realized that this deity truly existed. So, everyone basically reached a consensus internally. The reason they hadn't felt his influence before was simply because their level was too low to know of his existence. After the initial shock, all members except Hobert began to have other thoughts. Alger exhaled. That explains it. The outer god's influence on the real world is very limited because of the barrier formed by the original creator. The 7 deities can only resist the outer gods with the help of the barrier. Magician, Furs sighed inwardly. I never thought that this creator, with little presence, had been protecting everyone all along. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard Zio mention that there are wild Beyonders in Backland who worship the original creator. Audrey, however, thought of some new questions. Where is the original creator now? Which sequence is he a true god of? No, which sequences does he correspond to as an old one? Other members also had similar thoughts and questions, but the Q&A session was always for the hermit to ask and Mr. Fool to answer. They could only wait for their Q&A to finish before asking, Emperor, or Mr. Fool. At this moment, Catlia, who had calmed down, asked again, Great Mr. Fool, how will the prophesied apocalypse descend? All the other members sat up straight, silently praising the hermit in their hearts. This was another question they also very much wanted to know. Klein smiled inwardly. Fortunately, Mr. Fool also happened to know the answer to this question. He replied, the barrier of the original creator will shatter, and the outer gods will invade. He had consulted the 7 lights of the spirit world on this question and was very certain of this answer. Silence fell in the hall. The more they had praised the original creator in their hearts just now, the more surprised they were now. And there was very much a feeling of, why wasn't I informed? They first didn't know that the original creator's barrier had been protecting everyone, and now that they knew this information, they were told that the barrier was about to break. Immediately, Alger connected this to some intelligence he had previously traded for. Everyone had previously wondered why the 7 deities suddenly went to the astral world at the end of the 4th epoch. Now it was clear that at that time, the barrier might have been somewhat weak, and the 7 deities went to the astral world to better resist the outer gods. The son, Derek, was very curious. I wonder if the shattering of the barrier will affect the forsaken land of the gods. However, knowing that he had nothing to exchange for this answer, he did not voice the question. Similarly, after the initial surprise, everyone began to ponder the meaning contained in the answer. Moon Emlyn was somewhat worried. For beyonders in the real world, the outer god's corruption seems hard to resist. I certainly don't want to become like a follower of the primordial moon. Furs was worried, will the deities be able to protect the people of the real world then? The South Balam Duchy has just been established, and the natives of Longtail Island, the people of the South Continent, and the poor who immigrated to the South Balam Duchy have been impoverished for so long, and have only just begun to live a life free from worry about food and clothing. Audrey also had similar thoughts. There are still so many people living in hardship waiting for us to rescue them, and the outer gods are about to invade. Leonard lacked detailed information about the outer gods, but through his observation of everyone, he also discovered, it seems difficult for the deities to resist the outer gods' invasion. Klein gave them a few seconds to be surprised and make connections before saying, you may begin. Catlia finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 10 questions accumulated from that diary had been asked, and she hadn't expected the answers to the last 2 questions to be so astonishing. However, the answer given by Mr. Fool was too general, so she asked, Emperor, again, do you know any information about the original creator? Hobert paused slightly. He considered it and found that some information about the original creator could be revealed. So he smiled and said, I have indeed come across some higher-level intelligence, and some of it can be traded. The compensation is 1 demigod-level assistance. Members who have not yet become demigods can repay it after becoming demigods, or 3 sequence 5-level assistances. Of course, I must remind you that this information is very general and not coherent. When he mentioned the compensation, Alger and Leonard couldn't help but shrink back. The way they had previously paid Mr. Emperor was by supporting the civil war in the South Balam Duchy and participating almost entirely in the most brutal battle of Rocklear. They never wanted to have a similar experience again in their lives. However, despite some resistance, such a reward seemed acceptable, as they all understood the value of the information to be exchanged. Klein and Catlia, as demigods, found such a reward very cost-effective, because at this level of information, merely knowing some general content was priceless. Especially Klein, who already knew some relevant information, was very likely to have more conjectures or confirm some previous conjectures based on Hobert's description. After a civil war in the South Balam Duchy, most members repaid their previous debts, with only Emlyn and Derek unable to repay them. The former was because he was still behind the Chinese gate of the Night Goddess Church at the time, and the latter was because he was in the forsaken land of the gods and had no way to repay. Emlyn didn't take it seriously. He felt that his promotion to demigod was just around the corner, and once he became a demigod, it would be very easy to repay just 2 favors. The son, Derek, however, said somewhat awkwardly, "Mr. Emperor, is there anything I can do to repay you while I'm still in the forsaken land of the gods?" Hobert smiled and said, "Don't worry, perhaps under the guidance of Fool, you will soon find a way to leave the forsaken land of the gods. It won't be too late to repay then." Derek was a little excited and said repeatedly, "Good, good, good." But then, he sighed deeply, "Thank you, Mr. Emperor." Derek was no longer that naive young man. He naturally knew that even with Fool's help, they still needed some opportunities and effort to find a way to leave the forsaken land of the gods. After discussing the reward, Hobert first waved to Derek, indicating no need for thanks, and then began, "It is said that the awakening of the original creator was the beginning of the ancient times and everything." This description immediately gave the other members a basic understanding of the original creator. As described in myths, it truly was the beginning of everything. Only Klein heard another meaning. Did the original creator represent the sudden appearance of Beyonder power? Did it cause the disappearance of the original civilization and mutate the creatures living in the original civilized world into mad and distortion monsters? Hobert continued, "During the time of the beginning, it was everything in this world. Its existence represented the existence of this world. Alger realized, as the beginning, higher in status than the old ones." Hobert replied, "According to my understanding, no status can describe the level of the beginning." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Katlia understood Hobert's meaning. The status of the beginning was so high that it was indescribable. Audrey also asked the question she had just thought of, "Mr. Emperor, which sequences of the old ones does the beginning correspond to?" Hobert took a deep breath and replied, "I told you, it represents everything." Audrey was somewhat shocked. "Does its body contain all Beyonder characteristics?" Hobert added, "At least all Beyonder characteristics in the real world." For a moment, everyone's minds went blank. They truly couldn't imagine what state all the piled-up Beyonder characteristics would be in. After a few seconds, Klein, who was the first to react, manipulated the world, and asked, "What form does the beginning take? Is it still a creature? Or is it purely a consciousness generated by Beyonder characteristics? I'm not very clear about the specific state." Hobert leaned back in his chair and said, "In my understanding and conjecture, the beginning is somewhat similar to the cosmic consciousness I mentioned before. But there are also differences, because it is not the collection of all Beyonder powers and authorities in the universe. Perhaps the relationship between the two is like this: divinity encompasses the beginning, but the beginning does not represent all divinity. I personally believe that divinity represents the will of the universe, and the beginning represents a part of the will of the universe and a part of the will of life. There is overlap between the two, but also differences." Finally, Hobert emphasized, "This is my personal understanding. At this level, many pieces of information seemed very vague, and perhaps, no fixed concept was the concept of these pieces of information." The other members were already a bit behind the discussion between Emperor and the world. Only after they finished discussing this question did they catch up with their train of thought. After a few more seconds, Katlia finally asked, "Then why did the beginning disappear? Or rather, why did it fall?" Hobert replied, "A more reasonable explanation is that Beyonder characteristics have a tendency to split." Katlia immediately understood. The beginning split itself. Theoretically, yes. Hobert asked half-jokingly, which existence could make it fall? At this time, Emlyn sought confirmation, so all Beyonder characteristics come from the beginning. Hobert said again, theoretically, yes. Emlyn then asked, do all lives also come from the beginning? Theoretically, yes. What about the blood race? Emlyn pressed, does such a special race as the blood race also originate from the beginning? Hobert paused slightly, recalled the creation myth, and then said, according to legend, the mouth and teeth of the beginning evolved into the blood race. Everyone's expressions were a bit strange, because they suddenly noticed that the creation myth mentioned, the lungs of the original creator evolved into the elf, and its heart evolved into giants. But there was no mention of the blood race. The legend that the emperor just mentioned had been modified. The original words of the creation myth were, the mouth and teeth of the beginning evolved into xenomorph mutated creatures. Before humans took potions to become vampires, vampires and werewolves were categorized as mutated creatures. The reason everyone's expressions were strange was that they finally understood the reason for Mr. the Moon's persistent questioning. In the currently recognized creation myth, the blood race was not independently evolved from a certain organ of the beginning. For the very proud Mr. the Moon, this was difficult to accept. Mr. Emperor understood Mr. the Moon's demand, which is why he altered the creation myth. Because of Mr. the Moon's question, everyone's train of thought about the beginning was completely interrupted, and this transaction ended here. Hobert waited a few seconds, and seeing that no one continued to ask him questions, he said to the fool at the head of the bronze long table, "Mr. Fool, I request to have a private conversation with Mr. the World." The fool nodded, creating a private space for the two. Hobert then said to the world, "I have obtained the star worm. I will sacrifice it to Mr. Fool after the gathering ends." Klein, manipulating the world, asked, "What price should I pay? Let's talk about it later." Hobert had already thought for a long time before, and he really couldn't think of anything that could be exchanged for equal value and was something he needed. Okay. Klein also knew very well that the value of the star worm was neither high nor low. It was a bit higher than the value of demigod-level auxiliary materials, but much lower than demigod-level main materials, making it difficult to find something of equal value for exchange. Hobert then said, "Come to Longtail Island to celebrate the new year together." Klein was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Forget it, New Year means nothing to me, and it would disturb you all." He paused and then said, "Perhaps you can do me a favor and summon one of my historical projections." Klein planned to go to Backland to see Benson and Melissa. Hobert probably guessed Klein's thoughts. Okay. The two ended their private conversation, and Hobert then said to Alger, "After the new year, around the 2nd or 3rd, how about we explore the elf ruins together?" That day, the nobles of Backland were holding some balls and parties, which Hobert found extremely annoying and had no intention of attending. Alger, who also had no expectations for the new year, immediately sat up straight. Great. Mr. Emperor finally had time. Alger had been looking forward to this for a long time. After this exploration, he would be able to decide whether to stay in the Storm Church or prepare to become a pirate general. After the two agreed on the exploration, the hall fell silent again. As the members' sequences became higher and higher, transactions regarding their own advancement became fewer and fewer. Audrey and Furs could both obtain the Beander characteristic for promotion to demigod from Hobert, and they didn't have to worry too much about the promotion ritual. The ritual for promoting to manipulator was relatively simple: take the potion in a specific setting with at least 10,000 people, amidst their great emotional resonance. And Furs's promotion ritual was assisted by her teacher, Dorian, and it was said that with the help of the Abraham family, the difficulty was not great. Alger hoped to obtain a cataclysmic interror characteristic in the final elf ruins. His needs were unlikely to be traded for at the Tarot Club. Klein was preparing for his promotion to angel. The demands for this level of promotion could no longer be met through transactions. Katlia had just been promoted, and although her potion was mostly digested, she planned to consolidate her state well and had no immediate plans for further promotion. Leonard still planned to rely on the church for promotion and had no need for transactions. Seeing that no one was speaking, Derek raised his hand slightly. "I need the unshadowed potion formula and main ingredients." Everyone fell silent. Like the problem Alger faced, things at this level were very difficult to trade for. After 1 or 2 seconds of silence in the hall, Hobert said, "I have the potion formula." This made the other members look sideways. Alger even wanted to ask if he had the cataclysmic interror characteristic. The reason Hobert didn't answer immediately was that he recalled that the sun seemed to have obtained the potion formula and Beander characteristic for becoming a demigod from Klein. But soon he remembered that the unshadowed cross was still in his hands. So he added, "I also have a sealed artifact corresponding to the unshadowed level." The sun, Derek hadn't expected his request to be fulfilled so easily. He excitedly asked, "Mr. Emperor, what kind of reward do you need?" Regarding the reward, Hobert fell into contemplation, as Beander characteristic and potion formulas of this level were only worth exchanging for corresponding demigod level characteristics and formulas. The potion formula for the Unshadowed was obtained by Hobert through association with the Unshadowed Beander characteristic previously seized from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. However, he already possessed all the demigod-level potion formulas he currently needed, or rather, he had unique ways of obtaining them. And there wasn't much value in possessing demigod-level potion formulas that he didn't need. After a few seconds of thought, Hobert said, "How about this, let's trade demigod-level Beander creatures again. Black Mist Lord Tree, Six-Legged Sprite, or Three-Eyed Black Vine, White-Tongued Albatross. Any three of these four Beander creatures, and note, I want them whole." The first two Beander creatures could provide the main materials needed to advance to Earl of the Fallen, while the latter two could provide the main materials for advancing to Imperative Mage. Since he didn't have any immediate needs, he might as well stock up on some demigod-level main materials that would definitely be useful. Hobert converted the Unshadowed potion formula into one complete demigod-level Beander creature. Derek noted down the four Beander creatures. "I will pay you the reward you need as soon as possible." One of the Black Mist Lord trees had been hunted before under the chief's lead, and at that time, clues to another Black Mist Lord tree were found. However, City of Silver didn't have a corresponding need, and further hunting might pose some danger, so they didn't continue the search. He could consider searching for that Black Mist Lord tree first. As for the other three Beander creatures, he planned to ask Chief Colin after the gathering, as the chief might have clues about these Beander creatures. Hobert nodded. "I'll give you the potion formula first, you can go prepare for the advancement ritual." Little Sun genuinely thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Emperor." With Fool's help, Hobert materialized the potion formula. Sequence 4, Unshadowed. Main materials: 1 drop of Sun God's blood, or 3 tail feathers of an adult Sun God bird plus 1 holy radiant stone. Auxiliary materials: 60 milliliters of Sun God bird blood, 30 milliliters of holy radiant stone associated fluid, 7 drops of mutated golden hand citrus juice, 10 grams of magma heart powder. Ritual: strip away the strongest and most unwilling to give up emotions, then consume the potion, and re-infuse these emotions during the process. As the trading platform, Fool Klein had only known part of the Unshadowed potion formula before. Through this transaction, he also completed the formula. After receiving the potion formula, Derek, although knowing he could recall it by praying to Mr. Fool, still read it carefully twice. For City of Silver, which was in the God-forsaken land and relatively isolated, this formula was extremely valuable. Oh, right. Hobert suddenly remembered. The Creator once said that the sealed artifact corresponding to Unshadowed was a relic of the ancient Sun God, who is the Lord you worship. The other members were stunned, not expecting this sealed artifact to have such a significant origin. Derek was first surprised, then said with some sorrow, "Mr. Emperor, I will hunt the Beander creatures you requested as soon as possible." Although he already knew that the ancient Sun God had fallen, suddenly learning the whereabouts of the Lord's relic still made him feel a pang of sadness. Klein, on the other hand, was already planning to study the sealed artifact first when it was sacrificed to him. After this transaction ended, Hobert said to Moon Emlyn, "I have 2 transactions to conduct with you, or rather, with the bloodline." Emlyn was slightly taken aback. "Please speak. I have a Witch King Beander characteristic here." Hobert said, "This is the first transaction. During the civil war in the South Balam Duchy, many Beander characteristics of the apothecary pathway were also seized, including a Witch King characteristic." Hobert didn't plan to immediately trade these Beander characteristics with the bloodline, but he could first trade the demigod-level characteristics among them with Tarot Club members. The other members were somewhat surprised. Emperor had already offered 2 demigod-level items consecutively. Was it really that easy for an angel to obtain demigod-level sealed artifacts and Beander characteristics? Emlyn was very excited. Witch King. He thought to himself, "I knew it, I'll definitely become a demigod very soon." Then Emlyn finally understood why Emperor emphasized that it was a transaction with the bloodline, because he simply couldn't afford the reward at that level. Emlyn quickly asked, "What reward do you need?" Through the previous transaction with Little Sun, Hobert also had some ideas about the reward for this transaction. Characteristics or sealed artifacts of the lawyer, or arbiter, pathway of the same level. Given the bloodline's accumulation, they should be able to produce a sealed artifact of this level. Emlyn nodded. I will report to Marquis Adult as soon as possible. Hobert grunted, then said, the second transaction is, do you want Olnia after her resurrection? What reward can the bloodline offer? Emlyn suddenly stood up. Her Majesty the Queen has really been resurrected. The expressions of the other members were a little strange. Hermit, Catalia thought to herself. With Truncest's previous resurrection, it's not surprising that this, Blood Moon Queen, can be resurrected, but for Emperor to trade the Blood Moon Queen with the bloodline, that sounds a bit odd. Klein even suspected, is it really the Blood Moon Queen who was resurrected? Then he resisted the urge to cover his face. Trading the Blood Moon Queen with the bloodline, Hobert really came up with that. The other members also had similar thoughts, all watching this transaction with a mind to see the show. Emlyn then reacted, you want to trade the Blood Moon Queen with us? We are allies. It's precisely because we are allies that I'm trading with you. Hobert said sternly, if the Blood Moon Queen had resurrected through some Beander means, or left some arrangements, I would be very happy to inform you without charge. But she chose to resurrect within the body of the Creator believer. The fact that I can initiate a trade with you is already out of consideration for our alliance. In fact, Hobert didn't know if the body Olnia occupied was previously the Creator believer, but even if it wasn't, it was a member of the Bach family. The members of the Bach family hated the family's curse to the bone, so they certainly wouldn't let it go just like that. The hanged man, Alger, showed an expression of, so that's how it is. Indeed, if such a thing happened, there should be an explanation for the other believers. After hearing Emperor's words, Emlyn didn't know how to refute, so he asked, how is Her Majesty the Queen doing now? Hobert replied, currently, she's just an ordinary person, very weak. Emlyn then asked, is she very weak because she just resurrected? No, it's the punishment she suffered due to our judgment. Emlyn was very surprised, and somewhat lost his composure as he pointed at Emperor, do you know what you're doing? That's Her Majesty the Queen. The other members were also somewhat surprised. Trading the Blood Moon Queen and giving some compensation to the believers was understandable to everyone. However, no one expected that after punishing the Blood Moon Queen, they would still trade with the bloodline. Then everyone speculated, did the Blood Moon Queen resurrect within an important person's body? Did the Creator's faction suffer huge losses as a result? However, Klein, Furs, and Audrey, who understood Hobert, knew that in Hobert's eyes, the Blood Moon Queen was no nobler than an ordinary believer. Hobert calmly said to Emlyn, I haven't handed Olnia over to the deceased's family for interrogation, I've already shown great consideration for our alliance. This point was also an important reference for Angus regarding sentencing. After understanding Olnia's specific situation, Angus surmised that Hobert handing Olnia over to him for judgment, rather than to the Bach family, was in hopes of punishing Olnia while also not treating her truly as a murderer. So, when Angus used the 0 to 73 death domain to punish Olnia's spirit body, he also called several important members of the Bach family to witness the execution. This both gave an explanation to the Bach family and allowed Angus to complete his task. As for Olnia's spirit body being severely damaged and very weak after resurrection, that was the bloodline's problem. In any case, Olnia wouldn't die for a while and could completely hold on until she was handed over to the bloodline. Hobert's words startled Emlyn again, and he immediately calmed down. I will immediately report this matter to Marquis Adult. Before that, please be sure to treat Her Majesty the Queen well. Hobert nodded. All right. At this point, the other members all felt a bit strange, unable to understand why Emperor was doing this. Clearly, this would cause conflict between the Creator's faction and the bloodline. In fact, the best solution would be either to courteously return the Blood Moon Queen, or to secretly kill her. Justice Audrey, who already had considerable experience in diplomatic work, keenly perceived that Hobert's actions, in addition to fully respecting the lives of the Creator believers, were also a warning to the bloodline. Because Audrey also noticed that Hobert first conducted the Witch King, Beander characteristic transaction before discussing Olnia's transaction. This sequence was quite intriguing, because the Witch King characteristic transaction seemed like an equivalent exchange. but the demand level for the corresponding Beander characteristic was different for the bloodline in Hobert. After the bloodline obtained the Witch King characteristic, it could immediately be used by Mr. Moon, while Hobert, after obtaining a characteristic of the same level, would have to wait for some time, perhaps until the next large-scale Beander battle, before he could utilize it in the form of merit exchange or reward. In such a state, similar to the transaction with the Sun, Hobert's demand for whole Beander creatures, which was equivalent to a premium, was what constituted an equivalent exchange. So, in the Witch King transaction, the bloodline got a good deal. Audrey even made an internal premonition that the South Balam Duchy would soon engage in high-level cooperation with the bloodline. Before cooperation, giving some sweet treats and then giving a warning to the other party is a very common tactic. After the transaction between Emperor and the bloodline concluded, this tarot club officially entered the free communication segment. Leonard glanced at Hobert. Recently, Lowen's 5 famous universities are all preparing to relocate to the South Balam Duchy, a move that has caused huge controversy domestically. All sectors believe that the risks brought by the war have not yet affected the safety of university teachers and students, and so much manpower and material resources should not be consumed to move the universities to the barbaric and backward South Continent. But the Rune royal family is very insistent and has dispatched soldiers to the 5 universities to supervise the relocation. Catley aside with emotion, this kind of thing only happens during wartime. If it were in peacetime, it would have long ago triggered parades, protests, and condemnation from various governments. Of course, various countries in the North Continent are now condemning the Lowen royal family's actions, but currently, the Lowen royal family doesn't take these condemnations seriously. With the outbreak of war, the royal family, which basically controls the military, has strengthened its power, allowing them to handle such matters in a relatively strong-handed manner. Audrey was very clear about this. She had been responsible for the detailed negotiations of this transaction. Furs was also very clear about this, because Hobert had asked her some time ago to wall off all the remaining mansions on Longtail Island to serve as the campus for the Ocean University, one of the 5 universities. Additionally, several teaching buildings and laboratories would be built in the suburbs of Longtail Port, and Furs was already actively working to solve housing problems for the faculty and their families. At the same time, Furs also funded the construction of 5 public grammar schools on Longtail Island and South Colson. Before this, Longtail Island and South Colson only had general education schools. General education academies only taught everyday words, arithmetic, geography, history, and natural science. Grammar schools were the equivalent of universities. Since there was a university on Longtail Island, Furs naturally wouldn't waste such a good resource. Klein, manipulating the world, asked Hobert, which 5 universities are they? Upon hearing that Backland University of Technology was among them, he also looked at Emperor. Everyone knew that the South Balam Duchy was the territory of the Creator's faction, and Emperor should be very clear about this matter. Hobert saw everyone's gazes and smiled. I support the Lowen royal family. The university's faculty and students should be relocated to a safer place to create a peaceful learning environment for them. The world, however, directly asked, is there some kind of transaction between you and the Lowen royal family? Hobert glanced at him before saying, yes. The other members had long had similar suspicions, but it wasn't appropriate to ask, and they hadn't expected the world to bring it up proactively. After hearing Emperor's answer, the other members all thought to themselves, that explains it. But they were also curious, what was the transaction between the 2 parties? The world then asked, does the South Balam Duchy have teaching facilities? We started building university campuses about half a year ago. Hobert, of course, knew why Klein was concerned about this, so he spoke frankly. Although it's not as prosperous as Backland, there will be no shortage of living supplies, or materials and instruments needed for research. In addition, their job opportunities will definitely be more abundant than in Backland, as the entire South Balam Duchy is in a phase of rapid development and needs a large number of high-end talents. Another very important matter was to carry out education reform, changing the university's shareholding system to public ownership. All school expenses would be covered by the duchy government, but the research direction and teaching philosophy must also meet the duchy's requirements. At the very least, some discriminatory school rules must be abolished, such as some universities prohibiting the enrollment of students from the Rörsted archipelago or the South Continent. Some schools also prohibited discussions on human rights issues in colonies. These school rules were basically regulations made due to the prejudices of some shareholders or for profit considerations. And for a publicly owned school, such regulations would be quite ridiculous. The world pressed, can safety be guaranteed? After the Civil War ended, the South Balam Duchy no longer had major security concerns. Everyone's attention gradually shifted from emperor to the world. This crazy adventurer was so concerned about the relocation of universities, could his alma mater be among them? Then everyone felt that this idea seemed even more absurd. Since when did being an adventurer require a university degree? Klein nodded after getting the answers he wanted and didn't continue to ask. At this moment, Leonard said, recently, someone in Backland has been promoting the system of Longtail Island, calling it the paradise of the proletariat. They listed many wonderful policies, such as officials being proficient in farming and water conservancy, and showing great respect for the common people. For example, local general education is free, and medical care is also free. For example, the mayor of Longtail Island is the son of a shepherd, and many military officers on Longtail Island are the sons of mine slaves. Emlyn slowly nodded. They were originally going to share this news, but the recent transaction with Blood Moon Queen made him lose the mood. Alger was stunned when he heard this. This is too exaggerated. Then he glanced at Emperor. Is someone excessively praising Longtail Island to achieve some ulterior motive? Catlia also joined the discussion. I've looked into it, and these promotions are basically true. When investigating the teleportation array before, she had visited Longtail Island with Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina and heard relevant explanations. At that time, Catlia was also very shocked that this island had such a unique political environment. Later, she considered this issue many times and realized that it was not just a political environment issue, it was a complete challenge to nobles and wealthy individuals, and it gave people in the colonies another option: they could live well without being dependent on nobles and council members. Emlyn was somewhat surprised. Is it fake? In the North Continent, there were also cases of common people becoming officials, which gentlemen had always considered a manifestation of modern social democracy and freedom. But it seemed that all the officials on Longtail Island came from the bottom of society. Audrey and Furs knew that those promotions contained no falsehoods, but they also knew that their explanations would not be very convincing, and this matter still needed to be explained by Hobert, as the creator's favored one. Everyone looked at Emperor again. Hobert smiled and said, I must point out that there are inaccuracies in these promotions. Alger, who had once struggled at the bottom, was somewhat disappointed. Haha, I almost believed it. Unexpectedly, Hobert said, Delson, the former mayor of Longtail Island, has just been transferred to the South Balam Duchy to be the Minister of Construction. Currently, the mayor of Longtail Island is Chunna, from a lakeside village in South Colson. Alger was stunned. No, this new mayor is a lady. And from a village. Hobert nodded. That's right. Emlyn asked curiously, what profession did her father have? Just an ordinary farmer. Hobert recalled, Chunna used to be a maid in the Lord's manor. For a period, the town government of South Colson was short-staffed, so a group of servants was transferred to help. Chunna stayed because of her good performance and later attended night school. It needs to be explained here that night school not only taught reading and writing but also how to deal with problems encountered at the grassroots level. She seemed to have suddenly had an epiphany, showing excellent adaptability in her work, and became the second batch of town heads in the South Colson area, very skilled in agricultural coordination. Leonard also asked very curiously, why are you doing this? Doing what? Letting a maid be mayor. Is this some kind of novelty? Who stipulated that a maid cannot be a mayor? Leonard was slightly stunned, speechless yet feeling somewhat absurd, as this greatly impacted his understanding. He was an out-and-out lazy person, even disliking socializing, only willing to interact with people within the church. Although Leonard sympathized with the common people, he also felt that the world's current mode of operation was largely correct. At this moment, a new way of social operation suddenly appeared, and he was temporarily unable to accept it. Hobert, of course, knew that Leonard's reaction was actually caused by the limitations of most elite class thinking at present. Currently, many in the elite class sympathize with the common people, some want to make reforms, while others feel that if reforms are made rashly, there is too much uncertainty, which might make the lives of the common people even more difficult. What Hobert brought was not just a brand new system, but also a brand new governing philosophy, a concept that had never appeared in this world, and it would naturally cause discomfort to many people. This was like a joke Hobert had read before he transmigrated. Exposing videos about a powerful military in the West would certainly cause resistance, because the common people didn't believe the military would protect their interests. In the East, however, it would be joked about as, "I am the great power," or, "military spending is still too low." At this time, Alger asked again, "So, on Longtail Island, is education and medical care really free?" "Yes," Hobert said, "fortunately, this is an Beander world, where some Beander means can be used to quickly impart knowledge and experience to those willing to become doctors. The cost of training doctors is enormous, and the cycle is too long, so an imbalance between supply and demand in medical care is the norm." However, Beander power solved this problem very well. Some people became pharmacists by taking magic potions, and they are currently the backbone of the medical team. Many others acquired knowledge related to medicine and treatment in a short period by using talismans, and after interning with a pharmacist for a period, they could treat most common illnesses encountered. They are now the main body of the medical team. Because the training cost is no longer so great, and the cycle is no longer so long, there is no need to sacrifice the interests and rights of 2 or 3 generations in medical care to achieve a balance between supply and demand in medical care. Hobert then said, "As for education, only general education is free. In the future, grammar schools and universities will still charge tuition, but the tuition standard is affordable for the vast majority of families in the country." Alger recalled his childhood, and after a full 2 or 3 seconds, he said, "Unimaginable." Hobert smiled and said, "I will give each member a special pass. If you are curious, you can go to Longtail Island to see it in person." Katlia knew the weight of this special pass and immediately said, "Thank you." Then she asked, "Are these messages in Backland self-promotion by Longtail Island?" "As far as I know, no." Hobert replied, "It's a spontaneous action by the creator's believers in the Air Force, but they sought the creator's approval before acting. Not only that, Roll of Light also provided some financial support." Katlia then asked, "On Longtail Island, or rather, are the officials in the South Balam Duchy truly proficient in agriculture?" "Not entirely, some are also proficient in industry and serve in industrial zones." Hobert smiled and said, "This is their most basic requirement. Do they truly respect the common people?" "Yes, because they come from the bottom." "Why? Why what?" Katlia organized her words. "Why does the South Balam Duchy have such a requirement?" Hobert countered, "Shouldn't there be such a requirement?" All the other members were stunned. Among all members, except for Audrey, everyone else came from the bottom of this world. This world's values had made them never consider having common people govern, and Hobert's rhetorical question made them suddenly realize, only common people understand the suffering of the common people, so why not let the common people govern? Immediately after, they realized that this idea was subverting the current power and economic systems. At this thought, Alger couldn't help but ask, "Can it succeed?" Hobert replied, "There are currently no signs of failure." At this moment, the world suddenly said, "I will provide some necessary support and assistance to the South Balam Duchy." The other members were all stunned. The world's statement meant that the fool also supported the South Balam Duchy. Audrey took a deep breath, feeling somewhat excited, but also not surprised. Furs was also very happy because of Mr. World's statement, which meant that the South Balam Duchy was not fighting alone. Katlia and the other members fell into deep thought, wondering if this was how the 2 awakening deities would subvert the current world order. After a few seconds of silence in the Grand Hall, Audrey suddenly said, "According to reliable information I received, after Emperor Gowinton II's special envoy returned to Backland, he solemnly presented the South Balam threat theory to the royal family and the parliament. However, it did not receive much attention from the royal family and the parliament. Firstly, because the Loan Kingdom was at war, and secondly, the parliament members and the royal family's advisors acutely discovered that the South Balam Duchy's industrial system was very backward, making it impossible for it to become powerful in the short term. She had already told Hobert this news privately, and now she was telling it to her ally. the world, and also to the other members, essentially using the previous topic to further promote the South Balam Duchy. Alger heard that Miss Justice's words seemed to have a hidden meaning, so he cooperatively asked, "Is it really as they concluded?" "Not at all," Audrey said with a smile, "it's simply because the two special envoys were not taken to visit the industrial zone." Furs slowly nodded, only now understanding why Hobert had sent someone to specifically instruct her not to let the visiting delegation tour the industrial zone. Audrey also understood the purpose of some of Hobert's requests only after learning about the reactions of the royal family's advisors and the parliament members. Because a large number of skilled workers had been recruited in a short period, when the visiting delegation arrived in the South Continent, the only impressive thing the South Balam Duchy had to show was its light and heavy industrial bases, which were already in large-scale operation. Originally, Audrey was also going to take them to visit the industrial bases, but due to Hobert's request, the relevant itinerary was cancelled. It wasn't until Audrey heard about Alice and Georgina's experiences that she marveled at Hobert's meticulous planning. The South Balam threat theory, proposed by Alice, had once received attention from the royal family and the parliament, but when asked about the South Balam Duchy's industrial situation, Princess Alice and Duchess Georgina realized that they had no understanding of the South Balam Duchy's industry. But what was certain was that the South Balam Duchy must have its industrial cities, but when asked where the industrial cities were, Georgina could only reply that they were in Salado State. However, she knew nothing about their specific scale or the types of industries they possessed, because the main task of the intelligence personnel sent by Military Intelligence Section 9 was to collect intelligence on the South Balam Duchy's Beander forces. They had only heard that someone had built some factories in Salado State, which did not attract attention at the time, but later Georgina analyzed that it should have been Hobert's early planning. Georgina's answer made the advisors and parliament members feel that it was difficult to believe. Thus, the royal family and the parliament both concluded that while the South Balam Duchy's lack of a noble class was indeed formidable, it was not an urgent matter. Especially with the South Balam Duchy willing to provide reinforcements, they believed such a threat could be temporarily ignored. Georgina was very clear about the seriousness of this matter, but what made her somewhat helpless was that the previous intelligence personnel had all lost contact. Their last piece of intelligence reported that the South Balam Duchy had completed its population census and household registration at an astonishing speed, and had also registered them, these North Continent people, and heard that they were to be conscripted for some copying work. After that, no more intelligence was transmitted back. Thinking of this, Audrey couldn't help but smile. Hobert also smiled and said, "The parliament members and the royal family's advisors' impressions and prejudices about the South Continent have helped us a great deal. At least until the war ends, we won't be targeted. As for after the war, they would not fear being targeted." The other members fell into contemplation. Today, they seemed to have reacquainted themselves with the South Balam Duchy, and reacquainted themselves with the alliance between the Creator and Fool. Could it be that the ideals practiced by these two deities are what the world should look like in the future? After a moment of silence in the Grand Hall, Alger spoke again. "Last week, an unknown angel appeared at sea, secretly assisting the Intis Republic's fleet. Based on some intelligence, I speculate that it might be Truncest." In fact, he had already determined it was Truncest. The clue of an unknown angel of the Arbiter pathway almost exclusively pointed to Truncest. "Thank you for the information. This information is very important to me." Hobert paused and added, "Truncest's behavior is not difficult to understand. He wouldn't choose to help the Loan Kingdom or the Fenaport Kingdom, would he?" In Hobert's view, it would be strange if Truncest didn't seize the opportunity to gain some benefits in the context of a world war. Leonard frowned slightly. "In other words, the Loan Kingdom has gained another enemy. I don't think we need to worry too much," Hobert analyzed with a smile, "because this enemy cannot be exposed. Everyone should remember, right? Truncest was eliminated by the 6 gods in the 4th epoch, so the probability of him cooperating with the Orthodox churches is very small. It is very likely that he can currently only secretly cooperate with the Fursak Empire and the Fenaport Kingdom." He sighed. "Fate is truly marvelous. The former subordinate has become a cooperative partner." Leonard asked, "Will you take any action?" "Not for now," Hobert said. "Currently, our main opponent is the Rose School of Thought. Before completely defeating this opponent beside the South Balam Duchy, we will not pay too much attention to Truncest. To be precise, even if Truncest were found now, Hobert would have no way to deal with him. Catlia asked, I read in the newspaper that during the South Balam Duchy's civil war, the Highland Kingdom once tried to take advantage of the chaos and intervene militarily. She had only helped defeat one enemy offensive before leaving, so she didn't fully understand the overall picture of a regular war. Yes, Hobert replied, at that time, our main enemy was the Rose School of Thought. Especially during the decisive battle, all angels from both sides participated, and the battle was as fierce as those in the North Continent. Then, Leonard asked, can you tell me about the general course of this war? Because the entire North Continent was engaged in fierce fighting, this civil war in the South Continent did not attract much attention at first, until the South Balam Duchy thwarted the combined forces of the Fursak Empire and the Intis Republic, and reportedly dealt a heavy blow to the Highland Kingdom. Only then did this civil war become widely known. However, the specific course of the war was unclear even to the Night Goddess Church, because during the fighting, the local churches of the Night Goddess were impacted to some extent, and did not provide much useful intelligence to the Quiet Church. It was only after the visiting delegation sent by Emperor Gowinton II returned that some details about this civil war were reported in the newspapers. Everyone then learned that this war was extremely brutal, with the colonial city of Roquelaire even becoming ruins in the flames of war, and the South Balam Duchy's capital, Anjou, also suffering heavy damage. But for Beyonders, the Beyander War within the Civil War was key, but because the Intis Republic and the Fursak Empire did not mention it at all, there was a great lack of relevant information channels. The other members, like Leonard, were very eager to know the general course of the war, so they all looked at the Emperor again. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, I can give a general overview of the process. He then briefly described the defensive battle of Roquelaire City and the decisive battle in the Matog Hills. Hobert did not reveal too many specific details, mainly talking about the battle between the Creator and the Divine Abomination, SUA, and how Mr. Fool helped defend Roquelaire City. These descriptions subtly showcased the intensity of the battle without revealing too much information about Beyander powers. When everyone heard that Mr. Fool had also participated in the battle, they almost all showed an expression of, as expected. Facing so many enemies, and with the Creator being held back, it seemed inevitable for the Fool to participate. Catlia even thought, with the support of these two deities, the South Balam Duchy might truly have the potential to challenge the entire world order. But at this moment, the Fool was sighing. The Creator actually drove off the leader of the Rose School of Thought. My feeling was correct, the Creator's power is recovering very quickly. Then he thought, but then, the Creator's situation will be a bit awkward. 3 extraordinary characteristics of the Hand of Order are in the Loan Kingdom, the Fenaport Kingdom, and Truncest respectively. How can the Creator, who only possesses the uniqueness of the Arbiter pathway, become a god? Because Klein knew very well that the uniqueness and sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway were not with the Creator before, he had always assumed that the Creator should only be a deity possessing the uniqueness of the Arbiter pathway. Finally, Klein thought, will the Creator ask me for help then? He almost covered his face. The Fool is not even as high a level as the Emperor, a member of the Tarot Club, yet. Amidst Klein's wild thoughts, Catlia asked again, how do you plan to deal with the Highland Kingdom? Hobert's tone was very calm, annihilate the nation. The other members exchanged glances, and after a few seconds, Leonard reminded, according to some church records, this kingdom has existed for about 1,000 years, even the previous colonial movements failed to destroy it. Hobert nodded, of course I know, but the plan to annihilate the nation is also a plan we made from the perspective of strength. Everyone was slightly stunned, suddenly realizing that the Creator's power had grown to the extent that he could annihilate a nation. Silence fell over the Grand Hall once more. The other members felt that the Creator's power had suddenly become so strong that they no longer recognized it. After more than half a minute, no new topics began, and Klein announced the end of this Tarot Club meeting. Time rewound to 4:12 p.m., just as the Tarot Club was nearing its end, in the command center of Anjou City. Recently, Angus had been carrying 0 to 73, Death Domain, disguised as a cane, at his side. However, this cane mostly appeared as a black crystal, which was the order crystal isolating the negative effects of the sealed artifact. Considering that Olnia's body did not belong to her, Hobert reminded Angus that he could apply to utilize the sealed artifact, 0 to 73, when he handed Olnia over to Angus. Ultimately, Angus's judgment was to utilize 0 to 73, Death Domain to punish Olnia's spirit body. For the past half-month, Olnia had been in a special area of the Death Domain, where several special wraiths attacked her spirit body. Fortunately, Olnia had gradually recovered some of her sequence during this time, otherwise she would have been tortured to death. Of course, it was also because Olnia had recovered some of her sequence that Angus arranged this mild punishment. He would not let Olnia truly die from the punishment before Hobert gave clear orders. Angus, as usual, returned to the dungeon built during the former Anjou Fortress period, where Olnia's physical body was imprisoned. Currently, only Olnia was in the dungeon, as prisoners were no longer kept in jail but were directly sent to work on construction sites. There was only one guard in the dungeon now, specially assigned for Olnia. Most of the time, this guard would be called to help at the court, only present when Angus routinely checked on Olnia's condition in the afternoon. Following the guard, they arrived at the first room on the left side of the dungeon, where Olnia lay quietly on a wooden board in an iron cage, though most of her spirit body was not currently in her physical body. Angus retracted the order crystal covering the Death Domain. Just as he was about to open the Death Domain, he suddenly felt his hand empty. The bone-white cane had vanished without a trace. At the same time, the dungeon guard revealed a strange smile. "This cane looks to be of good quality, I can take it back and utilize it as a door bolt." As he spoke, he pulled a monocle from his pocket and put it on his left eye. This was an Aemon avatar, who had somehow parasitized the guard's body at an unknown time. Angus was somewhat stunned for a moment but quickly reacted by throwing a charm towards the Aemon avatar. Unfortunately, as soon as the charm was taken out, it appeared in the Aemon avatar's palm. He glanced at it. This is a charm made from a worm of time. The avatars in the Rorstad archipelago were indeed eliminated by the creator. While he was speaking, he kept theft of Angus's thoughts, which made Angus stand still, his eyes and expression somewhat bewildered. "I'll take this too, though it feels like taking my own ashes." The Aemon avatar smiled, put the charm into his pocket, and used the ability of theft of space to leave the dungeon. 3 seconds later, Angus recovered, his bewildered expression immediately turning to surprise. He quickly prayed to the creator, reporting what had happened here. After leaving the dungeon, the Aemon avatar suddenly found a beautiful figure wearing a blood-red crown appearing in front of him. And to his right, a young man wearing a blood-stained mask and an official Beander uniform. These two were Helen, temporarily holding 0 to 75, Abraham's crown, and Elliot, temporarily holding 0 to 74, Fallen Mask, respectively. The Aemon avatar looked at the cane in his hand and immediately realized, Hobert deliberately allowed this sealed artifact to appear in the public eye. Even punishing Olnia was just to conceal his true purpose. Elliot, wearing the mask, said, "Put down the cane, and you can leave here." Although he did not recognize the Aemon avatar, his spirituality could sense that the enemy in front of him was not simple. Just as the Aemon avatar guessed, Hobert gave 0 to 73, Death Domain to Angus and secretly ordered him to naturally expose this sealed artifact and the purpose of using it to others. Then Hobert used the excuse of needing to celebrate the new year and attend social events in Backland to not appear in Anjou for about half a month. And he dispatched Helen and Elliot, each holding a Class 0 sealed artifact, to ambush in Anjou City. However, they were not ambushing Amon's avatars but rather high-ranking members of the Rose School of Thought. Even for an ancient organization like the Rose School of Thought, a Class 0 sealed artifact was an extremely important item. Hobert believed they would definitely send people to inquire about it, to see if there was a possibility of reclaiming it. If they could ambush high-ranking members of the Rose School of Thought, they could also capture the spies they had placed in the South Balam Duchy, which was why Hobert designed this trap. However, no one expected that it would be an Aemon avatar who stepped into this trap, which was why Elliot made the promise to put down the cane and let him leave, as this was clearly not the enemy they intended to ambush. The Aemon avatar smiled. "Originally, I was indeed going to put down the cane and leave, but your demand made me change my mind. I won't." After speaking, he actually injected his spirituality into the death domain, preparing to utilize the power of the underworld to leave. The Abraham's crown, worn by Helen, immediately emitted a brilliant light. This place. Her subsequent words were stolen, and due to the sealed artifacts, prohibition, she only managed to say the beginning. Almost simultaneously, the Amen Avatar's shadow suddenly stood up and tried to snatch the cane from the Amen Avatar's hand. The Amen Avatar pointed at his head with the hand not holding the staff. A bright light, which he had stolen at some point earlier, appeared above his head, making the area of his shadow very, very small, making it impossible to snatch the cane. Then Amen again stole the imprisonment used by Helen, and then grabbed at Elliot, causing the mask on Elliot's face to tremble slightly. After all, this was just an avatar. It wasn't every time that theft of a Class 0 sealed artifact would succeed. To steal the death domain in one go, the Amen Avatar sacrificed the success rate of his theft for a period of time thereafter. At this moment, Elliot said in a very sacred voice, "Put down the cane, and leave now." This was a part of the Amen Avatar's previous words, but at this moment, Elliot used the fallen mask to intercept it, making the Amen Avatar feel as if he had heard an irresistible command and let go of the cane. But the next instant, the Amen Avatar re-grasped the cane, because he had deception himself, making the holy word he heard, "Take the cane, and leave now." The Amen Avatar immediately stole the boundary between the real world and the spirit world in front of him and immediately entered the spirit world to leave from there, but he suddenly found that the hand holding the death domain was very stiff, unable to pick up the bone-white cane. It turned out that Helen had just stripping the Amen Avatar's right to utilize the death domain, which made him not only unable to take the cane but also unable to even pick it up. The Amen Avatar simply let go of his hand and then kicked the death domain into the spirit world. Although his right to utilize the cane was stripping, it didn't say he couldn't kick the cane. Just as the Amen Avatar was about to disappear into the spirit world, the death domain miraculously returned to the real world. The Amen Avatar glanced at the half-sky, without any hesitation, immediately plunged into the spirit world, and stole his traces from the real world just now, to avoid being association, too. It turned out that the majestic image of the Creator had already appeared in midair. Hobert finished the tarot club, returned to the real world, and was about to sacrifice the star worm to Mr. Fool when he heard Angus's prayer. The death domain had been stolen by an unknown king of angels. So Hobert immediately entered the country of disorder, and, using Angus's stars, saw the fierce battle on the outskirts of Anju City from afar. Hobert was first very glad that this trap was set for an King of Angels level opponent, otherwise, the Amen Avatar would surely have succeeded. Just as the Amen Avatar kicked the death domain into the spirit world, Hobert perceived that another Amen Avatar was rushing from the spirit world to meet him. So the Creator immediately took action, distortion, the death domain, back to the real world. Just as he was about to further deal with the Amen Avatar, that avatar had already taken advantage of the gap when the Creator reclaimed the death domain and entered the spirit world to leave. Hobert still put on the uniqueness, distortion, his body from far away in Backland to outside Anju City, and then immediately returned to the real world, using distortion of space to arrive at the previous battlefield. After confirming that Angus and the other two were not injured, Hobert first gave them generous merits as rewards, and then retrieved the 3 Class 0 sealed artifacts. With the Amen Avatar's disruption, this trap was already exposed, so there was no need to continue setting it. Next, Hobert inquired in detail about every word and action of that Amen Avatar. After receiving the answers from Angus and the other two, Hobert came to the dungeon and released Olnia's spirit body from the death domain. At this moment, Olnia's face instantly turned pale, and her lips purple, like a dead person. After she recovered for a few seconds, Hobert smiled. "Congratulations, you have been released after serving your sentence." Olnia opened her mouth, but at this moment, she couldn't say a single word. Hobert gave a few instructions to Angus and the others, then took Olnia into the spirit world and returned to Backland. Upon arriving at the Duke's mansion, Hobert first handed the stiff Olnia to the butler, asking him to arrange for several maids to take care of her. Then Hobert quickly returned to his study to sacrifice the star worm to Mr. Fool. After Mr. Fool took the sacrifice, Hobert tidied up the altar and began to ponder the recent theft of 0 to 73 by the Aemon avatar. Anything that could be coveted and stolen by an Aemon avatar, or rather, by Aemon himself, must be something extremely important. If only one Aemon avatar had appeared, it might have been that he found an opportunity and casually stole it, but with other Aemon avatars providing support, it indicated a deliberate theft. Why did the Aemon avatar want to steal this Class 0 sealed artifact? Why did he steal this sealed artifact at this time? Regarding the first question, Hobert thought of the bronze door he had seen in the Death Domain before. When he first entered the Death Domain, he noticed that there seemed to be something terrifying behind that bronze door. Later, after the Civil War ended, he re-entered the Death Domain to explore. His spirituality warned him again that the thing behind the door was very terrifying, so based on the principle of the less trouble, the better, he did not try to open the bronze door. After the theft by Amon's avatar, Hobert believed he should proactively explore what was behind the bronze door to understand Amon's purpose. As for the second question, it was also crucial. Why didn't Amon's avatar attempt to steal this sealed artifact when it was in Kleist's hands? Yet, when it was confiscated by the creator, and theoretically more difficult to steal, he risked it to steal. One must know that, as is currently the case, their operation failed, and with the main body unable to arrive quickly, the fact that this sealed artifact was extraordinary was exposed. Previously, the creator had not paid much attention to this sealed artifact, but now he would certainly pay great attention to it. Then Amon's avatar would no longer have the opportunity to steal from the Death Domain in the future, and the secrets within the Death Domain would be exposed. However, this could also be a trap. Aemon knew very well how terrifying the thing behind the bronze door was, so he used this theft to draw the creator's attention. When the creator opened the bronze door, the thing behind the door would attack the creator, injuring him, or even killing him. Hobert pondered for a moment and then thought it might be that Aemon or Amon's avatar had recently obtained important intelligence, learning that something he needed was in 0 to 73, and had followed the clues all the way to Anju City. Upon learning that the Death Domain was in Angus's hands, Amon's avatar felt it was an opportunity and proceeded with the theft. Hobert's trap was highly deceptive. Angus, a demigod, holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact for a long time after the war ended, sounded highly unbelievable. But after a deeper investigation, the big news of the Blood Moon Queen's resurrection would be discovered. Using a Grade 0 sealed artifact to deal with the Blood Moon Queen's matter seemed very reasonable. If there was still suspicion, one would then notice that the punishment of the Blood Moon Queen was serious, which seemed very strange. But if one investigated more carefully, they would find that the Blood Moon Queen resurrected in a member of the Bok family, which then seemed reasonable. After all, the Bok family was an important part of the creator's forces, and they had to be given an explanation. In short, there would definitely be some preset information to interfere with the investigators, and eventually, they would gradually overlook the possibility that it was a trap. Hobert believed that Amon's avatar should also have been deceived by this trap. Even if one sequence of this pathway was cryptologist, he might not be able to see through all the clues Hobert had preset. Otherwise, Angus would have exposed his possession of the Death Domain more than 10 days ago. If Amon's avatar had realized it was a trap, he would have tried to sabotage it more than 10 days ago. Or, if today's theft was Amon's conspiracy, why did Amon's avatar wait more than 10 days before taking action? Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head, feeling that his line of thought was incorrect. Regardless of whether this was Amon's conspiracy, 0 to 73 held no small secret. This was the key. Amon's avatar wanted to steal 0 to 73 because there was a secret on this sealed artifact. Or Amon's avatar hoped to utilize 0 to 73 to kill the creator, which further indicated that this sealed artifact held no small secret. After all, the creator had the position of an king of angels and the protection of the country of disorder. Amon's main body might not even be confident in killing the creator. Since Amon's avatar hoped 0 to 73 would harm the creator, it was enough to show the power of this sealed artifact. In this matter, the secret on the sealed artifact was the key. So Hobert changed his approach. No matter what, he had to explore the secret of this sealed artifact. However, the exploration process had to be very careful, using the creator, who was hiding in the country of disorder, to explore, and not the small account, Hobert. Just as he was thinking this, there was a knock at the door. Hobert came back to his senses. Who? Grand Duke, it's me. It was Butler Corliss. Dophus was currently accelerating the digestion of his potion. Because he had to die and resurrect 3 times in a row, he would lose most of his memories during that period, so he wouldn't be able to fulfill the duties of a butler for a while. So before he went to digest the potion, he had found a competent butler for Hobert in advance. Corliss paused slightly and then said, "And Emlyn is here to see you. He said he is your friend and has an urgent matter to discuss with you." Accompanying him is an old man who looks indifferent. Mr. Emlyn calls him Lord Nybe. Hobert smiled slightly. Understood, please have them wait in the large reception room. I'll be there shortly. He glanced at the grandfather clock. It was now nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, more than an hour after the Tarot Club had ended. This meant that after the vampires received the news, they did not send someone immediately, but discussed it first, and only then did Nybe rush over. Nybe was a vampire marquis and the person in charge of Backland, indeed the most suitable person for the initial negotiation. Hobert deliberately waited for more than 10 minutes before arriving at the large reception room on the first floor. Mr. Nybe. As soon as he entered, Hobert smiled and said, "You look better than before." Nybe, with his head full of white hair, forced a slight smile. "You too." The two shook hands, and Hobert patted Emlyn's shoulder as a greeting, then they sat on opposite sides of the coffee table. They chatted casually for a few minutes. After the servants finished serving tea and left, Nybe got straight to the point. "I heard from Emlyn about the 2 transactions you initiated. The second transaction seriously harmed our alliance, and we demand an immediate stop to the harm against the Blood Moon Queen and her immediate return to us. Don't make the problem sound so serious." Hobert smiled and said, "My handling of this is precisely out of consideration for our alliance. Currently, the Blood Moon Queen is recovering her position, but we all know that even if she recovers her position, without the support of Beander characteristics, she will at most only have Sequence 4 power. So, are the high-ranking members of the vampires willing to accept a Sequence 4 as their leader? I am only doing this to curb the Blood Moon Queen's arrogance, lest you be put in a difficult position." Although Nybe's expression was still a bit cold, his tone had improved significantly. "We vampires are not as boring as humans." Emlyn, who was sitting nearby, immediately felt his expression was at risk of losing control, because the reason they didn't immediately come to the Duke's mansion after receiving the news was that the high-ranking vampires were discussing what kind of position to give her if she was truly the queen. However, everyone's opinions never unified, so they had to decide to first bring her back and then ask the ancestor what to do. Hearing Nybe's answer, Hobert leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. "Then, what are the vampires willing to exchange for your queen?" Nybe stared at Hobert. "The vampires will let bygones be bygones regarding this matter." Hobert shook his head. "The vampires' way of handling this is unacceptable. Don't destroy our alliance. You are destroying it," Hobert said sternly. "When you allowed your Blood Moon Queen to resurrect in the body of a follower of the Creator, did you not think about our alliance? Why didn't you let her resurrect in a vampire's body? Resurrecting in a person completely unrelated to both sides wouldn't cause internal dissatisfaction with the vampires among us." Emlyn frowned. This was something he hadn't thought of before. It seemed that the vampires were indeed the first to undermine the alliance between the two sides. Nybe was slightly stunned. "It wasn't us who allowed Her Majesty the Queen to resurrect in your territory. If it wasn't you, was it us?" Hobert said with some impatience. "Brother, I always thought you didn't want the Blood Moon Queen to resurrect. But for some reason, the Blood Moon Queen's resurrection was a foregone conclusion, and you kicked this problem to me. So I used judgment and punishment to help you reign in the Blood Moon Queen. Now that she's mellowed out, I'm ready to return her to you. Who knew you would try to deny it?" Emlyn opened his mouth, feeling that Hobert's logic was very reasonable. "I didn't expect such a high-level plan to be hidden within." Nybe, who had lived for several hundred years, suddenly felt his brain wasn't quite keeping up. "No, it's not that complicated. No, the Blood Moon Queen's resurrection has nothing to do with us. Has nothing to do with the vampires. Does it have something to do with me then? Hobert looked increasingly displeased. Naibe was speechless. Yes, if the Blood Moon Queen's resurrection had nothing to do with the vampires, could it have something to do with the Creator's favored one? He suddenly felt that he should first consult the ancestor to see if the Queen's resurrection was the ancestor's arrangement. If it truly was the ancestor's arrangement, even if the vampires were unaware, they would have to accept it reluctantly. Thinking of this, Naibe asked, "What conditions do I need to meet for you to release our queen?" Hobert pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "The vampires owe us a huge favor this time. From angels to ordinary vampires, you must fight for us once without compensation. To repay this favor." Naibe had the words of refusal on the tip of his tongue, but in the end, he didn't make it too absolute, instead saying, "We will discuss it." Then he added, "During this period, please immediately stop punishing the queen." Hobert smiled and nodded. "I understand. I will tell the Blood Moon Queen that, at the repeated requests of the vampires, she has been released after serving her sentence." Naibe was about to nod, but then felt that Hobert's words seemed a little strange. After seeing off the vampire negotiators, Hobert took out 0 to 73 from the country of disorder. He decided to study this sealed artifact tonight. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.